I've shared it around. Let's see. Yep, you can record. And let's see here. I can record. Yep, we all three can record. So now you can record it for your own channels. So Brian Parker, I respect his information too. He's very knowledgeable. He was the first person I've seen that did the resignation of registered agents, so it was rather interesting to see how that turned out for him.
You want me to expound on that a little?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I went and did that, and I did it with 3 entities. Secretary of State at my state of nativity, at the federal level, which would be Department of State, and the state where I currently dwell, which is Florida. And about 2.5 months later, I had a reason to go and pull like a 7-year driving history or whatever from the Department of Motor Vehicles. And when I did that, the piece of paper the girl gave me was blank. And at the time, I could think of easily at least 5 things that should have been on there, and nothing was on there. And the way I kind of look at it is, had they put anything on there, it would have been showing that they were making an attachment to the legal person, which I had resigned from being an agent for. And that's all I can really surmise from that. And, you know, since then as well, any interactions that I've had with the state has all really been moot. I mean,
Okay, Brian Parker, Floyd, and Boris, y'all can unmute. I had to mute everybody. We're starting to get an echo.
yeah, so anyway,
So
as I
now,
was saying, the interactions I've had since then, you know, pulled over, no driver's license, proof of insurance, registration, etc. They just say, be safe, have a good night. And so I find it kind of interesting that it's like, I don't know, since I don't want to represent that entity they created. And what you were saying in the very beginning there, Pastor, regarding citizenship, I'm glad I screenshotted it because I can't find it anymore in Vital Stats, but they were referencing identification. And they stated on there that the birth certificate is only evidence of a citizen and not identification because there is no photo attached. So that really shows you right there. That's what they create. They create that office of citizen with that document, and it has nothing to do with you physically, unless I guess you want to wear that hat.
Yeah, judges wear different hats, right? And it depends on the type of court they in. Okay, they will be in a Article 3 court like the Supreme Court of the United States, or they'll be in an Article 1 court like the United States Supreme Court. There is a distinct difference. A great video I point people to is it's when Anton Scalia was talking about the role of the U.S. Supreme Court, and he was in front of Congress, and he said, you know, the United States Supreme Court only has appellate jurisdiction. Well, that tells you right there, it's not the same as the Article 3 Supreme Court of the United States that has original jurisdiction. So if it's not the same, which one does it fall under? It has to fall under Article 1. And there's so many people out there that will deny there is such a thing as an Article 1 court. I'm multitasking. I had to text my broker. He got the fuel surcharge wrong.
Article 1 court referring to contract, right to contract.
No, Article 1, I think it's Section 8. See, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 9 and Clause 17 dealing with inferior tribunals. They have the right to create these tribunals, okay? But they also have the right to set the rules and regulations for them. And because they have that right, people don't understand it, that they have that right. They go into court and they're talking all crazy. One, the first presumption the people make is that's my name. You hear it all the time, especially with the people that haven't been in this in a while. They say that they stole my name. They stole everything, right? And I said, it's not your name. They can't steal what you don't have firsthand knowledge of to begin with. And anyway, it's not even spelled the same way. That means what? It's not you. It's a different entity.
All right, sorry guys, I went out.
You're fine.
Okay.
So now I know Fearless Floyd had a discussion he wanted to discuss, and that was the GSA bonds. And I know Boris, I listened to that audio recording, and the attorney in that audio recording actually said, correct me if I'm wrong, that the GSA bonds are insurance for the case.
What attorney audio recording?
The recording that was in your group where the attorney from DC, somebody had
Okay.
shared it.
Mhm.
It was at the end of that audio recording where that DC attorney had said that, yeah, the GSA bonds are insurance for the case.
Right, and they bring you in as surety to fulfill on the insurance policy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're really looking for is the surety on the insurance, because our multi-maritime is nothing but shipping and insurance. And couple that with admiralty, you got contractor, admiralty, whatever. It's all shipping and insurance. So contract, shipping and insurance, accounting and surety. That's really what it's all about. Their little system they got going on. So they bring a claim against that person. You're the one using the person. They bring you in to answer for it, and you get into an agreement to be surety.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is where the word dummy comes in, because a dummy is, let's go to Westlaw. Let me log in right quick. Because the word dummy has two definitions, and both definitions apply to the case. And what people don't realize is it has nothing to do with them. It's just for the estate. Okay. Now let's see here. Let's go to my.
Well, actually, it has everything to do with the man they're bringing in, because it's how you react, how you act and react to the situation in front of you. Because they're really running through the book of Job. And they're not allowed to touch the man, but they can do all these other things to him. And if the man starts to take up arms and defend himself against it, instead of relying on the grace of God and the blessing, whatever God is leading him through, then he becomes attached to the tar baby and becomes the surety by his acts and actions. And all it takes is for you to say one argument, that's not me, I'm not that, instead of coming in with a superior stance of, okay, so under what authority do you recognize by that name? I've asked that question, and that's how I put them at a stalemate where they couldn't go anywhere. They can't answer that question.
I did it slightly different. On that New York ticket, what I did was, when they asked if I was the name, I never showed up to court, never filed a stitch of paper. I just talked to the clerk, because the court date was supposedly March 28th, according to the ticket. And I never called it a ticket when I talked to her. I said it was a debt instrument. And I told her, I said, I need to verify your EIN for tax reporting purposes, because I have a debt instrument in my possession. And I read the EIN, and she says, well, I can't confirm that. You might need to talk to Barbara down at the town hall. And so I said, I'll get her number from you here in a moment. And then I told her, I said, my next question is, I need to know the penal sum for this instrument. And she says, I don't know what that is or how to find it. I said, well, here's the instrument number. And she says, are you giving me a ticket number? I said, ma'am, if you presume that's what it is, that's on you. I said, the way I see it, this is an instrument of value or a debt instrument, which makes it an obligation of the United States under Title 18 USC 8. And then she says, are you the name on this? I said, ma'am, that name is owned by the United States. There's a secured party in this matter, and I am merely the registered agent. And I have to notify the principal of anything that affects its interest. And she says, can you hold a moment? And she comes back up 45 seconds, minute later, and says, that matter's been sealed and dismissed. See, that's where I did it slightly different.
Well, actually, you did the same exact thing. Because when you're getting a notice from someone, you're the registered agent, right? Your duty as registered agent is to do what?
Notify the principal.
Correct. So when someone shows up in courtroom to address that name, what is the assumption of the court?
That you were
that
the
party's
registered
the principal.
agent.
No, that party's the principal.
True.
Because remember, you had one hat on, and then they gave you the ticket. Okay, you acted as registered agent. Registered agent is supposed to go deliver to the principal. Somebody shows up in that courtroom or addresses that matter, as under that name. The hat of registered agent went off, and now you put on the hat of principal, which is principal surety. So you came in, and so some people come in as a principal surety on the matter, and instead of addressing it like you did, you basically did what everybody should do. Is that name doesn't that name? I see no evidence that name serves to recognize me. Therefore, you should go to the one who issued it, which is the state, and I accept the state as principal, and I'll be usufruct. You'll be usufruct while I use it, but I'm no way liable for it. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah. Now, the word
you
dummy,
just did it a different way.
The word dummy actually applies here. And I'm going to read both definitions. One, a party who has no interest in a transaction, because what's going on here is a transaction. And it says, but participates to help achieve a legal goal. So you participate, and by what you say and how you act, you are helping to achieve a certain legal goal. And what is that goal? For them to make money on the backside, because they securitize every one of these cases. Now, the second definition also applies. A party who purchases property and holds legal title for another. And it says compare to straw man number 3. Now, the reason why I bring that up is who owns the name? I show this to everybody. I showed this to an attorney. I sit there and held up my social, and I said, is that my name? And these were two $500 hour attorneys. These weren't cheap attorneys. I said, is that my name? Well, I presume it is. and I flipped it over on the back, and it has a sentence on there. It says that this card is property of the Social Security Administration and must be returned upon request. Not about, now later it says something about being lost, but that phrase, that is part of a contract. So that phrase tells you, one, this card, that means everything on it is property of the government. So you go in thinking that's your name, and it's not your name. It's property of the government, United States. Now the straw man, the third definition, says a third party used in some transactions as a temporary transferee to allow the principal parties to accomplish something that is otherwise impermissible. And then it says compared to dummy. It takes you right back to the word dummy.
So when I'm at, so when like in some of the things I asked, does the state register and record people as property? They can never say yes, because that'd be an admittance of that they're taking the child at birth, the baby at birth, and saying it's property of the state, which is actually a transfer of the baby to some other party, saying that's human and child trafficking. And involuntary servitude, because now the child becomes, now that baby becomes property of someone else they can't get out of, that they didn't agree to. Secondly, it converts the Vital Statistics Act and Social Security Act into a bill of attainder, resulting in a corruption of blood. All of which is illegal. So none of it, so looking at it that way, if people are going to say, if they're going to start using that name to that person to identify, to recognize people, which is bond them into performance under that person, and without the consent of the one using it, that means they're converting a valid U.S. law to create what I call a trust interface device into a bill of attainder, resulting in corruption of blood, where the legislature has deemed that everybody is to be a prisoner and to be policed and governed, which should not be the case, because that would be repugnant to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Northwest Law, all the organic documents, including the Declaration. That can't happen. So what it is your consent by your acts and actions, because by your fruit you shall be known, not by your words, not by your paper, by your acts and actions, because that's your fruit. So that's how they determine if you are this or that, or liable or something else, because of the way you're acting about it. And if you're fighting it, you just became Briar Rabbit in the briar patch and attacked the tar baby, and you become stuck to it.
Now, what you just said brings up exactly what I say. You got to read the Bible. Even if you don't believe in the religion, the principles are in the Bible. Because what does it say? You shall know them by their fruits. If your fruit's bad, guess what? You're going to get the results. And that's what you just said right there, is the court's looking at your fruits, and the fruits come out of your mouth. Because what does the Bible say? Out of the mouth comes blessings and cursings. So you have the ability to create your reality based on how you handle yourself and what you say. And sometimes it's better to exercise that Fifth Amendment and not say anything. So
yeah, what is the phrase? It's better be thought of as a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt.
Exactly. So, Fearless Floyd, you got anything to interject?
Nothing. No, I don't think I can add to that. I think you've covered it very well, both of you, actually. But you did mention the GSA bonds. Talk a little briefly about those. I wish Mullins on.
And I know that was what you wanted to discuss also. So what was it that you exactly wanted to discuss?
What I would love to hear is anyone, I don't care who it is, anybody on this call, anybody who watches this video later when it's published, that can show their process and methodology, because I and bless their hearts, I get emails from people constantly that have someone in jail, prison, going to trial, charges filed on them, and whether it's valid, true, whether they're guilty or innocent or whatever. The stories sound horrific, and I kind of take some spiritual, mental, and emotional abuse behind receiving those. So in my own pursuit of this process, I've tried to find a foolproof, bona fide methodology to utilize that I could give to somebody or process for somebody to stop all the proceedings, whether it's a complaint, an indictment and information, a conviction, judgment and sentence, or a probationary or parole term, et cetera, et cetera. I have yet to find anybody who can show me 100% proof that they have effectuated those different processes that I have outlined. Aside from saying, oh yeah, I know somebody, or so-and-so did it, and that's as far as it ever gets.
Well, Floyd, let me ask you this. Do you got Dropbox?
I do.
Is it the same email that I have? Is it your Fearless Floyd Show email?
Yeah, FearlessFloydShow@yahoo.com.
I will not show the documents online, but
Okay.
I'm going to share a Dropbox file with you. The reason I'm not going to show them online is because they're not redacted.
Okay.
Okay.
I can read
Now,
that.
did I do the process 100% correctly? No, I didn't know that at the time. I learned that later. But when I did it in a family court case, and it also depends on the result of doing it, depends on the step you are in on the case. Okay.
All right.
Now, let's see. Share. So I'm sending you it's coming to your email. There was my forms. There was 14 total docket numbers. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, let me see if I can find the file, because I didn't have it in there. What was the attorney's name? Oh, I can't think of his name. Oh, let's see. Oh, I can't think of the attorney's name. I'll have to figure that one out. I had 5 court-appointed attorneys, and the total amount over the length of time, which I told you about that family court case.
Right.
They had control of the entire situation until I did this.
Okay.
I filled out those forms, a set for every docket number, because what the dockets numbers are account numbers, they're bank accounts.
Yeah.
So they were just creating sub accounts under the main dockets. And so I did every docket number under my straw man's name, even my wife's dockets. I did them all. I didn't do them under hers. I did them all under mine. And I sent the original copy of the set of each docketed GSA bond, privately registered mail, restricted delivery to the judge.
Okay.
I sent a copy to risk management. I sent a copy to the county executive, and I sent a copy to the lieutenant general at the Army Corps of Engineers. And I sent those 3 certified. So they got them. And you see, the Army didn't question me on it because I'm still here.
Right.
So where I didn't send them was GSA. I learned that later, that everything has to go back to GSA. Now, so they knew where I sent them because I had a cover sheet. I had a cover sheet with it, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that listed all the parties that received it. When I did that, DSS stopped harassing my wife for 2 months because they were traveling across state lines illegally and unconstitutionally. Okay. I've got the recording of the first public pretender admitting what they was doing was illegal, but he could do nothing about it. So then my 5th court appointed attorney filed papers to get removed from the case. And in his filing, if you didn't know what you were reading, you wouldn't catch it. He knew I had Westlaw. He knew I knew what I was talking about. So I saw where he admitted to the accounts behind the scenes, and that and he even made this statement that I was interfering with his fiduciary duty. Okay. And what they did after that is they started begging us to file papers. They asked my wife to file for custody. And I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I don't trust them. But we finally said, look, let's give it my wife said, let's give it a shot. Let's see what they do, because if they go away, that's all we care about. So I said, okay, let's do it. So she filed the custody papers. Now, this is why I say that it happens. It depends on the stage of the case. If you do it before arraignment, you have the potential to make the case go away. If you do not do it then, like in our case, they put up a mock trial, basically, started asking her stupid questions. In other words, questions that they knew. Where do you live? What happened? Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Okay. They knew the answers. And then they issued an order giving her full custody. And the judge changed his tone towards me because me and him, we butted heads. He looked at DSS and says, do you care if I dismiss the warrants against him? They said, no. Do you care if I dismiss his case completely? No, not at all. We'll just make the presumption it's because of his job he couldn't get here, or he would be here. And that's not how he acted the entire case. Me and him butted heads so much because I was very verbal about my rights to him, and that he totally changed his tune. And then when they issued the hello, honey, my wife's there. What did she just say? He was a jerk. Now he issues the order and says that we have to register it in the state she's in. And now nom de gore, I wonder, is that the other guest I was waiting on? So let me see. But we get the order, take it to the state that she was in, and the court there looks at it and says, we can't enforce this. It's not valid. So on paper, it looks like a loss. We gave them what they needed to collect the revenue they was after by using the GSA bonds. And if the audio is correct, then that also means we insured the case. And as soon as we did that, we were no longer debtors. And as soon as I can figure out the 5th court-appointed attorney's name, because I've got it in my Dropbox, Floyd, I'll send you the phone call where he told me, when you listen to it, after the case was over, I called him, left him a message. He called me back, and I recorded the phone call. And I started asking him questions about the stuff I did. And he said, I can't discuss that with you because of attorney-client privilege. Now, you could construe that to me one of two different things. I construe it that he wasn't my attorney. I was what's considered the dummy in Black's Law Dictionary, or as me and Boris was talking earlier, and he was representing the estate because his paperwork said that I was interfering with his fiduciary duty, or he couldn't talk to me about it because I was no longer his attorney. But he made the clear statement that I can't talk to you about that because of attorney-client privilege. And everybody I played that phone call for said, wait a minute, wasn't that your attorney? I said, no. What have I been telling you? The birth estate is who they're representing. It's not you.
Okay. I have a bid bond up on the screen just to show everybody what a SF-24 looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure most of you are familiar with these forms. If not, you should go to the website.
Or do gas piping. That's funny. So I did it. No, it was not Ted Stein. What was the last one? His name begins with a K. Ted Stein was funny. He was the pot smoking attorney. He'd been busted twice for dealing pounds of pot and still had his license.
Let you know that they're all in it together.
Uh-huh.
Well, that and because marijuana doesn't become marijuana until it's heated to 191 degrees.
I did not know that.
Other than that, it's just a plant. The active THC ingredient must be heated to a certain degree to decarbonize it to give the effect. So when they arrest you with just weed in your car, that's not marijuana. That's cannabis. That's hemp.
Mm-hmm.
That's a flower. That's naturally growing. Until it becomes processed, does it become marijuana? It becomes processed when it's heated.
Now, I'm of the opinion that I agree with what you're saying. I did not know the scientific side of it. And
yeah, and it's just, I'm going to interrupt you real quick, but it's also like that here in Florida with mushrooms. They say holding mushrooms is illegal only if they're dehydrated.
Oh, well, that goes back to those that have followed Carl Lentz in the past. When Carl Lentz tells his story of him getting in trouble for making moonshine, right? The judge told him after it was all over, he tried to come into that case saying with the common law stuff, and the judge says, don't you even bring that in here, right? And the judge told him after the case, said, look, if you wanted to make moonshine, you should have just come to me because I could have told you how to do it legally. So what he did was painted all the equipment black to absorb the sun. That made it an artificial heat source, which was a violation of the code. If he would have done it where it was not an artificial heat source, he'd have been legal and they couldn't have touched him. And it's kind of, that goes into what I was just going to say, is when you get charged by the government on these charges, you got to look at the words they're using. You are not, to use the recent comedy skit in Defining a Woman, that I am not a biologist, use that argument. I'm not a scientist. I don't know what that is. That right there, marijuana, what's that? It's a plant. That's all I know. Don't accept their definitions. Because if you accept their definitions, you are agreeing to their contract.
You can actually bring your own definitions into the court.
Yes. I've heard stories
Actually,
of people doing it.
It's God's green. It's God's green earth.
Mm-hmm.
I heard some guy do that in Michigan. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's God's green earth. And that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's all God's property. So what is that? It's God's.
That's right.
And I'm just the one using it. But it's God's stuff. They're converting it. See, it's all goes back to the money changers. Who are the money changers? It's not the banks and the lawyers, it's the people. The people were the ones in the temple giving all their stuff over to the bankers in exchange for the coins, right?
Yeah.
The banks weren't the ones taking the property and giving it. People were giving the property in exchange for Caesar's glory, in exchange for Caesar's, salvation, Mammon's salvation. So right now, the people of this earth are the money changers. They're the ones digging up everything and giving it to someone else for exchange for Mammon's salvation. It's not the banks and the lawyers are just opportunists. They're like the lion in the Sahara. The lion in the Sahara is not going to go after the gazelle in the middle of the pack. They're going to go after the one that's on the edge, the weak, the enfeebled, and the sick, that they can easily chase down. And they separate that from the herd. They're not going to go after the strongest ones. That's stupid. That's a waste of energy. Even they know that.
Now here's the thing. I keep seeing the chat, people keep using the word attorney. Here's what the role of an attorney actually is. Now, I can tell you what the duties are. The duties are first to the court, second to the public, third to the client. And this is where I say the client's rights be damned. Because an argument amongst those three, the court, the public, and the client, the attorney has to yield to the former. First to the court, second to the public, the client's last. So who is the public? If you study public rights doctrine, you will find out the public is government. Okay, it's not us. Now, and here's something else you got to realize. The role of an attorney is to negotiate a settlement to the contract that all parties agree with. Why do you think when you get a quote unquote traffic ticket, they will quickly, depending on the traffic ticket, agree to dismiss the case as long as you pay the fine? Because why? The court's happy to receive the money. They securitized the account into a trust tied to the social. They have to make it profitable. You go in there and you say, cool, just dismiss it, I'll pay the fine. You accept the role of the name as trustee descent tort, because you're not the trustee, but you're making all the decisions like you are. So now you're, let me read descent tort. And Boris, I really thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, because those go now. You can take care of tickets one of two, a couple of different ways. A, you can use your religious exemption because that exempts you from that military servitude. And we've done that before with a buddy of mine who got a ticket at an airport. We went into the court the first time, the judge was really mean to him. The next time we went to the attorney and the clerk of the court and the attorney. And we presented, his ministry, his certificate of ministry, came in as the minister, said we was acting in a ministerial capacity, the car is registered to his ministry. And we just presented it to him, and then he went to court the next time. By the time when he went to open up his mouth, the prosecutor jumped up and said, all charges are dismissed. Boom, done. Now I've done it another way where I went in with a 2-sentence little document and filed into the county and brought it in under an apostille, and it said, I've seen that name they're using is affixed to a certificate of live birth, and as of this date, I have seen no evidence that name serves to recognize the one using it. Therefore, I undertake this tender of deed and deliver this receipt in absolute acceptance of the state as usufruct while I use this name. And went to the court and did my, for the record, we're here for that matter. I'm here for that matter because there's a mistake. Where's the proper notice? I may enter this matter, so I may handle this matter honorably. And the judge shook her head a little bit and she goes, what's your name again? So I repeated myself, only this time saying, may I enter? And as soon as I said that, the bailiff stepped right in front of me. All the attorneys in the courtroom, that court, except the public defender who was looking at the papers over and over and over again, the one piece of paper with 2 sentences on it. And all the attorneys went and made their polyester wall around the judge. And I said, as they were going up, I'm like, hey man, can we swear in all these witnesses before they give testimony? And the bailiff, that's when he stepped in front of me, goes, no, and stepped right in front of me. And I looked at him, he opened up the bar, took a step to me. So I took a step back. He took a step forward, I took a step back, and it went like this until he walked me out of the court that way. And as the door was almost shut, the judge goes, tell him he's excused. And that's the last I heard of it.
Now,
so there's many different ways to handle this, because when they're pulling you over using that name, you're only seen as a registered agent. So you come in there with something that says, hey, this is the way we're going to settle this. Then they can't stop it, because what I did is I actually publicly expressed the trust in the record, because Usufruct, when you really look at it, is a trust with a split equity arrangement. So one side gets to usufruct the right to profit and use the thing for its profit, everything else, but it also has to settle up all claims, pay all taxes, and keep things in repair at its own expense. So the profit they would have made was nullified by the duties they had to do. So to go forward would have completed the surrender usufruct and actually would have opened up the door for liabilities on the cop and the clerk, because now they have to pay all taxes and settle all claims. And what you're paying with the insurance, with the ticket, is a premium. You're paying the premium on the insurance policy they're going to be cashing in, which you all call securitization. So you're paying the premium on that policy so they can get their claim, because it's all an insurance adjustment. And I realized this the last time I was in jail. I just sat there and watched what they were doing. And the dude kept saying that he claims he's a sovereign citizen and this and that was the only thing they had against me, that he claims that, because I saw it on this T screen when they're looking at it. It's like, really, how do you claim to be something like that? And so I sat there and watched them, and all they're really doing is they're making an insurance claim to an insurance adjuster, but they're not bringing the damaged vehicle to get the check. So it's all insurance fraud. So they're not really getting paid twice. They're getting you to pay the insurance premium to activate the policy that they cash out.
Yes. Now, here's the definition of Daison tort. Daison tort is by his own wrongdoing. Okay. Now, what they're doing by your actions, converting you to a trustee Daison tort, someone who, without legal authority, administers a living person's property to the detriment of the property owner. So you are going into the court not owning the name. The name is and what they're doing in the case is creating a constructive trust. So you don't own the name, but yet you're making all the decisions for the trust. What do they tell you? I mean, in trust law, only the trustees can make the decisions. So when they say, how do you plead? And you get up there and plead, guess what? That's a trustee decision, not a registered agent decision. So now you're coming in making the decisions for the trust when you have no legal authority to do so.
Yeah, because who paid for the name to be registered? Who actually did the registration? Your parents did. Your parents just filled out an application, but that's not even for you. They go in there, when you enter the hospital, you come in as baby boy, last name, comma, baby boy, or last name, comma, baby girl. You leave the hospital, your mom signs out saying the baby was received. But what is left behind are the footprints of an infant.
Actually, I think it's worse than that.
And that's what they're creating. They're creating the infant estate as part of that trust. I call it the trust protection mechanism. And they do that for a certain purpose. And it's because you have to volunteer to be in the trust. You can't just automatically be brought in. That's called involuntary servitude. I don't give a shit how wonderful it is or how awesome it is or what. If you don't do it through a free will act and deed, then it's involuntary servitude. So what they've done is they've created that quote separation. They've used the placenta, whatever little ritual they're going to do to say that they've created an infant, captured your soul, and all the other supernatural shit everybody believes. Because every time you put faith and even think about that, you've given it energy, and thus it becomes a belief in your head that they've done this. I don't believe that. I do not believe that they've done that because that sounds so fucking stupid that only a retard would believe it. What I think they've done is they've just enabled saying, okay, this is a real man, a real live soul that came into this world. We're going to create a reservation for him in the trust. Now, the law is written on your heart, so you should know this. So what you do is, since that name doesn't serve to recognize the one using it, it can't register a man, cannot. That'd be a violation of God's law instantaneously, a violation of natural law, violation of due process, all kinds of violations. So it's not that, because they're all acting in harmony with the laws that persist. Remember, they're acting in the book of Job, not what you think should happen.
Now,
And everybody's approaching this to what I think should happen instead of looking as like, okay, these guys are the current trustees of the system or the trust, and they're there to protect heathens and heretics from the trust. Now they're the one now, and they're operating in Satan's world, or for Satan, the prince of air, so they can say and lie and everything else and deceive. But if you're believing that, then you're engaged in it.
actually, I think it's worse than what you think. And I know you said you don't believe this, and I didn't until the other day.
Okay.
I was talking to Myron Rice, and he watched my video that we did 2 weeks ago on Dawn's channel. And he said, I have to correct you on one thing. And he said, go to the 51-minute mark. He said, you're missing one thing. And he absolutely did talk about the placenta. And I said, Myron, I don't buy into that. I've seen no evidence of this as of yet. I said, if you show me evidence, then maybe I'll change my mind. And he said, it's in our Michigan code. So I went to Westlaw and I looked. And boy, did I find something. I found this one in New York. Now it says live birth. That's a phrase, live birth, is defined as the complete expulsion or extraction. Now, hold on, let me stop. This is under Chapter 45 of the Consolidated Laws, Article 41, Vital Statistics, Title 3, Registration of Births. This is in New York. Okay, so now it says live birth is defined as the complete expulsion or extraction from its mother of a product of conception. Okay, product of conception. Keep that in your mind. Irrespective of the duration of pregnancy, which after such separation breathes or shows any other evidence of life, such as beating of the heart, pulsation of the umbilical cord, or definite movement of voluntary muscles, whether or not the umbilical cord has been cut or the placenta is attached. And then it places a semicolon right there. So everything before that semicolon is the definition of a live birth. After the semicolon, it says each product of such birth is considered live born. Now, just the other day, I talked to a buddy of mine in North Carolina named John, and he has a couple that he's friends with that's been learning this stuff. They just had a baby 3 months ago. They sent their papers to the hospital expressing their religious views. They tried to take the placenta with them, okay? And guess what happened? Hospital said you can't have it. Now, based on this code, what Myron told me, what they did to that couple, here's what my opinion is. When the placenta is the infant, when you abandoned the infant and took the baby home, if both products of conception are to be registered, what is the hospital actually registering? They're registering the placenta. What are the parents not doing because they don't read the laws? They don't know. They're not registering the baby. So the state says what? Okay, they're not registering the baby. Here, use this. We'll let you use this, use the infant instead.
Okay.
So they kind of join it together. And
Okay,
then we
and-
discovered, one more thing, and then
All
we
right.
discovered in 1909 a book that is titled Live, Birth, and Live-Birth, and it deals with the presumption of death of the infant. Because why? The infant did die. The placenta didn't last, but a few, a day.
Okay. When you go back to Anderson's Law of 1898, I give you a different
Correct.
definition of birth, which is to leave an infant in a certain place with the whole intent to abandon it. Abandonment equals death.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the only
Correct.
thing wrong with the birth record is because the placenta is not taken from the mother. The placenta is taken from the baby, because that thing is supposed to attach to the baby until it falls off after birth to finish delivery of the nutrients within it.
Correct.
That's the purpose of it. So the parents have no right to the placenta. The baby has the right to the placenta. That's why you have to come back in with your birth record, the receipt they gave you for the taking of that private property, and come back in and claim the person that was created, and then restate the intent of the person. It's called republicing. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to make a republic. You're going to republic the person by restating the intent of the person, because right now it's presumed it was taken and abandoned, thus adopted by the United States of America, and it's going to be run under the United States Trust Service Commission as an abandoned vessel found in U.S. waters during a time of war, which means it's going to be put to service of the U.S. After age 25, it can be repurposed. That's the Clinton law. The Clinton repurposing of emergency vessels acquired during times of emergencies. So what you're really doing is you're coming back in and going, wait a minute, there was something that we abandoned, a part of ourselves, and we're coming back in and going, okay, but you've already made use of it through the permanency of the Usufruct, which means you purchased it. So you purchased that interest, and we're coming back in and going, all right, you've already got the Usufruct, so I'm going to give back Caesar's Usufruct that I got with the name, and I'm going to surrender that back in to make sure none of that bullshit comes back. You're going to get the reversion to unlock the naked ownership of God's intended dominion you have.
Mm-hmm.
That's what has to be done. You have to give up what is Caesar's to render back to Caesar that which is Caesar, so Caesar be bound to give to gods that which is God's. So you cannot get the placenta back. You won't want it back. But what you can do is you can release the estate of God that is represented by that placenta, because that's part of your, quote, inheritance from your grandparents, or your grandparents create all the eggs your mom is ever going to have, your grandmother. So the egg fertilizing is not, your mom is just an incubator vessel. So if a mom has a daughter, the mom gives the daughter all her eggs, but it's not mom's inheritance, it's the one before that. That's why they do generation skips on all these tax forms, because they skip the mother's generation and go to the grandkids, because that's where the inheritance goes. It goes from grandmother to grandchild through the parent.
That makes a lot of sense, because
And now,
if you
right, and
look
now
at, if you look at a lot of the wills and estates set up out there, even my dad did it. What did he do? The grandchildren are the beneficiaries of the trust.
correct.
That
So now,
that
right.
makes a lot of sense.
Right, and when you go back and look at it, now you can create a vessel that sucks up debt, because now you're not gonna let the debt pass to that next generation. Because your usufruct, the usufruct is the single interest this country was designed to protect. Go back and read the letter from from Jefferson to Madison. We hold the earth, it is a self-evident that the earth belongs in living to the usufruct. The dead neither have rights nor claims. And he goes on a paragraph over some guy attaching its debts to the land. Because if we allowed the previous generation to attach their debts to the land, then it would eat up the usufruct for future generations, would be adverse our principal intent. The whole purpose of the nation was to protect the dominion for future generations. They call it usufruct in the legal world because it's all built on Roman civil law, and Roman civil law is all based around usufruct and all that, and that, because the slaves in Roman time built the nation, but they had all the tools, money, and resources. They just followed the directions of the Congress or the legislature, and all glory went to Caesar. So when you're looking at it, the usufruct belonged to the slaves. The naked ownership belonged to the legislature, or the, quote, state government apparatus. But the glory went to what? The Lord, Caesar. All capital
Spell
letters.
usufruct.
USUFRUCT.
USU. Okay, that's what
All
I was
right.
missing.
And all usufruct is the right to enjoy, use, and receive profits from property that belongs to another. So when you're, so I broke it down to where I'm asking someone for proof of claim, their right to compel performance, right? That's all you're looking for. What's your right to compel performance? Okay, you don't have any. Well, that means you're engaged in what? Wrong. No right means wrong. So wrong, if there's no right, there's a wrong. To use force and wrong is to be antichrist or against peace, because the principal enemy is principal enemy of peace is force and wrong. So therefore, there is no trespass, because you're to forgive all trespassers, but vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, for any things that happen to my people. So therefore, well, what I came up with is you give the usufruct into trust, Caesar's usufruct back to the trust, revert the reversion. Now you get the naked ownership or the disposal rights of everything you're going to touch. Then that name and you exercise your rights creates the fruit they're going to do they're going to use as, quote, usufruct, but they can't use it to come back at you, because once you set up that name in this manner, they'd be attacking themselves. It'd be like slapping yourself in the head to go hit someone else. It's fucking stupid.
Now, I'm of the opinion, when you do this, that because vital records did admit that when the birth record was created, there was a probate file created, that you got to go to the probate court to correct all of this stuff.
Okay, you can go to probate, you have the right to petition for redress of grievances, right?
Yeah.
Anyone, it doesn't matter. Anyone can go, you can go to any one of these governmental apparatuses and do it. If you really want to do it, the registrar is the probate office that does this, but it's indemnified by the state. So is the hospital. And we found that out through my buddy's UCC, Jim, when he put a UCC one together and he put down the state of the hospital for the all cap. I mean, where he was living at the address for the all cap name, and then the all cap with the middle initial he put down as the hospital. And the attorney found it in the record and went to the Secretary of State. Well, a week and a half later, that mortgage, that action disappeared, and a year and a half, 2 years later, it was found with a court of satisfaction. He didn't do anything. He didn't enter it. He didn't write any. The only thing he did was file in the county The attorneys found it in there, brought it forward, and did everything else.
Now, Fearless Floyd, you remember me sharing with you that UCC 1 filing? That's the one he's talking about.
Okay.
Yes. And that's what he did. And he put it into the county, and they found it, and they went to the Secretary of State. Now, they did try to notify him as registered agent. You can say the Secretary of State's registered agent, but what you're really looking for is the managing agent, the one who's going to pay for everything, the one who's going to settle up everything. And that's what they bring you in instead of the courtroom. They give you a registered agent. You take out that, come in and say, all right, I'm managing these affairs. I'm here to help. I'm here to manage these affairs so everybody can be happy.
Now,
Right? But that's not your duty.
Now, Boris, you knew this guy, right? Yeah,
I know this guy. He's still one of my good friends.
Yeah.
We talk every day.
Yeah. So yes, it is hearsay because the guy's not here, but him and Mark, they know this guy. So that's why I trust
That
the
whole my
information
whole
is
law
they-
of Boris, my whole law of Boris video series, the 8-part, is based upon what we learned from examining his UCC, and he actually comes on there and tells you what happened. It tells you everything he knew about it. He approached it through Knights Templar. You're worth your weight in gold, but you never got the gold at birth.
Mhm.
And they
Now
do.
let me read the word usufruct, the definition in Black's law, so people can kind of get an understanding. It says a right for a certain period to use and enjoy the fruits of another's property without damaging or diminishing it, but allowing for any natural person in the property over time. In Roman law, the usufruct was considered a personal servitude, resulting in a real right. In modern civil law, the owner of the usufruct, which is the United States, is similar to a life tenant, and the owner of the property burdened is known as the naked owner. Also termed perfect usufruct, usufructs, and
All right. So remember, what are the assets of the public trust, guys? What are the real assets?
according to the Congressional Record of March 9th, 1933, the government mortgaged all the homes and all the property of the people of the nation.
How did all that
For
shit
what?
get created?
For the New Deal,
No. How did all that stuff get created?
by the hands of the people.
Right, through free will acts and deeds, right? They built it,
Yep.
they did this, right? So what are the real assets of the public trust? Go back to the Declaration.
Yep.
What are the real assets? The inalienable, unalienable, however you want to say that word, the rights created, given to the people by their grantor. The trust was created to protect that, because governments are instituted amongst men to protect those interests, and then they can do what? Establish their government the way that best suits their happiness and success, or something like that. So what if that birth certificate name was created for that purpose, and not the purpose we've been using it for?
Correct.
So what if that was, and there was a reservation, so you have to turn it in like a coat check ticket, and then you come in and express your intent behind it. And if you're not going to express your intent behind it, then it's Caesar's intent, because that's who's holding it. I contend that we have been using it all wrong, and thus creating the presumptions and assumptions by which these so-called attorneys and lawyers and all these other people that everybody hates have been operating off of, because of our own ignorance and retardation of not knowing any better. Because birth means to bring something into wholly separate existence. That name on that birth certificate ain't never gonna be you. It can't be you. That would be to register a man. That violates God's law and the covenant between Satan and God under Job. Satan was never allowed to touch the man in Job, but if the man is going to traverse into Satan's world, hey, that's his problem, not Satan's.
And what does Revelations 18 say? To come out of Babylon so you don't take part in her plagues?
Correct. So you give up all your interest to Caesar, you force Caesar into giving back that which is God's. So Caesar gave you a usufruct of your own, quote, placenta, or whatever you want to look at that, and you've been using it thinking that it's for you all this time, all these years. We have been doing this. So of course there's going to be presumptions and assumptions and everything created from that. And
Mhm.
if we don't go back and correct it, and you do this through what? The Constitution. Why? What's the first article of the Constitution? Exercise of religious faith. The next one is the right to bear arms, but that's not weapons. It's the names and arms clause where you adopt that person as your own, like a crest or a shield, like he shows on the screen here. And then you go in and secure the person by surrendering the interest, assigning them over to the proper parties, like the Usufruct goes to the state who issued it so they can manage it. And then the reversion, which would be the glory, goes back to the nation, which is the United States of America, is chartered under the Articles of Confederation, wherein the United States gets credit for it because it's the trust asset service provider. And also because why? You were to do all works in his name for his glory. Therefore, you give the usufruct to the storehouse, and you give the usufruct and reversion back to the storehouse to give the glory unto God, which was taken in the garden when Eve took the apple. Your ego was enticed to partake of a forbidden fruit, because Eve is just ego. Eve was not created from the dirt nor the soil; it's created from within Adam. That's your ego. So if Satan entices your ego to act upon it, we act upon it, and we start blaming everybody else, like the lawyers and everybody else, when it's us who are doing, because if it's them, we're screwed. We got to go to battle with them. But if it's us, the people, whoa, we can change that. Why? Because the Declaration already provides that when the safeguards of our protections have fallen short, we can abolish one and adopt another, right? Adopt another form of government. So what if everybody came in and said, okay, well, I understand I have to love my brother as myself, but I'm not supposed to accept another man's person. And I know that if I work through something, the intent, either darkness or light, shows through it. And then we can create this, then we can come in under the ministry of reconciliation as ambassadors with Christ. Therefore, you're foregoing your presumption, you're serving one master, Mammon Caesar, and quit that agency and pick up a second agency with God as ambassador with Christ. Now you can adopt that person as your ministry to subdue the earth in his name for his glory, because we're not supposed to run away from this. But merely just getting rid of your registered agent, then what? What else are you doing with that name? Are you gonna, now you adopt it because that's the names and arms clause. You do your petition for redress of grievances through your congressman, the courts, probate court, wherever you think it needs to go, and let them know, hey, here's my notice of resignation as Mammon, and I'm picking up the mantle of Christ's ambassador. Therefore, I'm an agent of God, and I'm going to adopt this person because the infant is, quote, abandoned. And no reason you're registered agent and registered this and agent for it is because it is abandoned or dead, as everybody likes to call it. But so therefore, it's under custodianship and stewardship with the state. You must remove it or segregate it in that trust for your purposes. So I always looked at war is the restatement of trust and movement of trust assets. So to come out of it, you must also restate the trust and movement of the trust assets to go back to raw, or the opposite of war. Delivered from evil and delivered to live. Because evil and live, you put evil up to a mirror, you get live. Put war up to a mirror, you get raw. Those are the direct opposites. So you're going from death, which is what we were told, if we choose from the tree, you will surely die. So you're going from abandonment because God abandoned you. You're dead to him, like any father to a son who upset the family, and you're dead to me. Right? You've heard that in movies, right? That means he's abandoned his son. So when we abandoned God in the garden, we became dead to his covenants and his promises. So we became dead to God. So we have to come back to him.
Go look at the prodigal son.
Yeah. And how do we do? You accept Christ because Christ is the foundation, the light, and the way. And you have to come in through Christ because no man gets to the Father other than through me. So you I've been treating the name, the state, as if it's the all capital Lord, God's will here on earth manifest, God's government. Therefore, the Lord would be the operator of that government, the one who's running it, which would be equivalent to Christ. Equivalent to Christ's government. And then the host is always the army, the Lord of hosts, the Lord of the army, the commander in chief of the army. Because host is army in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're doing this, you're actually coming into quote peace agreement under the law of nations through the war apparatus. It's already been established. It's already here in place. All this is just wartime stuff. And you're just coming in to complete the delivery because the receipt for indemnification was given to you through the birth certificate. And when you look at the Libra Code, Article 134, they take forced pledges to satisfy the Army, but they give you a receipt for taking of any private property under Article 38. Well, everybody is subject to the martial law. To save the country is paramount, and there's no peace treaty except for the declaration by the commander-in-chief or a treaty of peace after the conclusion of the hostilities, wherein the occupying army remains as a condition of the same. So it goes 134 of the Libra, or 138 of the Libra Code, or the 134, one of those two. Then goes back up, it goes 134, 38, 7, 5, and 2. You read it backwards. That's how we figured out it's a trust document. And to save the country, it's paramount above all other considerations. And the state, through the Social Security Act, pays each state a certain set of sums in Title V, Section 501, 502, probably even more, of the Social Security Act, where the state pays each state to register each birth. Well, they can't register the baby because that would be engaging in human and child trafficking at that point. So they take an infant, they create a separate interest. All right, fine, go ahead and create your separate interest. That just still doesn't identify nor recognize me until I come in and claim it as such. Then I'm committing what? Idolatry. Now I've committed idolatry, which adulterates my connection to God by claiming to be something I'm not, which belongs to Caesar, which means I just chose a new master, and God goes, okay, fine, there's your new master. And now you put to the tasks of your new master, the taskmaster, which is Jupiter, I believe. So that, or is it Saturn? I think Saturn. But it's taskmaster. So now you're tasking under the new master you just chose when you decided you were going to go adulterate your existence by claiming to be a false engraven image, which is what that birth certificate is. It's just made in the image of a man. It's not the man himself, it's just the image of such. Well, and their rituals and everything else are, yeah, we captured the soul and we did this and we did that, blah, 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 because they're all heathens and heretics, and they got to dance around the bonfires hooting and hollering with their sticks and fucking each other up the ass and shit like that. All right. But they're the ones who are in control because God deemed it that way until we learned our way back home, because that was their purpose, to show you a world without God in it. And I think the world you're being shown right now through the news and through all these acts and actions serve the purpose of, here's the world without God in it. Are you sure you want it? If you don't, leave it and don't look back, but don't sit there and fight it, because you'll turn into Lot's wife. Either you're getting ready to leave or you're gonna fight it and you become merchandise of the earth. Which is your choice? Because the more energy you give one is less energy you give to the other. And this is where I have a big difference between a lot of people, because I don't give a two shits what these guys are doing, because I already know the end result. God wins.
Yes, he does.
All right. God wins and Christ is the way. So why am I looking back to the pillars of that society thinking I'm going to change anything by fighting them? I may as well be blinking and Robin Hood men in tights fighting the doing his sword play, trying to cut down the wooden post thinking it's a man. Mm-hmm. It's just retarded. So either we get together and say, hey, we're all out of here. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Or we can sit there and try and fight the tar babies as they're giving them to you. Because that's all it is. It's just a bunch of tar babies they're launching at you.
Now, what you said about the birth certificate a second ago, being it's not the man. I mean, there's a case that I've found out of North Carolina that says that the certificate of live birth or the birth certificate is double hearsay, and it doesn't say it this way. I say it this way because what it is espousing, what it says is, it is only proof that a record exists. It's not the record. What I say is, it is prima facie evidence that a record exists, but it's not the record. The record is still at the hospital. Now that depends on the state.
I say it's prima facie evidence of the facts contained therein. The fact is what? The hospital's the registrant on behalf of the state to secure the Social Security funds granted by the federal government.
Yes.
That's what it says to me. And it doesn't matter if either it's me or it's not, it's irrelevant, because all I do is ask that question to gauge the response. And so far, nobody's answered. In fact, my buddy just got pulled over for a ticket for driving without license. And he's talking they run in like 4 cop cars, and one of them was a detective. And this is the way he does this. Ready? Whose name's at the top of the, what's your name? You give him a name, or somebody gives you a name, goes, all right, now you get a birth certificate. Whose name's at the top? State of birth, right?
Uh-huh.
Who bought the paper? State of birth. Who purchased the ink? State of birth. Who owns all the information? State of birth. Therefore, if you claim to be that, who are you claiming to be owned by?
State of birth.
There you go. Why do we need to know why do you need to know what's behind it when you can deduce from all that?
Yeah.
And that's simple. And you all wanted the simple ways to do it. So we do it simplistically because I'm not looking to prove shit. I've already asked my questions.
Yeah.
And nobody's answered them. I've gotten yelled at by the vital statistics registrar, who was the registrar, who's now our state registrar. He was the assistant over there at Jacksonville. I was yelled at by this guy many times when I asked those questions. And they can't answer that question because it totally destroys their narrative truth. When they say, are you so-and-so? I can't accept it unless you're so-and-so. Well, then you can't arrest me unless I'm so-and-so. Because to attach that fiction to someone else, something that's been registered and recorded as property of another, is to bring one into slavery. They call that kidnapping and man-stealing in the law of nations in 3 Article 15. They're not allowed to go into one jurisdiction, pilfer people, bring them into their jurisdiction, and set them on a wartime crusade against their original jurisdiction. That's illegal. That's unlawful. That's a violation of the law of nations. So they can't come into God's jurisdiction, say, hey, that's ours, and go, okay, now we're going to put you at a war against your maker. No, that's not the way this works. They can entice you. They can accurately entice you and make you think things and try and get you off your position and off your rock. But if you come in on a rock, they're standing on sand. They're always standing on the sand because they always shift their opinions and shift their stances. Look at what's going on with the left now when they're being brought forth with, what happened in Ukraine versus what we're doing here with the people and guns. It's a shift. It's a stance. It's a line in the sand. It shifts. They're not standing on any rock. But if you come in on your rock, they can't waver you off yours because it's a pebble. It's a rock. Daniel down to Goliath with a stone, with a rock, which is what? His faith. Your faith is your rock that you stand on. And you use that to bring down these new giants, the corporations. And their minions and everybody who represents them. It works for them. And if enough of us do it, those same attorneys would have to make their oath to the people, not the corporations. They would have to protect the rights of the people because that's the only way they're going to get their, quote, payments for bread and butter. Right now, they're getting it by serving the corporations. Therefore, they don't give a shit what they do to you. You're not their concern. The only thing that concerns them is the paramount survival of the nation, the servicing of the interests that service the public trust. And right now, the bankers and the corporations are the only interests serving the public trust, not the people. The people are off this for themselves. They want it for their own glory. Just look around you at the hearts of the people and you'll see the state of affairs of a nation. Because if your leaders and politicians are corrupt, you can bet your sweet ass the people are corrupt, because the government is a reflection of the hearts of the people.
Yeah, the government is just a mirror of us, because who becomes government? Us. Now,
And if everybody is going to be ignorant and retarded, then the only pool of people you have to choose from are the ignorant and retarded.
I want to open up a little segment between us four to ask questions, because there's been a lot laid out, and I want to see if there's any questions among the 4 hosts here for what we've been discussing, because then I want to switch gears on another thing that I've been trying to get people to understand. So Floyd, Brian, y'all got any questions or any thoughts about what's being discussed here?
Not so far.
Not so far. Brian Parker.
Well, I think the whole issue regarding the adoption that Boris brings up is something that I found really interesting. You know, a lot of people will kick against the idea of the authentication with that certificate. And if you go in and look at it, and you know, there's references to using a Hag or non-Hag rather nation to do that with. If you go in and look and see what the Hag was all about, it's really all about adoption. That's what's happening. There's an adoption going on, and that's what has to be done. So I totally agree with Boris on that.
Yeah. See, the hardest thing for people to grasp is the concept of the name. And I mentioned this to people, that there's a video on YouTube of Jake Ehrlich and Johnny Carson. And Jake Ehrlich looks at Johnny Carson and says, "What is your name?" When he says Johnny Carson, well, how do you know? Now, Jake Ehrlich, if there's such a thing, he's a good attorney. And he's talking about they're advertising his actual book, which is based upon the Fifth Amendment, the right to not self-incriminate. So you got to understand, this is where the idea that he's coming from in his thought process. So he asked Johnny Carson, you know, what is your name? And he says, Johnny Carson. Well, how do you know? And he says, well, I have a birth certificate. And Jake Ehrlich says, hearsay. And he says, now, don't get me wrong. We know you were born because you're here, but you have no firsthand knowledge of that being your name. You were either told it or you read it, and you're already pleading guilty to something you have no firsthand knowledge of, and that's the name. So when you go to court and they say, John Doe, what do you do? I'm here. You're already pleading guilty to something that you have no firsthand knowledge of. But you can't say that's not my name. That's not going to cut it. You have to actually be able to adequately articulate it to where they would understand it. And they set all the rules out for people to read, but you can't get the majority of the people to understand that if you just read their documents, reading their stuff, yeah, so is the plumbing codes. If you read their stuff, they will tell you exactly how everything works. But we have all these teachers out there that say, write this and write that, but they never tell you to read the source information. It's always read my information. And see, that's where I wanted to switch to this whole thing on affidavits, because right now my frustration is this. I'm not against people writing affidavits, but people think if I write an affidavit, what they think of as an affidavit, that's going to fix everything. They forget that he who makes the claim has the burden of proof. And where is your evidence? Where is your evidence to back the affidavit that you're putting in place?
And that's why the one I have with 2 sentences is just perfect. Because there is no evidence, the name serves to recognize the one using it. But while I'm using it, I'm going to give you the use, I'm going to give the state the usufruct interest, because that's the peace agreement.
That's actually
what
not
I'm led to believe. And that's all I do.
That's actually not an affidavit. That's a declaration. That's just you putting it together, saying, "Hey, here, you can use it."
I call it an affidavit, and tell them to rebut it. And it was in the pub. See, the thing about me and Jim's, the one thing that's equal with both of them is both of them were filed into the public records.
Yeah.
Where they could be easily found. Not in just the UCC, because the UCC is still a private record, not in a court case, because a court case is a private record. Into the public record, into the public county.
Mhm.
where it could be easy, because it has to be easily referenced. And when you look under the UCC 9-10 something, where you do a record, you have to do, you're making a public organic document. And that's what that becomes, as a public organic document.
Yes. Now, well, the example I've been giving people, and it's because I've done it, and other people have actually are doing it. They're just waiting on their results. They're waiting on the FOIA request to get a response. Is how everybody goes around talking about you being the U.S. citizen. And I ask people, where's your evidence? And I said, I did a FOIA request with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Office, and I wrote down every appellation of the name given to me. And I said, hey, where I am requesting any and all documents pertaining to this entity to show proof that it is a U.S. citizen. And they come back and said, there's no responsive records. That means, okay, we can't be claiming. So now when we write an affidavit saying, I am not a U.S. citizen, what do you have now? You have evidence. See,
And
it's
Master,
just,
And
I want to
actually
mention something as well too to Boris.
Yeah.
Boris, I think we could get Jim on here one of these times, because he has a real beautiful way of explaining that situation as well.
Yeah, we got, let's see.
Can I say something? Hi, Pastor.
hi, Pastor. I was planning on opening up for questions later.
Okay,
Yeah, so that way I can bring everybody else on. And I figured
Okay.
I'd probably do that in about 20 minutes is what
Okay.
my plan was. So,
all
okay.
right, thanks.
Yeah, just raise your hands, with the little reaction thing. And that way,
No, there's nothing here. I just have, it just says tap to speak and that's it. There's no other,
Let's see.
in the taskbar,
Actually,
you should be able to change it to all kind of stuff.
yeah,
It's under reactions to
Yeah.
raise your hand.
Exactly.
let me see.
if you're on your phone and you tap the three dots on the right where it says more, then you'll see the little thing that says raise hand, at least on the iPhone.
On your PC, if you do the alternate and the Y, you can toggle between raising it and lowering your hand.
No, there's nothing here. I went all the way through. It's just tap to speak. So I'll wait.
Okay,
Okay.
we got you.
Now Floyd and Brian, y'all started to ask something a second ago and y'all walked on each other. Where we were talking about the affidavits.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't have anything to say regarding that affidavit either.
See, now some people misconstrue what I'm saying, that I'm against writing affidavits. No, I'm not. I'm actually 100% for doing affidavits. But here's the thing. The average person that's putting out information to do affidavits, they don't have access to the information per se. And I'll show you. Now, let's see. See, I've got access to all of this, okay? So now, when you go down to American jurisprudence, which is your legal encyclopedias, and you look at affidavits, okay? You got in general, that gives your definitions, distinctions from acknowledgement. So an affidavit or an acknowledgement is two different things. Persons who may make an affidavit taking an affidavit, elements of an affidavit. There are elements that have to be involved. It's not merely writing stuff on paper, making claims. Admissibility as evidence. Now, knowing your rules of evidence, when you write an affidavit, you have to have evidence to back your claims. If not, they will get shot down. Sometimes they won't. They won't. If your affidavit is based on principles of law that surpass the Constitution, they may not, okay? Because natural law and principles of law they're there before the Constitution was ever written. So most people that teach the affidavit learned from another, and yes, you will get some successes. But if you learn to write based on what the requirements are, it will get a lot better results. So let's see.
And can I add something to that, Pastor, as well?
Yeah.
Because you see a lot of people that they will tout that what you should do is, you write the affidavit or whatever, and if it has to have a response to it, and if there's no response, then it stands as truth in commerce. But here's another issue, though, as well, is that not everybody that you are contacting is required to respond to you.
True.
That's something that people don't quite comprehend. You can be ignored lawfully, legally, constitutionally, however you want to put it. Not everybody's required to respond.
Yeah, you write an affidavit, so to speak, and send it to the Social Security Administration. You're not sending it to the right person. What you should be doing is asking them questions, and asking the right questions if you're going to do it. Because if you ask the right questions, they'll give you the right answers to actually give you your evidence you need to support your affidavits. And I just use Social Security Administration as an example. All these agencies that they're supposed to be your public servants, but we're afraid to treat them like public servants and ask them questions. They are people like you. If you want to ask me a question, what do? You contact me. You say, hey, I have a question. And then you ask it. What do? I respond. They're no different. You just got to learn to ask the right questions. And you also got to learn patience and wait.
Well, could it be that the public GovCo agents are exactly that, servants? If they're public servants, doesn't that mean that the public is the master? When does the master have to ask the servant permission to do anything?
Correct.
Period.
I know who you are.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know shit from Shiloh.
I know you are peaceful inhabitant, according to a certain judge.
Could it be? Could it be that I went in and said, I don't believe I wish to commit trespass or fraud right here in the courtroom?
Hey, yeah, tell them that story where they asked you about your name, and that's what you did.
Well, I walked in and they called up the name, and I said, I'm here for the matter. And they asked if I was such and such legal name. And I said, well, I believe there's been a mistake. The judge says, what do you mean by a mistake? And I said, well, I'm led to believe that that name belongs to somebody called the Social Security Administration or the United States. And if that be true, I'm led to believe if I'm just to assume that name is mine, then I'm committing trespass and chattels. And if that be true, then I'm led to believe that if I'm just to use that name as so-called personal identification purposes, I'd be committing fraud. And I certainly don't believe I want to commit fraud right here in the courtroom. Judge asked, well, what do you suggest we do? And I said, well, could it be that you could call me friend of the court or peaceful inhabitant? He said, okay, Mr. Peaceful Inhabitant. I said, well, wait a minute, brother. Where did that Mr. come from? Could it be I asked you to simply call me peaceful inhabitant? That was the beginning of the end right there.
You need to share your YouTube channel, by the way,
Oh,
because I can never remember the name of it. And people
street
need to go
legal
listen.
thinking.
Street Legal Thinking. Yeah, y'all need to
Yes.
go follow his YouTube channel. He puts up some really great videos on asking these supposed creditors on who has the firsthand knowledge.
They never seem to have that. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well-
In fact, one time, one of the calls I posted it not too long ago, where I was standing on for probably close to 5-10 minutes out of nearly a 30-minute call, where I just kept asking them to verify who they are. Oh, that twists them all up because they can't do that. And then you start asking, well, how can I verify who you are? You don't want me to be caught up in some kind of a scam, do you? Oh, no, no, no. Well, then great. Let me verify who you are so I can call you at night or in the morning or something and call you at home. Find your street address and all that good stuff where you still called live. They don't like that.
You know what I have found will frustrate them more than anything is said, I need to verify who you are. Can you please provide your W-9? Well, I don't have access to that. I said, well, you need to get access because if you are an agent of this company, as you express, then you should be able to provide that W-9 to me to prove who you are the agent of. And I said, and until you get that, we're not going to talk. Oh, it frustrates them like crazy.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It really is. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, they can never come up with the real party of interest. They have a real hard time with that. Imagine that. And how could you possibly have a contract if there's no other real party of interest? Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. I guess we're close enough now and people are getting excited to ask questions. So we'll open things up to ask questions.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Pastor. Remember we talked the other day, you had a meeting and you were in a truck.
Yeah, and She-Wolf, I can't
Yeah.
find you on Telegram. You need to find me.
I think I spoke to you the other day, but you didn't respond. I think you were sleeping, so you probably the next day had a whole bunch of messages and didn't get to see my message. But
Well, I've looked for you under that name. I can't find you.
okay, I'll send you a message again. You're the one with that. You're using that shield as your identity,
Yeah,
right?
it's Pastor of the Way. I
Okay, I'm
kind of
gonna look
tend
for
to
you.
use it because I don't own the other name.
Mm-hmm. Now, I was going to tell you guys, because I know I hear you talking about the birth certificate, and we were talking about this the other day. So if you go into Municode, and let's say you move to a city, and it's not where you were born or anything, the first rule in their articles of incorporation is that anyone who moves within the boundary lines of that city, they are incorporated. And they shall be named, like I'll give you my city. It'll say, and they are one body politic, and they shall be known as North Richland Hills. Okay, they're not using your name now. They've taken all the names and retitled you as North Richland Hills if you're in their boundaries. But what they're looking for is a certain language. And Jesus said, there's, I'm the truth, the way, and the light, right? And nobody gets to the Father but through me. And if you look up the definition of a sovereign is he who writes the law, not people who obey the law, but the one who writes the law. So when you're trying to be private, you really have to go to where you live at, the county where you live at, and you have to do a name change. And I don't mean like doing a name change physically. You don't have to go through all those expenses, but that birth certificate is like the core value of everything about you. That's where they open the book of life, is at vital stats. And then you don't ever use it again. So they presume that you're dead civilly, right? And so when you go to court, they don't see you or hear you because you're the beneficiary. And under Chancery law, it says that the beneficiary can never be seen, ever. And so they are the trustees, but that's why they ignore you in court and they call it a hearing. You know, you don't have no standing. And if you look in the Florida statutes, it says he that doesn't like set up your own business, you don't have no standing in court. You just, let's just say, you know, John Doe, that's your birth certificate name. And that's every time you go
Agents
somewhere.
of the position as trustee, which is the only one that is bound to perform, which means that you're now the only one that is bound to perform because you just put yourself into the trustee position.
Well, you're actually operating as a sole proprietor in that instance when you go in there. And so you're going to be charged for all the charges because you're operating as a sole proprietor.
Actually, you
and
walk
the
in there
name-
and when you claim that name, since that name is their property, you just claim to be their property.
Yeah, but there
You
is
just
a way
claim
to
to be
take
their
the
property.
property.
You have to know the language. They're not, you're speaking to them as the man, right? They can't see the man. You can ask any director of any agency and they say, we can't see people and we cannot see the man. If you talk
I
to
had
any
heard
director.
I had heard a rumor, and I say rumor because I don't remember who told me this,
Mhm.
but the guy called the IRS and was
Mhm.
having a conversation with them and said, I am the living man. And the IRS agent stopped the phone call and said, sir, we cannot talk to you. Have a good day.
Exactly.
Just that quick, got off the call. I've
They
not
cannot
tested
see
it. I
you.
can't say it. Now, She-Wolf, by the way, her background until the state come after her was she was a clerk of court.
Right. And so what I'm saying to you guys is that the path to your salvation is very narrow. Like you're supposed to go to your county because you're incorporated. You would go in there and you would take that name that you have, right? And you turn it into a trust name, a living trust name, actually. And your new name is going to be your name in proper grammar, trustee. But you're not putting that on the UCC. You're the trustee. You put that, you take the birth certificate and you have to put those as the debtors. The proper grammar name is the debtor. Your all caps name is a debtor. And who's the creditor now? Well, I just made this living trust. So the living trust is now the secured party creditor. Okay. And then when you write your collateral, that's where you put the birth certificate, social security card, any court cases, whether won or lost, they go in there. That builds your, what do you call it? Your value, you know, all the stuff that you can marshal up and put into the collateral then becomes under your control because the debtor is the one who actually owns all the property. It says, like what Boris's paper says, all property belonging to the debtor belongs to the creditor. But you don't have a position yet in this world. You are still private when you unincorporate. They're not going to see your business plan. And you write your laws, your own bylaws into your living trust. You put the children's birth certificates in it, you know, all issues go in it. And now you're the controller as trustee. Okay. And you can do a partnership with the treasury, but they need, you could even go to a bank. They want to see your certificate of existence and they want to see your paper that says that you're the trustee, which is a trust declaration. You would say the declaration says that you're the trustee and then you put all the successor trustees. Okay.
Now,
So-
I actually believe, hold on 1 second, sir.
Go ahead.
I believe she does have some valid points because I did go through the West Keys and I found some cases that when it discussed the name and it was for the case to actually be against the, and this is my terms, the living man, it has to be in the correct format, and that would be the given name, which is what you think of as your first and middle, and your family name. And almost every one of these cases are never that way. So that tells you right there also, it's against the estate. And what she's laying out is how you potentially can set up the correct system to take control of it. Now, when you write your own trust, if you have a hold harmless agreement in the trust, as long as the trustee is following the rules of the trustee's not liable.
Exactly. You write that into your living trust laws, your bylaws. So now you put it in the UCC, you know, that all the collateral and stuff. And now your name isn't John Doe anymore. It's John Doe trustee.
Okay.
So when you turn the dollar bill over, it says right there in the back of it, in God we trust, one. You're that
Okay,
one
now-
that they're looking for.
Now, random guy,
Yeah, the thing that I hear is a lot of ownership of government documents. Your driver's license, your social security, your birth certificate, you're this, you're that. You got to. When is any of that yours?
yeah,
And
that,
who's
no, I
actually
agree with
doing
you.
it? Where is the
You're-
actual evidence that any of that is yours?
You're not the owner. They're the owner.
Oh,
They-
that's
they will
exactly
always-
right.
they're
But
holding-
that's what I'm
You're-
saying though, because what you kept saying is your stuff this, your stuff that. Why even worry about correcting the name? The trusts are already set up.
But
Yeah.
they
It's all
need a
set up,
trustee, and
the
you're not.
legal name is the funnel to which the benefits get to you as the real man or woman.
But as
It's
a
already
living
there.
trust, right? You don't have anything set up. I'm going to tell you that. You don't have nothing set up if you didn't set it up. So they can't see you commercially. They cannot see you as a private, unincorporated living trust because you don't have no documents there. You don't have to give them your bylaws. All you're telling them when you do the registry is, hey, I'm operating this living trust in this name. You give it the name, and then you write your name backwards, right? The way they have it on your paperwork that you're saying, that's your name. They tell you this. I know because I was given those instructions because I used to be a clerk. You don't put your name on it. It's backwards, right? So they know once you say living trust, they know that you're the man behind living trust because there is a certain thing they're looking for, and you have to write it that way to separate yourself as part of the body politic. You're
Now,
going to be.
now,
Are you suggesting that we're automatically part of the body politic?
Yes, automatically by default, you're the body politic.
What if
until
the
you
body
separate.
politic doesn't actually exist?
It exists because it exists in the hearts and minds of the people. Remember, the state is a non-physical.
Okay, but
jurisdictional
but
entity.
what about the technical aspect? I don't care what's in the hearts and minds. I care about the technical aspect.
Let me put it to you this way. If you go into court and everybody ignores you, right? And they don't listen to what you're saying, you are not a part of anything. That's why
Well,
they're
who's claiming
ignoring
that I
you.
ever was?
But
yeah,
you
you don't
wouldn't.
have to
That's
be.
I think that you're kind of missing what you're actually saying.
No, I'm not, because I do
You're
have.
wanting to get connected to the system. Where is it ever that we were ever part of the system? That's kind of the thing.
You're not a part of the
saying, you
system.
say these things, but the thing is, there's court cases that say what a body politic is, but then there's also far more cases that say that cannot exist.
You're
Now,
talking
I
about
do.
court.
Well, hold on, because let's put it this way, just as a basic example. A citizen is a member of a body politic with a duty of allegiance in exchange for that contractual language, in exchange for a duty of protection. That's just one of many cases that say what a so-called citizen is. But then there's a shit ton more cases that say that there is no duty to protect. Well, if
Because
there is
you're
no duty to
only-
protect,
you're
well,
only-
hold on.
Mhm.
If there is no duty to protect, then that means there is nothing being exchanged for. There is no quid pro quo of this for that, which means that there is no duty of allegiance. And if there is no duty of allegiance, this is the definition of a citizen. It means there's no such thing as a citizen, technically speaking, by their words. Period.
Now-
End of story.
Now,
We're
this
not
is where
trying
I,
to be a citizen. We're not
Now,
trying
hold
to be a
on, hold on.
citizen.
hold on. This is where I agree with him. He's right. A citizen is one who owes allegiance to a respective government. Okay.
I agree.
Now, and the Bible says what? You can't serve two masters.
Or a
Okay.
corporation.
That is correct. That is correct.
So you can't serve as a U.S. citizen and a state citizen at the same time. You have no
Correct.
evidence that you are a U.S. citizen. It is my presumption based on the evidence that I have, you're actually not. You're a state national by default.
Right.
Because if the United States Citizenship and Immigration Office has no records that you're a U.S. citizen, then you are not exercising your birthright properly. Now, go one step further. What does the Bible teach? If you are a believer in God and in Christ, you are a citizen of the kingdom of heaven. You owe your allegiance to God, and you are only sojourning in this land. Okay.
Which makes
You're
you
not-
a resident alien. You're actually a resident alien, right? That's what I'm trying
Now,
to tell you.
yeah.
Like,
Actually, it makes
You're
you
a
none of that.
kingdom.
It makes you a foreigner who was granted hospitality into a separate jurisdiction.
exactly.
And
Yes.
you
You're not
go
a
back
part
to the
of
law
that
of nations,
system.
get your ass out of the codes and the rules of the US and go back to the law of nations and the Declaration, because that's where your answers are.
I don't
Yes,
use
It's
law-
the
just like
codes
people,
or
it's
wait a
just like
minute.
people going back to only 1933. It's like everybody thinks the world started in 1933. What was going
No,
on
it-
before that? What happened
Yeah.
before 1933? What happened in the Civil War? What was the real purpose of the 1871 Act? It wasn't to create a
Mhm.
nation of slaves. It was to service an interest they purchased through the Lincoln Banking Act.
Now,
But
Because
the
the
law,
people weren't living up. The people weren't living up to the Declaration. The Declaration is very, very clear. The last line of it is the pledge everybody makes to be part of the public trust. Now, either you're
Mhm.
going to live up to the pledge, or the person that you use that was created by the rules to protect the public trust will see you in dishonor to the public trust.
Mhm.
And this
But-
is what everybody's been created, and nobody wants to go back there. And I hear people talking about codes, rules, court cases. I don't give a shit about any of that. Go back and
don't
read the
use-
law of nations regarding what happens when a sovereign power gives entrance into a foreigner. Look, and then look, you don't have to look any further than look at what's going on at the border of this country. Because Biden is giving entrance to all these foreigners, and then what is he doing? Giving them healthcare, housing, phones, education, everything else. Why? Because as soon as a sovereign admits a foreigner to his lands, he takes on the duty to offer them perfect security as much as affords to them. This is why it's
Yes.
dangerous to allow foreigners into your properties.
they're being allowed into this country because they live different from the way we live. Okay, they are being
Well,
allowed.
It doesn't
in
matter
here
why
because
they're
they
being allowed. No,
need-
no, no. It doesn't matter why it doesn't matter who they are on the outside. It matters was what's the operation upon their entrance. And all you have to do is go back to the Law of Nations, Book 2, Article 104, 105, look at 107 through 109. They don't have any rights over the persons or property of the foreigner, but sureties may be required for innocent passage. So this is where everybody's failing. They're not giving their sureties for innocent passage to here. And all it is what? Give up the Usufruct Caesar gave you when they gave you the birth certificate.
Yeah,
That's
give it
what
back
it
to
is.
them.
And it's
Going to give
all
it
about
back
that.
How are you going to give it back when
I
you don't
recorded
have?
I recorded in the county. I've already brought it
Wait a
into a
minute.
court case.
And did it take? No, but not for a court case.
I haven't brought it to the actual congressmen or the state senators and stuff like that yet. But
Right.
look what
because-
happens when just look at the one operation I actually used it in and what happened. All the attorneys went up and protected the judge from even seeing who I was. And then they walked me out of the back of the court and told him he is excused.
But if you
Because
would
I
have
never
had
had the
the
name.
setup, if you would have had the setup, that wouldn't have happened. You would have just went to the clerk and closed the case out. That's
Oh,
what
we've
I'm
done
trying
that
to
before
say.
too. We've done that before too with a simple ministry certificate.
Yeah.
We
If
went in
you-
and
you
approached it as a
can-
minister operating this as a ministry. So don't tell me you got to do it this way, you got to do it that way, when there's a couple different
Wait a
ways to
minute.
do it.
I may.
I've
may
already
have a
done it. We've
couple of
already
ways,
walked it
but
through a couple times. We've
have
already
you
done it a couple
battled?
times. Now we're going to
Do
go
you-
through and do
Hold
it. Now we're going to go through the congressman, give them notice, the secretary of state, give them notice, and do all that. And then we're going to go back to the clerk and say, look, dude, this is what's going on here. You're the Usufruct, you're the managing agent. You're going to be taking care of everything that comes against this name because you're the ones using it for profit and gain, not me.
Yes. Now,
You don't have
hold
a
on.
trust.
And that's the law. The trust is the Usufruct, guys. Usufruct is a trust.
You don't
It
have
creates
any
a whole
legal
trust.
pathway. You don't have a legal pathway to
Okay,
prove what you're saying.
I don't have the legal pathway yet. I've already walked it through, She-Wolf. What legal
She-Wolf,
pathway was I missing?
She-Wolf,
That's what
let
I'm
me
asking. That's what
explain.
I'm saying.
Hold on,
Go
She-Wolf.
ahead.
I've already
Hold on,
walked it
hold
through.
on.
People are saying I can't do it. You're telling me I can't do
She-Wolf.
it because I've already done it?
She-Wolf.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
love it when
Let-
people say
bullshit.
can't because I got one purpose in life when somebody tells me I can't because I'm going to prove
Prove
them
'em
wrong or I'm going to prove
Now-
it right. One or the
Yeah.
other.
Now,
You got a 50-50
now, She-Wolf,
chance.
Yeah, I'm listening.
this is where you should go listen to KW's video.
I have
Because
all of KW's documents.
Yeah, I would like to have those documents
He
myself.
gave them to me about 5 years ago, and
Now-
so
Now, here's
Mm-hmm.
the thing. Where did you say you don't have a trust to do anything? You don't need a trust. And you asked, how do you surrender it? Go to the court and surrender it. Because
you
why?
can.
You are now of the knowledge that it's not your property.
Exactly.
I have the phone recording where Vital Records admitted that the birth record is the state's property. And guess
Right.
what? Now they also admitted what? A probate file was created. So my opinion is what? Go to the court, surrender the property to them, the authenticated birth certificate. Now, what's the
Right.
purpose of authentication? It is not something magical. All the authentication does is make it meet the rules of evidence. So what do? You go into the court, you lay out, declare who you are, which is what Boris did. That's why they walked him out of the courtroom, because they couldn't see him.
Right.
And you surrendered the birth certificate. Here, this is your property. I need to return this to you. There's many ways to surrender it. You don't even have to do the trust. But is a trust a good thing? In some ways, yeah. In some ways that you don't have to, though.
No, what I'm saying is this, like when you do the trust, right? And you're the
Mhm.
trustee of the trust, right? And you put it on the UCC, now you can take that birth certificate and give it to the treasury, right? And you have a certificate of trust, and the trustee is able to pull the funds instead of one going to court and fighting something out, like if they're going to take their house or something. You wouldn't have to do that if you would have set up your own trust, because you would have taken that court case off of them and put it into the trust, and then you give them a new number because it belongs to the trust now.
Then what happened with Jim's mortgage?
You
Because
just
Jim-
gave
Jim-
away,
Jim-
wait a minute, you gave away what, one birth certificate to a courthouse,
No,
right?
he didn't even give away a
No,
birth
no.
certificate. Have you even looked at Jim's UCC? The UCC I
looked-
used for my thing?
Well, I looked
There was
at
no
a
birth
UCC.
certificate given. There was just him saying, hey, this name is here. But all he really did was come in and say, this is the debtor. I'm using it. This is the other debtor. It's at the hospital. And then they
Right.
went to the Secretary of State to go to the hospital.
Well,
What happened?
Didn't the attorneys find the paper in the record?
They
And
found the paper into the public
okay,
record.
so they pirated and booted because it was loose, it was abandoned, and they captured it and they went on with it.
No, they didn't. Because
Well,
the mortgage was a court satisfaction. It canceled the court case and he kept the house. So where's the paper? Where's the booty and all the other stuff everybody claims?
The paper was the value.
What
not the-
paper?
Yeah, the
The
paper.
paper
is
was just a
one-
notice. A UCC is just a notice
Oh,
of
yeah,
something.
yeah, you're right. The paper.
So the
you're-
paper
but you're-
wasn't there. It was just a notice that
Right.
this is no longer an abandoned interest. This individual is using it. The state is the quote registered agent. And
There you
since the
go.
hospital is the quote first transferor, that is actually the party with the liability according to the IRS manuals. The initial transferring party retains liability in any transfer agreement. But the hospital was indemnified by the state, as is the registrar. So who has the claim? It's the state, because the contract at birth was created between the federal government and the state of birth to create a franchise for you to come in and operate. You can either be the proprietor or they can be the proprietor under their dual capacity as government and proprietary.
So the
We
notice
choose
now,
to be proprietor by paying all taxes, settling all claims, and keeping it in repair. So you become the usufruct.
Here's my, now She-Wolf, hold on. Here's my problem, because what you're explaining is also called the SPC process, right? You don't
I
own,
don't know.
it's what other gurus call it. It's called the secured party / creditor process. Okay, now, here's where my problem lies based on the information we've learned. Who owns the birth record? The state.
The state owns it.
What right do you have putting another person's property into your trust without their permission?
They will know when you do the UCC filing, and you're no longer just somebody walking around as John Doe. You're supposed to be the trustee.
But
you
what you're missing, what you're missing is, you see the UCC financing statement right there on the screen? Did he put the certificate of live birth into the trust? I mean, into the UCC one? No, he did not. He put the birth record, which is the equivalent of the MCO, into the trust or into the UCC one financing statement. This is the guy he's talking about.
No, but some people can't get the MCO, which is the manufacturer certificate of origin. Some people will only get a birth certificate.
Yeah,
I have my probate case from when I was 4 years old. And I know that when I was 4, my dad claimed me, right? But you're only a byproduct of your mother unless you bring in a birth certificate, or sorry about that, bring in like a marriage certificate or something. You know, it's only the mom's thumbprint that's going to give it away. And there's other reasons for that. But you are still an infant decedent until you die, until you come forward when you reach that age of majority, which we didn't do, and you go and you have to reclaim the title. They're holding the original title, right? That they are holding the legal title. You're holding the equitable title. They're looking for you, but you refuse to come forward and say, okay, I'm the trustee. If you're a living trust, you're the trustee for the beneficiary. And because you refuse to do that, they're being the trustee and they're punishing you.
May I talk? I'm Jim. That's my UCC.
Okay. Hey, Jim.
Howdy.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Hey, what if you really look at it, I claimed the name before the state did. I have a paramount claim over it more than anybody else.
You do. And that's why they back down, because you filed that UCC. And I saw your court case too. And it's saying that it's a trust, right?
UCC says it's a trust, yeah.
Right. And so that's the language that they're looking for. You know, the other day I tried to file a birth certificate with the county here. You know, I said the wrong word, okay? I said the birth certificate. The clerk was talking to me. He got mad when I said it. And he goes, we're not going to file a birth certificate. And he kept saying the property. Are you going to, he said, is the property here in Texas? I said, yes. I should have never said it. He goes, where is it at? And I said, you're speaking to it. And he got mad. He goes, I'm not going to file it. You know what they're looking for? Certain words. The birth certificate, according to the county, is property or collateral, like what you have on the UCC. But once you say, I'm operating a living trust, right? They know you're the beneficiary by law. By operation of law, they know you're the living man that's benefiting from that name that they gave you to use, but you haven't changed your position. And only as a living trust can you come in as the trustee and the beneficiary? It lasts until you die, and then it turns into an irrevocable trust. And you have to put, okay, no, there's people in your call there. I'm getting some text here, but somebody
Yeah.
said that you put something into the court case, but you left the bonds to the lawyers. And you're the trustee. You're supposed to be the trustee, operating the name that they gave you as a gift, but you never came back. When you go to the bank and you have your living trust, they know you're the trustee, and they also know you're the beneficiary. But you have to open an account as a trust, and
Hey,
then
Mel.
you deposit.
Now, you understand how that foreclosure went, right?
So I'm the one that just said that somebody said that you left the bonds to the lawyers, you know, that you closed the case, but I mean, you got the case closed, but you left the bonds, right?
So did you, all right, so let me go through it so you understand what happened.
But it's not me. Yeah, explain that.
Okay, yeah, whoever, whatever. What happened was, I was studying the Knights Templars. You guys know who they are, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, they invented international banking in the 10th century. So I started really looking at their mission statement. Who are these guys? What are they all about? So you guys know where we get Friday the 13th being bad luck, right?
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. So in 1307, October, Friday the 13th, the King of France rounded up as many of the Knights Templars as he could because they were messing with his treasury. He heard they were urinating on cross and committing sodomy and all that stuff. So he rounded up as many as he could. Now, the ones that got away went to Switzerland, banking capital of the world, and the other ones went to Scotland to hide in the Scottish Masons, the Knights. So now you've heard the 1099 form, right?
Yeah.
That was the year the Knights Templars conquered Jerusalem. So once you start getting enough pieces of the puzzle, you'll see it everywhere. So I'm watching History Channel one day, and a narrator is showing a picture of King Solomon's temple on the screen, and he was explaining how the Knights Templars excavated around all the walls of the King Solomon's temple. Against one of the walls, he found a street 3,000 feet long. Guess what the name of the street was? Anybody?
What?
Wall Street.
Wow.
So I'm thinking, wait a minute, man. I'm like, then I'm sitting there one day just kind of taking things apart. I'm like, wait a minute, I've heard the term you're worth your weight in gold, right?
Talk about some full disclosure.
So I'm sitting there thinking, all right, so Jimmy came spitting on a mommy at Providence Hospital. They slapped my ass to make sure I was living, and I got weighed, but I never got my gold. So I told my brother, Mike, who's no longer with us, brilliant man, unbelievable. He put together the UCC doing this. So we put the all capital name down, but the address was a hospital where that became the debtor of that name because he never got the gold. So that's kind of where it comes from, just so you guys understand.
That actually makes a whole lot of sense
It's
because I
all it
know
did was-
everything.
I'm not as smart as you guys, so I just studied the philosophy and said, I wonder if this is, and sure and shit it was.
Well, Jim, I will tell you, the more I learn studying this stuff, the more I see what it goes back to.
Those are the guys running the show. That's the dudes, man.
Now,
Well, I've said
let me,
forever the symbolism and the disclosure is everywhere. You just have to have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. So, Jim, congratulations to you. You say that you're not as smart as the rest of us. I would have to disagree.
I call it you have to run at a certain frequency. It's kind of like a radio. If you don't tune into the right frequency, you're not going to get the information.
There you go.
So I went back to their mission statement in the 10th century because they weren't hiding it from the people because the people didn't read or anything anyways. So I kind of went back to where it was broke down. They still don't. You're right. They still don't.
And they
Now-
won't. As long as they got their beer in the flat screen, everything must be okay. So fuck it.
I agree with everything you guys are saying based on ancient law and current law, but where is your mission statement? That's what I'm asking you is, you don't have a mission statement. How do they know how you're operating?
That's what you're going to do with the vessel. When you get it back, you're going to provide them with a charter of what that vessel is and the law that it operates under. And if you choose God's law, you don't default into their law.
Exactly. You write your own law. You get to choose.
Listen, have you guys ever...
And now that name becomes a living trust.
Right.
Exactly.
You don't
It
need
becomes
a
a
living
living
trust.
trust.
You're creating it simply by expressing the charter under which it's going to operate.
Right. You have your own charter,
Right.
your own laws, your own
But all
bylaws.
you have to do is express it through that name, and it automatically converts it into what you're looking for.
But my thing is this, why go through all of this turmoil? Like say, you get a house and then they come later, like 5 years later or 10 years later, they're trying to take the house off of you, right?
Well, that's why we're telling people to do it right at the beginning. We're not,
Yeah, you could
I
go-
hate dealing with people's court cases. Court cases is the worst
Right.
fucking thing on earth to deal with. So I
I
tell people,
agree.
go take your little name there, inform them of the mistake, tell them, you know, now we got the resignation, tell them, hey, I was serving mammon this whole time. I apologize. I'm no longer going to serve mammon. I serve God. This is how this is going to run. And I do one word trust. I do a Usufruct, and I give the Usufruct to the issuer so they can be managing agent of it. The reversion goes to the Lord, which is the United States of America. As I'm looking at this spiritually, that way all the glory goes to the state, the nation that gave you the host entrance. So now you secure your innocent passage, the public debt, and care for the widows, the orphans, and the poor, because they're selling the property they're getting to pay off the public debt and take care of it. That way you do stuff, you do all the works in his name. If you want to go out and build 10,000 houses like I wanted to with dome homes, when you're done with it, it goes to the treasury sells it to whoever wants it. That money is then used to reduce the debt. But the thing is, when you do it under the way I'm looking at it, when you give over the houses, when you're done, not only do they get to sell the property, but any debt that's created from that instantly vanishes and the wealth remains. Because
Okay.
you're supposed to put your pledge, remember the last line of the declaration, in support of this pledge and with a firm reliance upon divine providence, we mutually pledge our lives to make the world a better place than the one we got.
Right.
Our fortunes, the stuff we would have made, and our sacred honor. Nobody is honoring the agreement. And if nobody's going to honor the agreement, why the hell should the state take care of that when you're doing it yourself?
Exactly.
So all you
but
got to do is
have
go back to the
to-
beginning and
Right.
surrender the interest. You don't need to do name changes. You don't need to do anything else. You just have to surrender the certificate and go, here, this was a mistake. I have this certificate. You gave it to me. Nobody ever told me it was supposed to be used for personal recognition. I found out since I am serving God, not mammon. So here I'm rejecting mammon. Here's your interest so we can secure this with the grant of, thank you for the grant of hospitality. Here's your interest that you purchased at birth with the certificate. Because if you retain it, you're creating a title dispute, which is what this is all about.
Right.
You go in and claim to be the name, it's a title dispute. You go and claim to do as a trustee, it's a title dispute. Going to do this, it's a title dispute. So all you're doing is creating title disputes by not surrendering a simple interest that they've already purchased. Now you hold it. That's where you become the what? The trustee, decentor, or executor, or whatever, or whatever all the words are that gives you, that says you're the one causing the problem. Now
But
you're
when
no
you are
longer
under
causing
their
the problem. Now you come out of her because you said, hey, this is going to be used, but now you're going to adopt that person for another purpose. It's not only enough you resign,
So it's no
because then
longer
why are
abandoned.
you using the property? It's now abandoned still. You come back and adopt it. Adopt means take for my own use. And now you're going to take it for my use as part of my ministry, for my ministry here on earth. And I'm going to use that name. You can call me whatever name you want at that point. The point is that now on the record, or their records, their computer, their little computer screen, which is the only language they speak, by the way, is computer screen.
Right.
That computer screen now says, oh, we're the ones who have to take care of it, which is exactly what happened in Jim's case and exactly what happened in mine. Two different approaches, same result, because they could find it in the public record, and that's what matters. That creates the public organic document that serves to restate the trust, because there's a way to do that. It's called restatement. And restatement means republicing.
So
So you don't have to go and create new things. Everything's already been set up.
You were already restated when you do your UCC filing as a trustee. The
It doesn't matter.
trustee's given
UCC
safe
file
harbor.
still has to show up in the public record.
Yeah, that's
UCC
not a-
is a private record
That's
generated
it.
by
Yeah,
They
by
have
and
a
it
private
says,
corporation.
and it says on there, acknowledged too, right? Then you acknowledge it, you send it to the vital statistics of the state of your birth. See, they
Okay.
can't find you, so they're claiming you abandoned your own certificate.
Correct. You just have to express it and then find it, put it in a public record where it's easily
Right.
accessible. It's right here in UCC 9-whatever,
Mhm.
9-102, the definitions. It tells you what a public organic record record is and a public record. A
Right.
public record is one just generated by the state. The public organic record is where you take that record, dump it into a public record, and add to it.
Well, you can put an addendum to it. They have
An
a
addendum,
UCC
whatever you all are
addendum.
going to call it. The point is, we're
Yeah.
stuck so much on fucking words that we're
Yeah.
putting ourselves under the spells.
Yes, exactly.
I
And
don't-
you-
I
Just don't get stuck
I
on words.
don't-
All I know is
I
I got
don't
one
believe
word,
She will.
I got one word that expresses an
No.
entire trust underneath it. And all I have to do is follow the instructions placed out in the Bible, which is the basic instructions for building lasting empires, one within no army can defeat and one without no ignorant mass can withstand. You don't need to
Right.
create anything else. You just need to do your expression and then give it over to someone who can actually make the corrections to the record. So when they're pulling up computer screen, it says, oh, this one we don't fuck with because we're the managing agent, have to take care of it. And it would just be nothing more than not only a loss, but it would be a treason against the nation because now we're making claims against vested United States interest. And that's what I don't hear in this is nobody's making their claims vested with the United States. You're making it vest with yourself because everybody's operating for their own self. Where is the interest you're giving to the United States to secure innocent passengers? Where's the interest you're giving the United States to make it vested United States interest to show that the state has a duty to protect the United States property in fulfillment of the Declaration?
Yeah.
Where is
How
that
do
taught?
how do they protect you when they don't even know where you're at and that know that you exist? Just because you say I
Okay,
have an
hey,
express trust, and when I
Then you
walk
bring
into
it
a
to the
courthouse-
people.
Let me, hold on,
You
let me,
express it and then dump it on the people properly to take care of it. And how hard
You're-
is this to
Now,
comprehend?
wait a minute. She
You're
wolf, she
not
wolf,
a
she
name.
wolf,
You-
she
what
wolf,
is
she
your
wolf,
position?
she
That
wolf,
name
she
doesn't,
wolf,
Jesus.
she wolf.
Go ahead,
What
go
you're
ahead, I'm
missing,
listening.
you're missing something.
Right.
Public and private do not mix. Do you want to
Agreed.
be, okay, do
Listen,
you
hold
want
on,
to
hold on,
be
hold-
in the private? If you do,
You guys-
you don't want them to know where you're at.
hang on,
Listen,
do you guys
it's
understand
not-
that you got, listen, hold on, do you understand the vessel that you're using is abandoned property? Do you understand that?
yes, I do fully.
Okay, now, so all abandoned vessels in US water go under US law. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
So what happens when you bring this back to Babylon and do your resignation as the registered agent and adopt it for yourself? Now you're in a vessel that belongs to you, not under the United States.
Right, and you're
jurisdiction, but it's
notifying-
under
and you're
your
notifying-
charter now.
Right, and you're notifying the trustees as you're doing it.
Yeah,
So
but
what
I
part
got-
of this is
got a question.
people not comprehending that while you're doing this,
Because-
you put it in the public record, pull out the public record
You're
and give it
not.
over to the guy. Go here.
How can you
You're
register?
I'll
trying
just
to
express my
operate.
intent.
Now,
You're
can you
trying to
register-
operate as a beneficiary, and
I am
the
a
court.
but there's two beneficiaries.
How
There's
can
the
you
state,
unregister?
United States
Now-
of America, who is to receive the interest, so it actually has assets to satisfy its debts. That's why the US Constitution was created. That's an
Now-
international debt repayment document. So it was
How
Now,
can you
created so that,
how can you unregister a vessel?
you're not
that you don't
unregistering
have-
it.
The man just said all vessels are in the commerce. So how can you
All
go in there and
vessels are-
unregister?
all abandoned vessels go under US law. Once it's no longer abandoned, they can't touch it.
But if
Yes.
your body's not a vessel in the
Your
abandonment.
body is not a vessel. The name's a vessel. Your body and the vessel are two different things. When you get on a vessel, are you the vessel that gets on the vessel? Or you,
No, yes, but I was
No.
never the
No.
vessel. I don't control the vessel.
you're
I'm
not the
within
vessel. The
structure.
name's the vessel. Pull yourself out of this whole thing. It's the vessel that they have control of. And when
I
you
hear you.
answer to
I
the
hear what you're
vessel,
saying. I hear
yeah.
what you're saying, but I'm not in there. It's the name that's in there. And
Correct.
the name is
what we've been
theirs.
saying.
And you're using it.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
You're using, until you go ahead and take control and announce your arrival, saying, I'm arrived, this is abandoned property, it doesn't serve to recognize anybody, so I'm gonna use it for my ministry, and oh yeah, you gave me hospitality, it's hospitality, so I'm gonna give the usufruct to you, so whatever I do, you
Okay.
get the profit.
What are you,
Now-
okay, I
now
heard all
what
that.
you're
What are you
doing-
arriving into? What are you arriving into? You're announcing the arrival. What
I'm
are you arriving?
arriving, I'm notice of arrival of God's man back on the land, and I'm claiming what you gave me a receipt for.
You're no longer lost at sea now.
See, this is what people aren't getting. You're getting given a receipt for something.
Okay, hold on a
Correct.
second. The name is lost at sea. I'm not. So he's announcing arrival, And
You're putting your
and-
feet back on the land.
Yes, so now he's separating himself from the names. So the
Right,
name is
and
no
now you're
longer in
taking care of
question.
that. Now you're gonna come in and adopt that name for your use.
With
And
your
now it's no
charter,
longer gonna be an abandoned property.
with a
Okay, hold on a
charter.
second. Okay, you stop right there. So if you're saying you're gonna adopt the name back, now you're stepping back in. because it
No,
was there.
no.
It's no longer abandoned
No,
anymore.
no. What am I, hold on. What do you assume adopt is? Become that thing? Or
No.
maybe just like you find an abandoned car on the road and you're gonna adopt it for your use. That's what you're doing.
That's true. But I'm not gonna go back and submit legal title. That's
Who's
what,
so-
that's what's
They've already
happening.
have legal title.
You'll
You're
never get- you'll
exercising
never have
equitable
title to
title.
it.
Stick on the
Hold
car,
on.
stick on the car, stick on
Okay.
the car. You
You'll
said
never-
in
Who
the car,
holds legal title to the car?
it doesn't matter to me because that's within their construction. So if I find a car with the keys in it and somebody has just left it and I need to use it, I use it, I bring it home and I start using it. I don't
Okay.
care who interprets that they've got to pay
Okay,
paper.
now take the name and put the name in the same scenario. You find the name out here at abandoned and has some keys in it. I'm gonna go start up and use it. Now they come back and the owner comes back and says, hey, wait a minute. We don't have you on record as an authorized user. Therefore, you're using this infinite state without authority and will be held accountable there too.
Okay, that's the difference between having and holding. If I hold something, I'm using it. If I claim
Well,
to
are you
have,
benefiting from its use?
no, I'm
No,
not.
you're not benefiting from its use. So why even have the name? If you're not benefiting from its use in any way, shape,
Exactly.
or form, why even have it?
Right.
Go
it's
out
the
there and
same thing.
hunt mushrooms in the fucking forest.
Whew.
And what would you call
Hold on.
yourself once you turn it in?
The
You turn
user.
Hold
it-
on. Hold
The
on, hold on,
minister.
hold on, hold on,
I
hold
I mean,
on.
I don't
Stop,
understand
stop,
what the
stop.
problem is when you
Hold
find
on.
an abandoned property
Well,
and you're just going, okay, you're going to the state and saying, hey, this is abandoned. I'm here from God. I got jurisdictional entrance. I'm here. You've already welcomed me. Hell, when they identify you by that name, you have the right to do this.
The only reason they can
Have you ever thought of
by
that
the
one?
name is if you hold the contracts that of
No, no.
theirs.
No.
you're-
Have they
no,
ever
baby
used the
Bobby.
name to recognize and identify you? Any of you in this forum, have you ever been recognized or identified by a name on a birth certificate?
Yes.
Everybody.
you have.
Okay. At
You're
that point,
identified if
hold
you're
on,
paying
hold on,
taxes
hold on,
for
hold
that
on. No.
name.
Let's get beyond all the
Okay.
conjectures and go down to the simple logic. If that name is presumed missing and abandoned, that person is presumed missing and abandoned from across the sea. When they identify you using that name, is that person missing and across from the sea anymore?
No.
There you go.
How about this
And
one?
what happens under STK when the one so identified by that name comes forth and they identify? What happens?
Hold on. a
Doesn't
second.
everything immediately collapse to that one who's using it?
They are
When they
still,
identify?
they are still perceived and assumed to be missing. It's just a summary until they can't never make a declaration. So
No,
when they
they're not.
identify, hold on, let me finish. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. When they stop a man and they pull him over, one, they're checking to see if he's a driver for the governor. That's what the license is. The second thing is see if the governor's in there because of the state of emergency. The governor's got the right to commandeer anything at any time and any person, chauffeur, to get him the hell out of Dodge.
Not
So when
any-
they pull you over, it's a summary and they're doing an
Yeah, because
investigation.
you're in a default arrangement right now.
Absolutely.
Right.
Wait a minute.
You haven't
And
gone in and you haven't gone in and expressed it. You're in a default.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a summary and they can never make a legal declaration because the liability would fall back on them. So everything in their record is a codified accidental of mistaken error that is the summary until it
You
is
go in and
declared,
correct it.
which it's never declared.
You
Babe,
understand,
babe,
So now
Bobby,
you're just coming in and declaring your intent of using that
Okay.
state-owned property.
let's-
Okay, hold on a
You
second.
can
Hold on,
do your
hold on.
declaration of intent, but you know what, Boris? Here's the problem. You're saying you can declare something as yours by an express statement, right? Well, where are your laws at? You don't have
My
any
law is
laws.
with
written up. They
God.
can
My law is
violate you.
God's law and its usufruct controls the trust.
right, so
I have
hang on.
one word. I have
But you
one
keep
word
saying,
law.
but you keep saying coming back in.
No, I don't
It's
say coming
out of
back
her.
in.
You-
I
Hold.
say adopt it as your use and convert it to a ministry.
Right, you
Hold
first
on.
gotta come,
That's
If
all I'm
please.
saying.
hang on.
Because
If-
everybody was here to subdue the earth, not fucking run away from it.
So if you're lost at
Please.
sea, you gotta come in first, do your resignation and say, I'm adopting that as mine. Here's my charter. My laws are the laws of God. And and now they have to let
Right.
you, here's.
But you're supposed to be anonymous. You're supposed to be anonymous to them.
You are anonymous because you don't have a name. No man has a name.
That name.
Names are for things.
Listen, these guys, they're Jesuits. They're always going to own the title. It belongs to them. And
Yes.
and because it belongs to them, you're saved by not, you can't own anything because God owns everything. So they take that sin of ownership from you and give you a vessel and let you go off and do your merry work for God. It's that simple. But you can't own that name. It cannot be
the name
yours.
is never you. You're not the name. The man does not have a name because God has never told you your name.
Exactly. You're
What do you
missing
think?
that part.
Because your parents said, hey, this is your name, you're automatically it? No, dude.
No.
You're making a salvage claim against it. Same thing with the state does. You're making a salvage claim.
I don't have a
against
legal
that
delegation.
abandoned
I don't have a
property.
legal delegation authority to make a salvage claim, brother.
You
Actually,
can claim whatever you want, dude.
Yeah, that's
Hold
the
on.
problem
You
with
can
claims.
claim
That's the
hold-
problem.
hold-
you
That's
can
the
claim you have
problem
no
with
authority.
claims.
You can claim do it, but all I'm doing is saying, hey, I've been using this name for so long that I'm just going to adopt it for my ministry over here, and we're going to repurpose this vessel. Can we do that?
Adopting-
Think
Now,
that's
hold
good?
Here's my
Adopting
Hold
and
on.
And
fostering.
all I know is what I've done in my own situations and what we've done with Jim and everything else. So everybody can go ahead and argue about every other little thing. But I
Well,
know
they
when you
have
approach this certain way,
they
they
have
will
a
acknowledge
rule.
it.
They have a rule in business, and this is the rule. Mind your own business, right? You mind your own business. If you do not have a business on that Social Security card, on your paperwork, when you order your entire paperwork,
That's not
it
your
says,
social security number.
yeah, but you can order your whole package
No,
of how
you
much
don't
you
want,
paid.
then none of that concerns you. That's all that's theirs to keep track of, not you. You're here,
But
God's
you're
law.
looking.
let's calm down for a moment because we're overstepping each other.
Thank you.
Okay. I tried to get y'all's attention, and She-Wolf, you're doing it too. Bobby, you're missing a big thing. Go back to the Bible. The Bible has two spots where even God has his person. The point you're missing, and part of the reason you're missing it, and what Boris is trying to explain, is how to capture that person to take it out of the United States jurisdiction and back to yourself.
Okay,
Because here's why.
Okay.
You don't have firsthand knowledge of what your name is, but you do have the right at any time you are ready to declare who you are. And that's what you're not doing. And that is what Boris is trying to explain to you, is your right to declare who you are, so you capture the vessel, so you have something to operate in commerce without the liability, and make the United States take care of its obligations, because they can't balance your books of all the benefits you've received. And you can't say you haven't. You received a public education. That's a benefit. Okay. You
Okay, I
received
heard
a
it.
lot of things.
Okay, I heard everything that you said. So there's no assumption of what I don't understand. I hear what he's doing and I hear what you just said. But the simple fact of the matter is, making the claims, I don't know what a tree is. Like you said, I don't know what a man is. I just know what other people call a man and what other people have told me to call a tree my whole life. So the first thing I have to admit that I don't know shit. And the word shit's very powerful. And the talking out your ass is very powerful. That's where all the ass words come for it. The passport, the assets. Boris don't like to talk about words and terminal figures. That's what they are. They're symbologies and acronyms of necromancy, of mortmain pledges. It's the scattered languages all smashed together of Proto-Indo European languages. And they rob their parasitic. Hold on, can I finish? You finished.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They rob from everything. The chess game, the backgammon game, and it's all magnetic. Okay. Once you understand that they're parasitic and they're pi languages, meaning they're magpied, they come ingredients from all different things to make a magpie. And the pie cutter courts that came in the 1700s were directly going versus the, we'll call them private member associations, but I think they call them voluntary associations back then. And they usurp these people by sending the priests and the bankers in there to offer them inducing advertisement of deals, of collective bargainings of the bar administration that came over here to do just that. So as they move these people into these situations, these financial situations, these Nancied, fellowshipped, British fellowship, bent wrist men situations of feed males, okay, everybody started acting in emotion and outrage. The whole situation is being controlled on humor, okay? It is the Greek tragedy theater, the theater of men. So as they moved on these people, over time and generation, all these law forms were absorbed into simple contract administration of check yes or do you love me? Check yes or no. Do you love or hate? It's that simple. So the semantics do matter.
He's imprisoned by words.
Yes,
No, I'm not imprisoned by words.
Yes, Bobby, you actually are, because you're missing a big thing.
In the beginning, there was word. In the beginning, there was
come out of
word.
her, Bobby. You got to come
Hold
out of
on,
her.
Bobby.
I'm out of here, bro. I'm out of here, brother. I have full, complete possession, quiet enjoyment of the land that I stand on.
All right, gentlemen. Fearless Floyd just cut in. All right, we're going to conduct ourselves with decorum and respect for each other's opinions, each other's views and beliefs. Okay, not everybody has read the same book. Not everybody's had the same research. Not everybody paid these gurus to learn the same things. There are more than one ways to skin a cat. There are many different processes in which to do this. Okay, so as we continue forward, we're going to allow the talker or speaker to complete their statement. Please keep it concise and condense it. Don't overtalk. Don't talk to hear yourself talk. Okay, I appreciate everybody that's on this Zoom, and I'm trying to give everybody the ample opportunity to express their views and their beliefs. Now, I'm going to preface that with, this is all fine and dandy to express your own processes and things you've done or things that, you know, whatever. What Fearless Floyd consistently looks for is somebody who can provide proof of success. That's it. If you've done something, what has it done for you? Where has it moved you off the square that you started in and put you in a different realm to reap some type of benefit? Because there's many different processes that reap many different goals, and people's goals are not the same. Some people want to be on do not detain. Some people want a national. Some people want a treasury direct account with a white card or a black card. So everybody has different motivations and different goals. So I would appreciate it if we can move on forward, respect everybody's views and beliefs, not talk over each other, not argue, not name call, definitely, because I will not tolerate that. And
could I finish?
yes, you may speak.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I thought there was decorum. I mean, just because we got loud, I don't think that didn't mean we were arguing back and forth, but I'll just I'll button it up. My position is that making claims is a slippery slope, and loose lips sink ships and pull you right back into that stuff. It's the controversy that they want to control. So if there is no controversy, they can't control me. I have done it, and I did do it. Someone tried to move on the property that I've lived on for 12 years, that I've dwelled on, whatever you want to say, we won't get caught up in words. And my mother lives on also. Okay. They tried to move on it, sent a lawyer, sent an attorney, and ran to the courts, and the courts sent a summons. Sent simple notice to the man acting like a judge, sent simple notice to the man acting like an attorney, simple notice to the man acting like the realtor, the woman, and privately notice the woman that moved the legal petition in the first place, because she's being a 1 USC 1 insane person and a 1 USC 2 parish precinct embassy churched. The first two codes that everybody misses them, but they go on to do 38 and 40s and whatever. So once I did that, I explained to the man acting like a judge that this woman, from what I understand, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but it seems to me that she's being per your code as a 1 USC 1 insane person, and she's violating our private agreement. And you have proof in your hand that she gave you one of our private contracting notices. Now that she gave you to that, you're privy to that. And now you, from what I understand, again, please forgive me, that you can't spiritually or physically trespass on this because you weren't privy to from the get-go. Guess what happened? They couldn't even talk to me. The man that I sent that to couldn't even talk to me because he was administrating court, quote, judge. That's all he was. He was administrating contract down here on the lower level. He had to go to an equity judge, which was a magistrate that I didn't even notice, that I didn't even know his name. His name is Iacola here in Morgan County. And he sent 2 copies back. He couldn't even talk to me because I'm not of them. I'm set apart. We, the people, are set apart from them, and we always have been. We just didn't know it. So he sent 2 copies that he sent back to the petitioner stating that her information was it has to be disregarded because it wasn't qualified. The procedure wasn't the way it should have been. And there was a third thing, but the most important thing was the responder was not applicable. And that's a very powerful word. So now what happens? She had to sit for 4 months trying to figure out how to sell the property. She couldn't. Every attorney she went to, they denied her because they told her that they couldn't do it, and she couldn't understand why. Well, what eventually happened was that she had to give up because I have possessory interest of use. I never made the claim that I owned. Never made the claim that I owned. Because if I do own her ship falls into that controversy. That's what I was trying to explain before. If you're of peace and love, no controversy. And I'll end there. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Amen, brother. That was well said.
I agree with what you're saying there. I mean, I agree with that, how you explain that. But what I was going to say earlier is everything is based on biblical principles. Until you, for the lack of better terms, I'm not making this to be a religious statement, but I'm as in the principle. Until you have accepted God's person, in the Bible it calls him Jesus Christ, you are not saved. You are considered dead or a decedent, okay? The system set this up to where you are a decedent until you make yourself known to the system that you've reached age of majority and you are alive, and then you take control of the vessel, but leave the interest with the government, so the government can then in turn balance the portion of the debt that we look at the national debt clock. And the reason why it'll never go down is the people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, because it's a mutual thing. The people are not doing their part so the government can settle the debt.
Okay, can I interject right there?
Yes. And then after you interject, got some people with their hands raised so they can ask questions.
I'll try to make it quick. So what we're talking about is a measure of inequities performed. I performed inequities in this system, their state of religious affairs, of intercoursal commerce between men, of feed men, those fellowship men, those bent wrist men that I was talking, that are acting out in women's emotional states. And I don't mean that derogatory to women, it's just the way it is. So if they're measuring those inequities, that whole system is for that reason to do that. So once I become spiritually aware, like you're saying, and I bring my personalities, split personalities, double-mindedness out of that, the person that I think that the good word's talking about is my personalities, the me, myself, and I, the he, him, is, the they, them, and theirs, the 12, the is, are, and ours. When I go out there and act as an am and an are, I'm not acting as an is and an am, okay? I'm acting as an and an are and an our. It's the pronouns. So if I'm secured in my persons, this is the whole sentence that I get of being secured in your persons. My personalities, I bring them home, and I'm home. I no longer in a house. And if you look at the codifications of a house, every house in the federal trade zone of the zoning improvement plan is a casino. It's an armory. It's a fishery. And it's all those things without a kitchen, because you can't have a kitchen, because if you have a kitchen, you have a cabinet. If you have a cabinet, then you have a quarry of say-so of people backing you up. They don't want you to do that. So by their own codifications, they're telling you that you're running a RICO casino of a hut that is controlled by the housing regulation, the HUD housing regulations, and it's all written in plain English. Well, I say plain English, but we're also talking about the pie English. Okay. So
Now-
I just want to throw that out there, something to think about.
Now I can actually laugh at that because why? I talk about how not to use their words and definitions.
You don't use them.
So,
We're just standing.
yeah.
We're not using them. I didn't use
Now-
them in any of my notice.
Hey, I never did
Yeah.
finish up that UCC in my foreclosure.
Okay.
I never got served, never entered the courtroom, nothing, all right? 2 weeks after he filed the foreclosure, he removed the foreclosure. The attorney for the bank removed the foreclosure, and a year and a half later, the mortgage was gone. I had nothing to do with I didn't show up anywhere. They took care of it all.
Now let me ask you a question, just
I didn't
because of
have-
some of the recent gurus out there, I'll leave unnamed. Fearless Floyd knows who I'm talking about. You didn't happen to do a 1099A with that, did you, for the abandoned property after the foreclosure people run away, did you?
Let me go through this again. I had nothing to do with any of that foreclosure, none of it. I never appeared, never got noticed, nothing. What happened was, because they brought the hospital in, I think it said, it appears that the hospital has an interest, is how they put in the complaint. So once they brought the hospital in and they sent the summons to the Secretary of State to find the hospital, it was gone within 2 weeks, gone. So here's the thing. When the fiction brings in a fiction and man shows up, that charge gets ground out on man. But when fiction brings the claim and you bring in fiction to answer it, it goes away.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
But you
Now-
did
We don't
file the
belong- we don't- you
UCC,
understand,
correct?
you understand the courtroom is the temple of Baal, right?
Yes, I do. It's if
Right.
you look up Lady Justice, you
Yes.
find out. Now that's that's where I will.
See, the courtrooms are for Satan's people, not God's people. All right, when I
Yes.
got arrested in Tampa at the airport, the first hearing, the place was packed. I mean, it was packed. I get up there, they call the name, I get up there, I say something, the judge says something, I say something back. He says, if you're not back the next time, there'll be a warrant. So we leave. So Boris and I are ministers. I set up an appointment with the clerk of court of Hillsborough County. With Boris and I answer, I'm the minister and I like the appointment. There's no problem. So we go in this meeting room and we got the clerk clerk and her attorney on one side of the table, me and Boris on the other. I handed over my letter of arrival, my notice of arrival, right? All my credentials as a minister. Then we gave it to the attorney for the Hillsborough County and the state attorney. The next hearing, packed. I mean, packed. So I sat in the back pew of the Temple of Baal, and they went right by my name, went right by those, and I was the last one in the courtroom. There's only one left. A prisoner was in the jury box waiting to go back to jail. So they called the name. I walked up to the podium. I went to open my mouth to say something. The prosecutor jumped up and says, all charges dismissed. Now, the same judge that threatened to do a warrant smiled at me and nodded his head and kept smiling at me. So I turn around, I kick the gate open and start walking out. And he goes to the prison and goes, see, when all charges dismissed, there's nothing you need to say in the court. They didn't want me to say anything about what I knew, because what I presented them, they didn't want none of the other slaves to know the truth. So
But you filed that UCC, correct?
It wasn't the UCC we gave them. It was ministry. See, here's the thing. When you adopt God's law, if you don't adopt God's law, then you default into their law. So they're waiting for us to go in and recharter the vessel under God's law. You guys ever read the speech from Theodore Roosevelt on the 300th anniversary of Jamestown? Do you ever read it?
No.
Do you got a link for it?
Just Google, it's phenomenal. But basically he said, either govern yourself from within or surely you'll be governed from without. Now he was telling me, Jim, you got two worlds in front of you. If you understand from within what's going on, we can't touch you. But if you play stupid, we got all the jurisdiction over you. So that's what I pinned to my wall. And I said, we're going to reverse engineer what he's telling us. So basically what he's saying is, if you abide by God's law, then they can't touch you. But if you don't, they have for social security, they got to make sure that all right, there's another letter from a prominent Jesuit who wrote in a Jesuit magazine that the United States was built for sinners because there's not enough saints to worry about. I kind of paraphrased it.
Oh,
Okay,
Jim?
so if you start putting it, you got to be a good abstract thinker. You got to take all these pieces and lay it out, and you'll see that we're operating under abandoned vessels, and they have jurisdiction. So we got to go back in and say, "Whoops, sorry. Here's how I'm coming in. Now you're being born again."
Well,
Boom.
that's why that's why they have an administration of government. When Columbus came here, everybody, he called them Indians. You got to go into the Bureau of Public Affairs of Indian Affairs. But Indians, los indios, you want to speak in Spanish? It means a people without a God. Okay, that's what los indios means.
Yeah.
And so you're a people without a God. And if you go into the census, this is what I was telling Pastor the other day. You know, I looked at my family's history, five generations back, and I'm like, wow, they're still here. And I'm looking at one of my 5 generations back, my grandmother, and it said that she was an American and her children were called daughters political. It did not say on any of their papers that they were U.S. citizens, even though they were born on the land. So people think that they're U.S. citizens, but if you do like the Freedom of Information Act, you're really not a citizen. But if
Quit
you're
even
operating,
talking about U.S.
no,
US
but what I'm
citizens are
saying is that you're not by default. That's all I'm saying. But if you're talking about Jesus, Jesus said it himself, I am not a master. And then they called him teacher. He was showing you how it's done. He was showing you. He is a consumer, and under 16 USC 433, there are a statement, a notice that's supposed to be given on any application that you do, any application. Because you as a consumer, you're like, say you get a house.
She-wolf.
Mhm.
That's operating in the abandoned vessel world, all that stuff.
No, it is, but it's
Yeah, so
abandoned
I
because
don't give it any time of day anymore. I want to really concentrate on where I need to go, not where I've been and how it operates.
Well, let's say that you know it's an abandoned vessel, but you never claimed it and wrote your own contract for it.
Well, that's why we're talking right now, She-wolf. So
No, but
you
that's what I'm saying to
understanding
you
how
is-
it works. Now,
I
you
know
guys,
how it works.
you understand this. You understand the secret society is running this thing, right?
Yes.
Well,
Most of your judges are 33rd degree Masons. All you know on that, right?
I don't go into a court.
I'm
going to tell you that when my grandson was taken from school, they know that we're unincorporated, that we operate our own business with our own bylaws. And I told the judge, he said, I'm charging him as an individual.
I thought you don't go to court.
No, but they took my grandson from school, so I have to go there to get him.
So you do go to court. Okay, all right.
No, but when he went into the courtroom, he came from another courtroom. And I told him, that is my property. That is trust property.
So, okay.
And what happened? He gave the child back. He can see the trust, and they made a mistake now.
All right. Well, I just wanted to get that out, and
And now She-wolf.
Yes.
Let's pause on your stuff because I've got people that want to ask questions.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, real quick, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is just from my own personal perspective and having studied law both in and out of school. This whole thing is rather simple. The state itself is nothing more than a stack of paper with ink on it. We all know this. It's a corporation, and all corporations are written as trusts. All trusts are written as governments. All governments are written as trusts, so on and so forth. Because it's all one and the same.
And a corpse is dead.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so when it comes down to it, one that is always going to be making the claim, they're going to say it is the state. It is the people of the state of California that are charging. Really great. When can I meet the people? Can the real party at interest come here and meet with me? Because it all comes down to, as far as in this so-called legal realm, there is only two things. Hold on, let me finish, please.
Yeah.
There's only two things. There is trusts, contracts. Everything that they say they do, they write down on a piece of paper. Every code, statute, regulation is an offer to contract. They already want to convince you that you are in a long-term contract, but they cannot prove that contract. In fact, they've even said, like I said earlier, that there is no contract. There is no duty to protect.
What were the two? What were the two?
Hold on. I wasn't done. Damn, you guys are just itching as the freaking starting gate. Slow down,
brother.
I'm
Slow
faded
down,
out.
slow down.
I'm hitting now.
So
You-
that being said,
What were the
wait,
two-
hold on. That being said, if they want you to believe that there is a contract, they must bring that real party of interest forward. The only person that can have the meeting of the minds and what is known as formation can only be with a real living man or woman. You cannot have a contract with a piece of paper that can't answer you when you ask, what do you mean by this word? What do you mean by that word?
Oh, God bless
Being
you.
said, no agent ever exceed the capacity of the principle for which they claim to represent. Therefore, he will slow down. He will be deceived. Let him. If you think that you can have a contract with an agent that can't technically contract, you have a contract. The reality is anything and everything that also goes unquestioned, unrebutted, or unobjected to is considered to be consented to and are true. Which means that if you do realize that they have to get your consent to contract with you, because it is all contracts, once you recognize the fact that no judge, the DA, the cop at roadside, the IRS agent at the door front, they're sending you notices. They cannot contract with you, and everything that they send you, even if it's in a letter form, it's an offer to contract.
I wish I could get this through to you guys, but you don't belong.
Because this is all it is. This is all it is.
You don't belong in court.
Contract, you don't have to.
See, the only reason you're involved in those contracts and everything is because it's abandoned. Once you claim it as yours, everything you will ever need will come to you. The social security number is for them to keep track of whatever's doing, not you. So once you guys realize that you don't belong in court, and then you give their property back, which is you being the registered agent, you have to resign from it, and then they can never bother you again. There's a presumption that you're a registered agent because it's an abandoned vessel. Once you get that done, none of this stuff will make any difference anymore, because it will never ever pertain to you.
Are you speaking of the doctrine of agency, Jim?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
That's the whole thing that puts you into the contract, because there's a presumed contract. Now you're operating under contract, but you have a contract with your Lord and Savior, and that's the ultimate contract, and they have to abide by that.
Well, that's the real thing to begin with.
So
When it comes down to it, and that's the whole thing right here.
you'll never
How
be.
can there be a piece of paper and or
Yes.
men claiming to be working for that piece of paper between you and God?
We got
Well,
we got a buddy already out, and he's been pulled over the last 3 times. They pull him over, they get the name, they go back and sorry for bothering you, man. Boom.
Well, there was actually 3 things. That's why I was trying to clarify. I guess what you said to it, there's 2 things, trust and contract, which I totally get that, and I heard what you said. But there's 3 things. You left out faith. And you have to decide whether you're putting your faith in that system, that religious.
No.
Well, no, that's within the legal system.
finish.
That's within
Yeah,
the
that's
legal
the
system.
legal.
That's
No,
not.
all you have to do is give back
I'm not- I wasn't even
resign
talking
from
about
that and do the charter of the laws that you abide by, and they'll never bother you again. Because
I
there's no
don't-
Yeah.
presumption under their law. But I gotta go, guys. I just wanted to get that in before I left. All right.
Now, I've
Like
actually,
what was ever said, real quick, like what was said earlier. You will either govern from within or you will be governed from without. Well, if you're governing from within, you're never going to need any of this shit anyway.
yeah,
Yeah,
I've actually come
exactly.
If you're
to,
governing from within, they're never going to touch you. And the big thing, and I heard somebody already talk about this, is creating controversy. Making claims is creating controversy. When you say,
Exactly.
even if you're claiming that you say yours in terms of ownership. That's a
Mhm.
claim. That is a claim that creates a controversy.
Because
Lady
we can
Justice,
never own anything.
well, there you go. Because
Yes.
and I'll give you 3 ways real quick after this. Lady Justice, the scales that Lady Justice holds is not for weighing evidence. It's for weighing claims. He
Yep.
who has the heaviest claims wins.
Right.
That's just
That's
the bottom line.
equality. That's equality.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, as far as when it comes down to the basic system in itself, yeah, it's trust law and contracts, and you don't have to contract, but they have to get you to agree to the contract. And they have, in fact, there's 2 things that they'll say is in place for the contract, but then there's also stuff that says, well, no, it's not. They'll say first is the Constitution, which anybody that knows about the Act of 1871 knows that that's already been fucked over.
Can I
Then
add just real quick, add that she's blind for a reason. She has a scale on her for a reason, and she has a sword in the other hand for a reason. If she's not making them balance, if you don't come in with a better argument than the other guy that you're trying to trace him in a future timeline, and usually timeline, she's gonna cut your head off, and that's called capitalization. Okay,
right.
that's what
And
happened. But go ahead.
right. No, you're right. In fact,
Capitulation.
yeah. Completely right. Onus probandi, old legal maxim.
Right.
Said, and in fact, if you were to look it up now, it's going to be rather watered down. But in fact, what you would typically see now is he who brings the claim has the burden of proving that claim. The whole maxim is he who brings the claim must provide the evidence of that claim. And if he cannot provide the evidence of that claim, he will be found guilty of that claim. That
And
claim
that's
will be
now-
found against him.
That's suretyship, right? That's suretyship.
Now,
Well, exactly
right-
right.
that goes to what I was saying earlier about the people that push the idea of writing just this piece of paper with a bunch of claims on it that they call an affidavit. Where is
There
your
you go.
evidence
There
to
you go.
support each of your claims? With
And if you
no
can't provide the
evidence to
evidence-
support it, your affidavit's useless.
Yeah. Why
Now,
make claims
I wanna-
unless you can prove them? And what can you
I've
really
been
prove?
trying, I've been trying to go to these questions. People have been patiently waiting for their hands to be raised, with their hands raised. So the first one that had it up was Dawn. So Dawn, you
Yeah.
can unmute.
I feel as though my question is pitiful compared to all the stuff you guys have been talking about. But
There's no such thing as a dumb question except one not asked.
yes,
There you go. No power in the unasked question either.
right. Okay, so I'm going to go way back to the beginning when you guys were talking about when you go into court, you're now not the registered agent. Now you're the principal. And I looked up principal surety, but it was
Mhm.
basically saying that the principal is the one that needs to pay the claim. The surety is the bond that needs to be paid, which is the citation. And then the obligee is the state or city. So I'm wondering, like, how I was kind of going in there as though I'm going to be the registered agent. But now I'm like, what, how do I fight this? I did ask Smoking Baby yesterday. He had stated something about asking about the consumer goods or motor vehicle, and ask them what the citation is for, what it's under. I guess the abstract of the case and the penal sums, but I don't know if that's something I need to do beforehand or after, or while I'm there in court. I made the fatal mistake of saying that I wanted some practice in court, and now I'm realizing you want to stay out of court. So I'm probably going to end up in court, especially if I don't find their EIN number. And I'm not sure if I can resolve this EIN number before they give me like a court date. So I'm just trying to figure out my tactic when going in for this parking ticket. And am I the principal, seeing as though I'm going into court?
When you accept the name, now Boris, correct me if I'm wrong, when you go in and when they ask for the name and they call you up and you say, here, you are accepting the office of principal under the name, okay? Now, the reason I did registered agent is if you understand the laws of agency, the registered agent has no liability if the registered agent is doing their fiduciary duty, which is what? Report to the principal.
Right.
Now, the other thing is, this is why I did the FOIA request to the SSA and asked who is the grantor, settlor, trustor, who's the creator, who's the beneficiaries, and who is the registered agent, because we already know who the trustees are. It's on the Social Security website. If I'm the registered agent, then one, if there is nothing on record at the Secretary of State's office of an acceptance of that office of registered agent, and it's supposed to be, my understanding is just a plain, simple statement on file, service of process is defective.
Well, here's a whole other aspect of this too. The name itself, and you can tell this by looking at the card, the so-called Social Security card, both sides. On the front, it has the name Social Security Administration. And on the back, it says this card belongs to us. And you must return it if we ask for it. Well, the problem is what they're charging is themselves. They're charging the name. And quite frankly, in a legal setting, if you were to answer for that name, could it be that you might be interloping, or you might be meddling, guilty of things too, because it's not you. Like Boris was saying,
Correct.
It's not you. That name is not you. And if they got you thinking it is you and you answer for that name, you are screwing yourself. What is it? Usufruct? Usufruct, if you don't know what Usufruct is? Well, could it be that you're handing it over to them? And this is the thing that I was talking about earlier too. When you go in and you claim that name, you just claim the position of trustee. You just eliminated, or alleviated, I should say, not eliminated, but alleviated their duties from them. They, as the public, are the public trustees. They are the only ones that are bound to form and a trust. You, as the living, breathing person, are the beneficiary. You get all that stuff that is owned, or you as a beneficiary, as the real living, breathing men and women, we all allegedly, in the legal world, God's world, in the legal world, we own all property within the trust. That is how a trust is set up.
Okay, can I make
But under Chancery law, it does say that the beneficiary is never to come to court. And
okay, awesome.
so
Can we get beyond this point here? Because what are the assets of the trust, guys? Is it the stuff that everybody's still fighting over? No, the birth certificate is not evident on the trust either. What are the assets of the trust?
You're wrong.
Because once you claim the birth certificate, what do you get? Do you get free and unfettered use of your rights without any judicial or legal interference? Or do you just get your birth certificate and all the stuff it gets? Do you give the shit that God gave to you? Or do you just get all the stuff? Because all the stuff is created by men. The birth certificate is created by men by operation of a law that was created long before you got here. What is the assets of the trust? Until you identify the assets of the trust, everybody will continue to argue down this path because they think the houses, the cars, the money, all that other junk is the assets of the trust. That's not the asset of the trust. Go back and read the Declaration. What is the purpose of government? To protect the exercise of inalienable rights. We mutually pledge to each other all that other stuff, but the rights granted to you by your creator are the assets of the trust. Correct. Nothing can be created without you exercising those rights on anything. Nothing gets created without that. That's what's being protected, so they don't get trampled on by local slavers down here in the fucking counties, because that's what the whole Civil War was about. It wasn't the state doing, it wasn't the nation doing it. It was the local governments. because slavery doesn't exist in the law of nations. Slavery doesn't exist in international law. It exists by local and municipal law only. You have to look to your local governments and what they're doing to the people. Look at what they're putting into this. This is coming from the people running the show down here, guys. Your slavery is always local. It's never international. It's never this. Those are just profiteers from it and everything else. But it's the local people running it. It's the local idiots in charge, the local idiot people that we vote from the idiot pool. When are you all going to see that the rights are what is the assets of the public trust, not the stuff?
Well,
your little piece of property that you claimed on. What you did is said, "Hey, I've been using this for 12 years. Do you got a superior claim? If not, leave me the fuck alone."
Now,
well,
hold on.
That's what you said.
Hold on.
Same
hold
thing
on,
with everything
hold on.
else. I've
Can I
been
just-
using it this long. If you ain't got a superior claim, leave me alone.
Can I,
Now,
I just want to
hold
clarify.
on, Bobby.
Well, just, it's real quick. In the
And
trust,
that's the
faith
asset of the trust.
the faith is the asset of the trust. It's the faith. It's the religious faith. If you don't have spiritual faith, they are going to give you a state of religion to put you gravely in the grave for purgatory for the afterlife. That's what's the true asset.
As
Hold on.
security, that's
There
what
is
you're
no money
going
and
in
there's no
as.
value within their system of a false
Exactly.
ruler.
So you
Hold
It's
take
all about
that,
faith.
you take
Hold
that
on.
birth certificate and you put it in the trust. I talked to a clerk one day and I said, "Hey, let me ask you a question."
Hold on,
I'm a,
hold on, because it's my turn. We
She-
had
She
a
will.
good hour. So
Yes.
I still need to get a response here. And what do I do when I go in and they say, "Don Barry, please come up"? What do I do? What do I say?
I'm here for that matter.
Do the equity dance.
I'm here for
I'm
that.
here. I'm here for that matter. I'm led to believe that there's a controversy concerning that name that I use.
Okay.
Meet with the claimant so I could settle this matter honorably.
Equity dance.
There you go.
Now,
And
Is
the
it
bottom
possible that
line
the
is,
facts don't matter?
the
So
bottom line is, and this is the whole thing right here. If
You
you
could-
can stay strong on that point.
Does the
I know
state,
people that have done this many times already.
does the
You stay
state
strong on that
register,
point, and they will let you go. And the reason being, in fact, a brother just had this happen. It was a so-called traffic incident, but they were ex parteing him to trial. When he showed up for the trial, they said case dismissed because he wouldn't claim the name.
mhm.
okay, so
Now,
I can
Just
come in.
wouldn't claim the name, and and this is what I was saying earlier about with mine. As soon as I walked in there and did not claim that name, they were done. In fact, the
and then
hearing
they put,
before that,
then they put failure to appear because
no, they
she
in
will
fact,
wait.
this is exactly how this played out. The so-called last 3 times I walked up to that so-called courthouse. The first time of the 3, I'm in front of the so-called the supervising judge of the courthouse. He's asking me about the amended complaint and if I had read it. And I asked him, why would I do that? What does it have to do with me? And he says, well, because the DA has added a charge to it. I need to know how you plead. And I said, well, is the claimant here so that I could speak with them? Plead what to who? And the judge said something to the effect of, I'm not going to play this game with you. I'm going to go ahead and put in a not guilty plea for you. And I said, great. I asked him, so judge, are you going to go ahead and assume liability for that claim? He looked at me, his eyes got as big as saucers, and he turned and ran out of the courtroom. About an hour later, he comes back, he clears the courtroom, calls the so-called case back up, and I walk up, and before I even get to the podium, I ask, was that a yes or a no? This is the last question from an hour ago.
Did you ever get the order?
And his
of the
eyes
court?
got even bigger. He burned rubber off of his shoes. He only slowed just long enough to go past the court clerk and tell her to set for another hearing date in front of another judge. That's the judge that when I walked in, I said, I believe there's been a mistake. He actually tried to scare me into believing that there might have been a warrant for a failure to appear because he started saying something about, well, when Mr. Legal Name comes in here, we'll ask him all these questions, yada, yada, yada. And I can assure you that when I walked into the house, there was 4 cops roving around the neighborhood, and one went very slowly to the house as I was walking through the front door. Did they touch me? No. Did they do anything? No. Did they arrest me for failure to appear? No, because when I showed up for the next hearing date after I said what I did about the name, the DA met me in the hallway and said, "We've dismissed the charges. You can go home."
Now, let me,
What I'm saying is she should have never gone to a courtroom. You could have just done all that with the clerk. And I can tell you, because I used to work at a courthouse, and this is what you're saying. You know, you're saying, I know this and I know that. I know because I see the computer all the time and I know what they're looking at. You don't have no business, so you don't have no standing. I'm telling you what the problem is. When we did our DBAs unincorporated, you know what the judge told my daughter? There's a rule and it's 30 days. You have 30 days to respond, but through the clerk. So we did that. And he said, not fair. And we said, why? He came out through the side door. We didn't even have court. He said, because I can't see you. And we said, commercially? He goes, yeah, you got your DBA at a sub house. You got to put it on, go record that over there at the recorder's office so that every court can see you. Every court. And then you put in, you're the trustee and that you want all of those charges dismissed and extinguished. If you're not the trustee, they're going to be your trustee and you're going to pay for it because that's how they're going to decide the case. You don't have no standing when you go in there. And I'm trying to tell you guys what it means to have standing. Now I'm going to be quiet.
I understand, She-Wolf, but there are some things, my personal opinion, that I think you're incorrect on. And one, I think Boris is absolutely correct on this. What is the actual property?
The birth certificate is the property.
No, it's not. Hold on.
Okay.
Look, what is property? I'm sharing it on the screen. The birth certificate is not the property.
It's a security instrument.
It's still not the property. It is a tangible item.
That belongs in your trust.
Look at the screen. This is according to American jurisprudence 2D for the general definition of property. If you read that, you will see property is not the tangible item. It is the rights and interest in the item. This is where Boris is right. What is the actual property according to the Constitution? It is that. It is who has the rights and interest in the tangible item. Now,
and that's exactly right. And that's how exactly what it is. Trustee is taking care of the trust, so to speak, or the property there within. It's still all about the protection of the right.
Okay,
but it's open to interpretation because it doesn't say possession or use, does it?
Well, could it be that's why it's all ambiguous and it doesn't really mean shit?
Absolutely,
it does.
Well, could it be you have to go to the original chartering document in order to see what really proper, what the whole. Hold on, I'm going to take control of the screen real quick. All right.
Okay. Let me stop mine.
All right.
Hey, thanks for that.
Look. Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And that to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men. That's the purpose of government, to secure those rights. The birth certificate is an evidence of a security fine. It's an evidence that that man or woman who was attached to that certificate, their rights are secured. But right now, until you come and claim it and put it in your trust, your little package, do whatever you're going to do with it, it's going to be considered abandoned and protected for the beneficiary, which is the man and woman associated with it, until that one comes forward. Because that name lays its foundation upon such principles and organizing powers in such forms that seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. This is the driving force behind the whole thing, the Declaration of Independence. This right here. This is why governments were created. They weren't created for what we think they're doing now. Right now, they're just protecting the trust against heathens who wish to destroy the rights of happiness, liberty, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness amongst men. But if you haven't laid your foundation upon such principles and organized its powers in such form as shall seem most likely to affect your happiness and security, then they're going to continue to administrate the estate as if it's a ward under a guardianship and conservatorship to conserve those rights, right? To secure those rights. So they're going to conserve them so that nobody comes and messes with them.
Until you set up your own government.
Yes, until you set up your own government, right, She-Wolf? I'm going to admit your rights when we get beyond that point. All right, until you set up your own government. So now you come in and claim that name, turn in your coat receipt, claim the property that comes with it. You're not making a claim. You're giving them the receipt for the property they already hold in trust to give to you.
Then when you put your property,
now you take it as your own, and now you can lay its foundation and principles and organizing its powers, if such as in a living trust, She-Wolf. We can get beyond that point again, if you want to do it that way, but you don't have to do it that way.
it just makes it easier for you because they know that the living trust, that the trustee is the beneficiary. They know that by
Okay, can we get beyond that point? What I want to show is, what I want to say is, what are the assets of the trust?
Everything that
it's not the damn birth certificate. The asset of the trust is not the birth certificate. The asset of the trust are your inalienable rights granted to you by your creator, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. They created you a trust. It's like a keyboard and a mouse. You have a keyboard and a mouse that's attached to a giant computer in the sky, and you're going to input shit. You're going to interface with programs called corporations to get the results called the display on the screen. And you're going to sit there and you're going to put in your information and you're going to put in good commands and get good results. You could put in horrible commands and get blue screen of death.
Boris,
I agree with you.
What I'm getting at is, until you step up, express the intent of that person you were given, it goes into default being one of Mammon's, because you're seen as a sinner, and sinners are to be liquidated here in this nation, the way this quote system is set up.
Okay,
because
can you finish?
now you've taken that infant estate and you've started using it, but they don't know who you are. You haven't quote identified yourself or your purpose. Remember, what is the purpose of a guard at a tower? Halt, identify yourself. What is your purpose?
Now, Boris,
That's what I'm getting at.
Do you have a digital copy of Black's Law Dictionary and can pull up the word slavery to share on the screen?
I don't know.
Or do you want me to do it? I can do it.
You may have to do it. I'm not sure if I have one.
Okay.
You know, this whole call has devolved into 1,000 different ways to say the same ideas.
Yes.
And everybody wants to hear their way of saying
I agree
it.
with
Everybody,
you,
hold on, let me speak, let me finish. But everybody has now come on, and because it's not said the way that they need to hear it, everybody thinks that we are all on different pages, and we're not. We're all saying exactly the same thing, just in our own unique way. But the reality of it is, until we all come to the conclusion that the rights of the people are what is held in trust, and that they need to come in and organize its powers in such form that sends so likely safety and happiness, nothing will ever get done.
But who's
you can do it in trust. You can do it in whatever. The public trust, the one you're already operating, the land you're in.
Well, the corporate overlay.
Huh?
Their trust, the corporate overlay that they assume.
What corporate overlay?
The federal trade
What
zone.
corporate overlay?
The federal trade zone.
What federal trade zone?
Their federal trade zone that they declare the
What makes you think that was done to impede your rights?
I didn't say it was. Why are you saying that?
Who cares about the federal trade zone?
Well, because we're trying to clarify the trust. Their trust is of an overlay, right?
We're talking about, no, the only trust that exists right now is this one, the Declaration.
Well, no, that's not
God. There's God's trust of the earth, and then they created this declaration that exists within the sphere of law of nations.
So you can agree.
And now everybody can come in and go, hey,
wait a minute, slow down.
We're gonna put in our government that's afforded to my rights.
You can agree that their trust is a form of God's trust, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's an at-law in rem. In rem is a dream state of being, a sleepy time being. And if you want to play in that sleepy time being, you can. But I think what she's saying, everybody agrees with what you're saying. I don't think anybody is.
All right, and here's what I'm saying. Everything you all are talking is derived from the same people you all are saying that doesn't exist.
Well, the problem
Public,
is,
look, living trust, written rem, all those words you all are used to, and all your words you all are hung up on, are all created by the same people that created all this shit, right?
No, that's not true.
Are you sure?
No,
No,
our
hold on.
creator,
Sure?
our creator created the first words, and as they've been involved, their words are called
Mhm.
terms, and their terminologies of terminal figures. If you look that
Okay.
up, you'll see that in etymology.
And what I'm
that's the-
saying is,
hold on a
The
second.
language of pigs
thought.
from the minds of men,
Ah,
legalese.
all
Everything.
words
all this shit
were
is language from the
created
minds of men.
by God.
Hold on,
It's
y'all.
all
Hold on,
from the
y'all.
mind. Legalese is the language of pigs from the minds of men.
And that's bare truth.
Realize it,
Legalese.
deal with it, and get over it.
All law,
Sure, but
all law is God's law.
That's why-
All law is God's law, and every law that comes out is permeated by God's laws. Therefore, God's law operates through all law. Therefore, none of it can ever be discounted.
That's why everything is equitable. Everything that
Right.
we utter out of
And-
our mouth and read is equitable.
And you're stating, and now you're stating the way you want to work. So if you had stated this within certain parameters of the people, do you think that woman would ever had a chance to even do what she did? No, she would have been shot down right away. You wouldn't even have to notice anybody
Sure.
because it would
Sure.
already have been stated. Remember, what is implied, what is expressed renders what is implied silent. So if it's implied that, hey, man, we don't know who's operating, you can go out there and do what you want, they're going to go do what they want. But if you express it, it no longer renders what is implied. It takes that and removes it from its voice. It removes what is expressed, renders what is implied silent.
Sure. And it's all about that expression, because
Yeah.
they put Public Law
Right.
97-280, the year of the Bible, on the record saying that they are a state of a religion. So if I have a spiritual house that comes to meet their house, it should be equal and forgiving and unconditional love, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But if you're not, but also, do you not also have to express in order for it not to be implied? Because it can
Well,
be implied
okay.
anything.
Okay.
If you don't express yourself, is your will heard?
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you. I agree.
Can you,
Now, hold on, She-Wolf. Hold on.
okay,
I've been trying to get this in.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all saw it when I shared the thing from American jurisprudence on property. Every one of those cases says it's not the tangible, it's the rights and interest, okay, in the tangible.
Right.
Doesn't matter if it's the birth certificate, doesn't matter if it's the house, the car, the phone, whatever.
It's the
Now,
faith.
No, it's not the faith. Now, hold on. I want to
Okay.
show you something else. I want you to go, I'm going to show you, this come right off of Black's Law Dictionary, okay? This is the definition of property. Now, I want you to pay close attention to the expert commentary, okay? It says, this right here is where they tell you that it means the same thing. It's collectively the rights in a valued resource such as land, chattel, or an intangible. It is common to describe property as a bundle of rights. These rights include the right to possess and use, and the right to exclude, and the right to transfer. But in the expert commentary, they tell you that this is old. This is not, it says property from the Latin, let's see, signifies in its strict sense one's exclusive right of ownership to a thing. In their strict meanings, therefore, the right of ownership and property are synonyms, each term signifying a bundle or collection of rights. In a secondary meaning, however, the term property is applied to every kind of valuable right and interest that can be made the subject of ownership. And in this sense, it is the subject of ownership. Land is called property. The term therefore includes both real and personal property, and it is often thus expressly defined The word property, however, may have different meanings. Now let's see, in its widest sense, if you go down, they actually somewhere in this document say this is an antiquated meaning. Now, why is it an antiquated meaning? Because what they've done by creating this vessel, okay, is transferred property to them. And what Boris and what me and Boris is all trying to say here is you have to go in and change that nature, what some people call changing your status, to where you claim the vessel as no longer abandoned.
Right.
So that way you get the rights and interest in the vessel.
Correct.
Now you're in commerce.
Right. And well, now you're just taking possession of a vehicle. You're not in commerce anywhere yet. You're just now holding the vessel. Now,
I agree
hold
with
on,
you.
hold on.
She-Wolf.
Now you're going to take that vessel and you're going to put it in your living trust, and you're going to say all this property's in this trust. But what is the purpose of a trust? Isn't it to hold property, but also distribute interests?
Correct.
So if you distribute the interest of a property you hold in trust, and I use Usufruct because it creates its own world, because there's only 3 interests in property in this Roman in the system: use, fruit, and disposal. So you give them the use of the fruit, which is your exercise of your rights. You do whatever you're going to do in this world. Blueprint inside of you, you're going to go fulfill. Awesome. But since the pledge is also, so you're using that property, that name, it also comes with the inherent pledge associated with the declaration. You're supposed to honor that, right? Because that's Romans 13. You're supposed to honor the power that be that's already here on earth. So you honor it by going, okay, my life, I already pledged my life to my Lord and Savior, because why? I was told to give up everything, sell everything, and give it to the poor, the widowed, and the orphans, right? That's what we were told to do if we want to walk with Christ. So fine, I'm going to go do that. To prevent any of the glory shouting back on me from doing these works, because I am the one work, I do the work in the works, then to prevent that glory from coming back, I shed the reversion. In the law, in the IRS codes, even if there's a possibility, a remote possibility, doesn't matter how remote, that some of the value can come back to you that totals 5% or more, you're considered the owner. It's 26 USD 674. I think that's what it is. And so you shed the reversion. Not only does it give glory to God, it gives glory to the nation, which is glory to the Lord. Glory is a real asset of the nation. Anybody attacking it now attacks the glory of the nation, thus protecting you. There's the vengeance of the Lord can now be visited when someone screws with your thing. And now you have your naked ownership, which is the disposal rights over your rights. Your rights over everything you are. But you got, in order to have a trust and have it operate correctly, you have to distribute interest. If you're not going to distribute interest, then you have to go in and, like Sheila, they took your child. If you would distribute the interest, they never would have touched it. Your child would never have been touched.
They didn't have the right to take the house. I put an injunction on all of them.
It didn't matter. You didn't have to put an injunction. If your rights were transferred out of the trust to, U.S. gets, the state of Florida or whatever gets the Usufruct, they become managing agent. And now they settle all the claims. Then the reversion, the glory goes to the United States of America, wherein any property so received be sold, the proceeds used to reduce the public debt, secure innocent passage, and take care of the widows, the poor, and the orphans. Now you've given all glory to the Lord, and now none of those agents would ever touch anything associated with that, because they would already know ahead of time, this is not ours. This is not ours to administrate because it's outside of our administration.
What is your definition of express trust?
She-Wolf, come on, She-Wolf.
To express it. What does express trust mean? To write it down on a piece of paper and file it somewhere where they can locate it and give it to someone? I mean, isn't that express mean? I mean, when I did my depositional affidavit, when I did that, what I call the depositional affidavit in the public, I expressed a trust. Now, you all may not see it because it's only two sentences and it's one word, but it's still a trust.
Now, hold on, Bobby.
It identified the res, it identified the parties, it identified everything.
I was just going to ask a question.
Yeah, well, there's other people waiting, and
so your trust don't have to be the 17-page document where you have to alliterate everything. I just do Usufruct because it's easy. It's easy,
Now-
simple, and that was the interest the nation was protected, to set up to protect.
Now, hold on, Aquitas. We've got hands raised. Now, Dawn, before I move to them, I know you had a question. Did it get answered?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Now, Fun, you were at the top of the list. I'm gonna lower your hand and let you come on.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
wondering what, Boris, what you wrote in your 2-line deposition of affidavit trust. Is my first question. I have a couple questions.
Okay. Now, Boris,
Go ahead, I'll look for it real quick.
okay,
Oh, okay, you're
okay.
looking for it, okay.
Yeah,
And
while
then,
he's looking for it. Yeah. What's your next question?
Jim had mentioned a book and you asked if there was a link to it and I didn't catch the name of it. What was that one? It was a species from something.
No, it was a speech from, I cannot think of the name of the president, but I can kind of close. It was one of the founding fathers, one of the presidents. They had made the phrase
I
that,
thought he had said Theodore Roosevelt. Sorry.
yeah, Theodore Roosevelt, that's probably correct, that if you are not going to be ruled within, you will be ruled without. And what does that mean? This system of government was based on biblical principles. If you were not going to be ruled by God, you were going to be ruled by government. That's what he was talking about. And then people today are not being ruled by God. And what are they doing? They're complaining because government's doing its job ordained by God.
Okay. So this is the document I put into the case. All right, this is it right here. That's it. That's all it was this one right here. But what it does, it expresses a trust. Party 1, the user of that name. Party 2, the state. The statement of interest, this name as I'm using it. The intent itself is acknowledge and undertake to deliver this deed, deliver this receipt in absolute acceptance of this peace offer.
Yeah.
The purpose is with respect to my use, and the specific, the Pacific Res is the name. Statement of interest is this whole phrase. And Usufruct is a trust itself. The property subject to the Usufruct is the specific res, that right there. The Usufructory is the trustee over the duties. Naked owner reversionary interest is the beneficiary of those duties. And if the trustee doesn't do it, the Usufructory, the reversionary interest holder takes over that duty, which is the United States in the end. This one right here isn't where it's complete. You know, this is my first attempt at it, but it still got the one where, hey, everybody jumped up and rushed the judge. So they knew what I was doing. They knew exactly what happened because they wouldn't have rushed the judge and made a wall around her to protect her.
Now, did you submit that prior or did you submit it?
Here's the original document. This is the one I use. I didn't use the certified copy of the record. They give us back, they gave it back with this sticker over here. So I used this. I sent a copy of this in to the public defender and one to the clerk of the court. And that was it. And the public defender, you should have seen it, was reading this document over and over and over again for about 10 minutes or before she went onto her stack of papers, looked at one of her papers and went right back to this document and read it over and over and over. So it's been off 15 minutes in total. And I'm sitting there, I knew it was mine because I saw the seals and I saw everything else on it. And she was reading it, but it was all the other lawyers in the room got up, or at least in the bar, it was like 6 of them or so. And they all went and made a wall around the judge. So this right here expresses a trust. It just does it in 2 sentences.
Yeah.
And I had to go back and
you can actually go download that document from your archive, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go search Law of Boris.
Yeah, I just did it up differently. I said, hey, that name I've never gotten any evidence. I've been asking the question for years. And so I said, fine, I'm not seeing any evidence this name serves to recognize the one using it. Recognize means what? Bond into performance, enter into a recognizance. So there's no name serves to bond the one using this name. There's no evidence of that. If they had evidence, they would have presented it a long time ago. Because this is back when I had driver's license and everything else. All the other stuff was already still in place, and I still did that. And nobody stood up and said, hey, the driver's license is what does it, or this is what does it. So nothing binds you to this name except you. Nothing. Not one damn thing you do binds it into except for what comes out of your mouth when you say, yes, I am. And at that point, you became the sinner because you became an idolater. And nothing else you do after that point matters once the sin is created. Because sin is debt, debt they're going to liquidate. They go to securities based on the sin they have to liquidate, and they go cash them out and do whatever else. And now you're the insurance policy for the payment of the debt. And it's this right here, this name, that thing never identifies anybody. Nobody is identified by this name. It doesn't identify any of the body. No man nor woman has a name because your Lord and Creator never gave it to you so you wouldn't give away your power to other people. That's why you weren't given it. You were given this earthly name to use here while on earth so you can adopt it, which means take for my own purposes or use for my own purposes. And my purpose is A, B, C, D, E, F, or whatever you want to put in there. That creates the trust because what is a person? Person could be an individual, one who's divided in their own mind and divide you all. Or a corporation, trust, business trust, all kinds of other stuff that talks about that. That's what the definition of person is. It's also an infant, and an infant estate is what they're creating with the birth certificate footprints. And they're doing this for protection of national security. It's a reason they're behind all this. And it's us who don't comprehend it. So once you take that name and you put it into a trust, or you don't even need it, you just take it and use it and say, here, I'm using it and I'm going to use it in this way. Do you mind? They can't say no because the declaration says, laying its foundation, governments are instituted amongst men to secure the rights of your unalienable rights that governments are instituted. And they're laying their foundation and organizing power such form most likely to accept your safetyness and happiness.
Now,
law they can do that'll turn you into what? Into something that they control other than by your own voice, because only by what comes out of your voice are you debased.
Now, Boris, this is where I've used the phrase God contract or a contract. It's actually a contract with God, because one of the things I've seen is I've seen cases where people claim to have a contract with God and they lose because why? Where's your evidence?
Correct.
Even a judge asked a guy, where's your evidence?
Right.
And the guy said, in my DNA. Well, the judge can't see that.
Correct. How do you get evidence admitted in court? How does it become self-authenticating evidence?
A contract.
It shows up in a public record. As long as the evidence of what you're done has shown up in the public record, they must give that credit and they must accept it.
And then that's protected by the First Amendment because why? You have the right to your beliefs. They can't.
Correct. You have the right to a religious activity, a religious faith. You have right to your faith. They can't stop it. I just exercise the names and arms clause differently. The Second Amendment is not about guns and weapons. What if it was about names and arms clause, which is where you take up the name and act as if you're the testator or settler, but all you're really doing is just taking it on because why the society gave it to you? That's a grant of hospitality they gave you. I'm going to accept the hospitality, and under the law of nations, I can do anything I want to help the host nation in times of emergencies, so long as I do what? Keep to my duties as my origination.
Okay, so when you returned your birth certificate, you returned it to the court, or you returned it to?
I didn't return the birth certificate.
When
I expressed that trust, there was no birth certificate attached to it.
But you had to have a public record, so where
I put it into the county.
Okay, into the county.
That's all. I threw it into the county record.
And when you say the county record, you mean the court county record or like land title? Like, because up here we have court and then we also have a land titles.
It's not the court record. The court record is not public record.
Yeah.
The court record is private record that can be sealed at any point in time.
The
Public
the
record,
same
you call it
place.
land records, registries. I don't know.
Yeah,
The one
that's-
who takes the
okay.
one where you file all the everything other than court records.
Yeah.
The
okay.
I don't know what you all
now,
call them. I
let
call
me-
them
let
county
me-
records.
Now, let me explain that. A contract is property, okay?
Mhm.
Now, since a contract is property, where do you record property?
Up here,
Okay,
we do
the
it in
same
land
place. Yeah, well, you do it at the same place you would record a mortgage. Okay. That in North Carolina is called the Register of Deeds. In other states, it's called the County Recorder's Office. You said it's the land patents. Same place.
Yeah.
That's where you record it. Now, this is just my theory. Okay. When you record it, get a certified true copy. Take that certified true copy to the Secretary of State and have it authenticated. Now, once it's authenticated and you get it back, now you have something that meets the rules of evidence according to according to a few different states that talk about authentication. Now it's evidence in a court of law.
Correct. And now it's evidence with any other record too. So you bring it into your congressman, you have a record to give your congressman of what you've done. So he can take it to whatever they put in their registry and record it there. You take it to your state congress so they can report, you put, or you give it over to the registrar of the state. If you all have one, some states don't have registrars, some people do. But you take it to people who control the records and you give it over to them. And now they have this record of what you've done, and they can correlate all their other records and all their little computer systems. So when their agents who only read computer screen language, read it, they go, oh, okay, we're not supposed to deal with this.
Okay. Now, does that answer your questions?
Yeah, I got one more question.
Okay. What's your question?
So there's a judge up here in Canada. I have 5 warrants for the birth certificate or the name. And he filed the Attorney General of Canada filed an application to ban me from the courts. And we did a counterclaim stating that, they're securities intermediaries and that they're monetizing these securities and warrants, et cetera. And it was completely ignored. And I was banned from the courts. So what would you do with that?
If you were banned from the court, you've done something right, because you scared them for some reason.
Yeah, I figured that, but now I'm in a foreclosure and I filed an injunction and it was completely ignored and thrown out, right? So, and maybe
now, I can't address Canadian laws. I know the processes and principles are similar to here, but I can't exactly address that. And I don't know if Boris can or Floyd can.
Well, I got a fund principle for property.
Okay,
For
go ahead.
Canadian law?
Yeah,
Kings.
for Canadian law, she said she's in
You
Canada.
still be able to come under divine principles because the Canadian government is defender of the faith.
so
You have to agree.
your notification that you did with expressing the trust and getting it on the record would probably work.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly. I don't see why it wouldn't, because we are tied to the US through the Articles of Confederation, Section 11 to
right. It all goes into
couple
the whole
vital
thing
statistics
of
act, right? So
right. And does Canada or the state of or the province, whoever issued the birth certificate, are they registering and reporting to people as property? If not, then it's something other than you. So where do you have a duty to that? But now they're operating it so it could harm you. So you let them know that your operation could harm you. And all I'm doing is using this according to the will of my Father and all the other stuff. And you come in through your faith, make it all about an act of faith. And under the international laws, they have to comply. The ones that are governing all these people, because all these states are running under international bankers to an international bankruptcy. Therefore, the international laws are what apply. So it's actually Hague. It actually, from what I'm led to believe, it's Hague Article 43, 46, 53, or 55, and 56. but you have to give them where their liability to get to care comes from. And their liability is, hey, religious principles and families, private property must be respected. And if you're using this thing for religious and faith-based purposes, it's treated as private property, and they also have to respect that.
Now,
So you kind of just give them notice of certain things, because it's all treaties, they're all signed signatories to them. You're just
Yeah,
operating under the international treaties and governments, but it really boils down to, does that state, does the issuer register and record record people as property?
now
And if they
I
don't,
haven't.
then what did it record, and who's the grantor of it?
Now, I haven't actually seen this document, but Smoking Baby told me about it. Said one day, he said, "What is your ultimate goal?" He said, "Your ultimate goal is you're trying to make peace with the United States because of the Trading with the Enemy Act." And he said, so what did he do? He started studying different countries' peace treaties. Okay. And he said, so he wrote one and he sent it to the proper places. They received it. They wrote him a letter back and said, thank you for your submission. And that was the last he heard of them. So I think there's something to the treaties, because why? They have the right to accept treaties. It doesn't say where the treaty has to come from. So, but if that's all your questions, Fun, I'm gonna go to the next person.
Yep, that is. Thank you very much.
I have a principle that I just wanted that deals with property, and it says things taken from the enemy. Sorry, things taken from the enemies immediately become property of the captors.
Yes.
So you're giving them all this stuff, and they're taking it, and it becomes their property.
Yeah. And what we're talking about is how to get it back and make peace at the same time. So, well,
But then that leads to the principle of no one is considered a competent defender of another's property without securities.
well, that's why you actually, what Boris is talking about, when you take control of the vessel and adopt it, you surrender the interest back to the sovereign to settle all the debts.
But then it goes to say sole ownership of possessions cannot be in two persons.
Yeah, that adopting and fostering is.
You're not, sole possession is not with two persons. You're in possession of it. You're just giving out rights in something. You're still in possession of something. You've always been in possession of a name.
You already have divine rights. What do you mean given rights of something?
You're given the rights of something. You're using someone else's property.
Yeah, that's not.
So you're claiming it as yours. You're not claiming it. I'm saying you're adopting it for your use, right? You're using it. It's an interest. It's a property of someone else.
Where a thing is owned in common, it is clear that the cause of the property prohibits its use is the stronger.
Yeah, the adopting and the fostering is being misconstrued. It's not.
Everyone is the manager and master of his own affairs.
I guess people don't get it yet because you all want to separate yourselves from something that was created for you by God.
Just because we're discussing it, don't mean we don't get it.
No.
We're discussing it. We're trying to spell it out.
You're taking something that was already given to you.
Yes.
It was a given name, right?
It wasn't given to me.
It's a given. It was given to you by your parents. It's given. You have a hold of receipt for it. Awesome.
No. It was just a recorded event that my mom witnessed. She was an informant, not an informer. She didn't accept it, didn't create it. So it wasn't given to me. It was just generationally groomed and normalized and assumed that I had to participate with it. I didn't know the question not to sign up for the draft. I didn't know the question not to sign up for the voter registration. I was driving a car at 10 on the farm. I didn't know that there was an option not to sign up for an agency license. So it's just generationally groomed.
Awesome. All that stuff was just simply a mistake.
Okay. Yeah.
So you just go back in and correct the mistake and say, hey, I misused this property I was given. That name, that birth certificate, that's not your name. It was given to you so you could use it, but it's not yours. Yours belongs to God. God never gave you your name, did they?
Well, I believe
Did he?
parents, I believe my mother and father were divinely inspired to come
They
up with that.
they gave you a name.
Sure.
So fine, they gave you a name that was registered. That's no longer your name now. Now it becomes part of what they call public trust. And the only thing it was some person created so you can interface with the world and not become of the world.
Hold on a second right there. What was registered was a simile. It was a copy. And in their closest, hold on a second. In 1 USC 1, they tell you that copying and subscriptions on that public record is not the thing. It is of insane persons. So if I choose now, if I become
Hold on. What is it a copy of?
It's a copy of the event that was recorded.
The event was recorded, but what is it a copy of?
A symbol. It's a symbology. It's a symbology of self. Okay. So yeah, I'm sure.
You're sure? So is yourself that was recorded? That's what you're saying. An image of yourself?
Hold on a second. Okay. Slow down. Don't try to be a right fighter. Let's just have a discussion.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to get it so I can get beyond that point.
Okay. If we're looking at a word, if I say the word car, if someone takes the word car and turns it into a symbol or of initialism of acrimonial state, and they capitalize the word car or even cursive the word car, and they register it within their construction, that doesn't mean it changed the lowercase car. It just means that now they made up, they artfully constructed, they abstractly arted here on earth something that was not. It became an undenatured state of what it was. Do we agree?
Okay.
Okay. So
no, I'm still trying to figure out what makes you think the birth certificate has anything to do with you other than you supplying the event that happened.
Doing that. I never even stated it had anything to do with me. So stick within it. They took that word, they usurped the word, they turned it into a terminal figure of symbology of initialism. And that's the barratry legalese that they do, the turning of what we think is and what it are, literally.
Now, Bobby, I understand what you're trying to say. At least I think I do. Now,
I have no idea what he's trying to say.
But
I'm still trying to get beyond. I'm still trying to see. No, I want him to help me understand, help me comprehend, so we can we can have meeting of the minds. We can continue.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll make this simple. 1 minute you're saying that it's not you. The next minute you're saying you want to go in there and prove that it's not you, so you can gain something from it. And that's
what makes you think I'm trying to gain something from it?
Because you want the interest and the hold off of it.
No,
he never said he wanted the interest. He said he was surrendering.
I'm giving away interest. I'm the only one who wants to give away everything in this whole chat. I'm up here to be the only one who wants to give everything away.
No,
everybody's looking to retain. Oh, it's not me, so I'm going to retain what I have of mine. I don't understand where you all are coming from because I can't comprehend the nature of what you're saying. You're using their words and their manipulation of all these words to try and explain it. I don't comprehend.
That's because, and you won't, because you don't have the listening comprehension to do that yet.
Yeah, he actually does, Bobby.
No,
this is where
hold on, Bobby.
Hold on, Bobby.
That was not a personal attack. He just said it.
No, what do you mean I don't have the listening comprehension?
No,
hold on, Bobby. Bobby. Let me say something.
Wait a minute. You guys took that wrong. Let me explain it. The reason I said it that way, because he said it first. He said, I don't understand why you guys are taking their words. He don't understand the words I'm using because he keeps putting them in a category that he don't understand. That's why I said about the listening comprehension. It wasn't personal. He said it first, and I just reiterated it.
No, well, let me explain something, Bobby.
You need to know the definition of understand.
Yeah. Do I believe?
All right, understand, overstand, whatever you want to call the damn word I have to use to say comprehend whatever you're trying to say.
But if you don't clarify the words first with finite closure, Boris, in your notice, they can be ignored. They can. That's what these people that's listening are having
problems.
That's
why I do one word. It's called Usufruct. There's no they already created the world underneath it.
I get you. I'm not your enemy here.
I just use one word. I mean, I guess I made it so simplistic. People can't get it. I made my shit so simple. It's just one word.
Okay, brother. Okay.
Now,
it's
Bobby,
one word that I know that their whole thing is set up to protect.
Now, where I disagree with you, Bobby, is this. I've got a copy of my birth record with the footprints. And when I went through the different documents that came with it, and I saw the language of what was done, it brought clarity to a lot of things. Now, one, if you believe in scripture, that God knew you before you were even in your mother's womb, that means God had a name for you, and that name was given to your mother. Well, the problem is your mother named you, but your mother never recorded you. And I showed the code earlier where under the New York law, both products of conception are to be registered. And that's the baby and the infant, which was the placenta.
Those are products, though. Those are products.
Hold on.
Okay.
We talk about people, a lot of people that debate abortion, okay, that are pro-life, okay. Now,
because they're commercial products.
They're not commercial products. They're products of conception. Conception is a product of God, okay? Life begins at conception. Okay, now, according to this code, the code is always based on principles of law, okay? At the afterbirth, or the placenta, was abandoned at the hospital. A placenta was part of the baby. It is a 100% genetic match. This has been proven in science to the baby. Not only that, it is property of the baby. The point we're getting at is when you become age of majority, you got to go say, hey, wait a minute here. This is my property. Y'all have used it all this time. Now I'm reclaiming it. But in the reclaiming process, you were surrendering the interest to settle all the infant's past, present, and future debt, because this is what happened in 1933 when they took the gold. They prepaid all the debt. You heard about HJR 192. Okay, so all they did was the same principle. So what are we trying to do? Get under the same principle so that way we don't have liability and the state can settle our portion of the debts, because we have a role to play in this also. Now, some of you keep wanting to come back on here, and we have other people waiting to ask questions. So Brandon Warner, I'm gonna lower your hand and let you come on.
Thanks. And I'm listening. I appreciate everybody's point of view. So I just wanted to say that. But also, I have a couple questions, and I'm hoping that they have fairly short answers. I'm really just trying to take what I'm learning here and summarize them in a question to see if I'm understanding or, comprehending what's kind of being given out here. So the first one that I have is what we should kind of be thinking along the lines of is everything is basically held in trust and we can't really own anything. And if we try to claim that we own something, it's somehow a declaration of war or we have a burden to prove. Is that correct in my thinking or saying that way?
Now, I think Boris will agree with this statement. Do you actually truly own anything? No, God does.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. So everything is held in trust.
But what did God say? You are to go have dominion. So your little portion of the earth is your body, okay? One of the arguments I make on TikTok about people that argue race and white privilege, I said, why are we arguing over the color of dust? Because from dust
I've heard you say that before.
Yeah,
and to dust you shall return. Absolutely.
You will return. What color is your spirit? There is no color.
Well,
so your little part of the land and real estate is your body.
And even that is held in trust because you have to give it back at some point. Your spirit's going to leave your body and it's going to go back to the dust. So even that is not yours.
Correct. It's
well, there
God's.
you go. Well, this
Okay,
is one of the things real quick, if I could jump in real fast.
So yeah, overall, to answer your question, you're absolutely right in your kind of summarization of this, or summarization, I should say. And what it comes down to, essentially, at least from my own perspective, is until they can prove that there's anything between you and God, this is the bottom line, because they want to, like the saying in the Bible, you cannot serve two masters, you cannot serve God and mammon. Mammon be government. If you, in my estimation too, overall judges, when it comes down to it, are gatekeepers. There's symbolism in everything. There's disclosure in it all. And if you can prove who you are as a player in the game at any point, because every step is a test. Even cops are really gatekeepers, because if you start asking the right questions, even curbside or at the doorstep or on the phone with the so-called IRS agent, whoever, ultimately they don't have anything. They don't have anything on you. It's all on their own property. Again, this is why I talked about being a interloping meddler, because it's their property, not yours. And they tell you there's 3 ways specifically in your so-called world that you can know. For one, there's the Bible. God granted dominion, not ownership. But the legal system tells you in 2 different ways. We've already talked about the biggest one, first and foremost, is the name. Since you don't own the name, all property that has been so-called purchased using that name belongs to whoever owns the name. It's pretty simple. They tell you. It's straight up. Then there's the simple fact that since a Federal Reserve note is an IOU does not pay a debt. It is impossible to pay a debt with an IOU. So if you can't pay for it, how'd you buy it? And if you didn't buy it, how do you own it? They're telling you right on the face of the freaking $1 so-called Federal Reserve note. Tell you just in that word note, it's an IOU, it's a promissory note. You haven't paid shit. This is disclosure to you that you don't and cannot own a thing. Yes, brother.
You remember, see, the government will give everybody what they want and what they express. Remember on the Social Security card, it used to say, do not use for identification.
Because you'd be committing fraud.
What if they warned everybody, but the people said, we're not going to listen to the warning? And what did the government do? They took that phrase off. Because why? The people in mass said what? We will use it for identification. So the government did what the people asked by consent, took that phrase off and said, okay, if you want to use our property, you will accept liability by your consent because you're doing what we told you not to do.
Careful what you ask.
We warned you.
Just might get it.
And what are we trying to tell you how to do is how to reverse that. And I've only seen a few people that are 100% been successful. Boris, and I've tested this in my recent traffic ticket. I keep going back to that. When I expressed myself as the registered agent for the name, because that's right now what I believe my office is, I have a certain duty. KW did it. KW went into court. The court, he even had read part of the ruling in the videos I've shared, where the judge said, yes, it's a registered organization. Yes, you are the registered agent and you can resign from that registered agent at any time. And I had forgot about KW for years because I discovered him early in my research. And he come back up recently because why? I think God actually took it out of my mind for me to get to the path I was on and discovering this stuff. And then look who's falling in my lap. I respect Fearless Floyd. I respect Boris, the guy that was just on, he dropped off. He got the court to call him peaceful inhabitant. All these people now, God is directing me to these people that know this stuff. I do not follow every single guru out there that teach a one certain process, because why? That one certain process is not going to fix all your ails. What's going to fix it? Knowing who you are as a player in the game. I mean, the guy that just fell off, he probably got a phone call, he'll be back, but oh, there he is. He's even said it, and he's one of the ones me and him's talked privately. I changed his name to Peaceful Inhabitant because that's what the court called him. But he said it to me a long time ago. It's all about knowing who you are as a player in the game. Once you know who you are, like Bobby knows who he is. His method is sound, even though it may not be the same as ours for how he's doing it, because he knows who he is as a player in the game. Once you know, the courts can't tell you no different.
Well, that's just exactly right. And this is kind of what I was getting at in terms of the overall contract too, because it doesn't matter who it is. It could be the janitor at the freaking city hall. They have to contract with you. This is why the judge has to get you to claim that name. And of course, even if he doesn't, just like with me, when he said, okay, Mr. Peaceful Inhabitant, that Mr. was a term and condition that he was throwing in. Had I just gone along with that, I would have just accepted that contract. Now I'm back into his jurisdiction. It's pretty simple when you recognize some of these things for what they are, because they are going to do it. They will do everything they can to test you. And if you cannot prove that you know who you are as a player in the game, they will nail you to the wall and toss you in a cage. There was a brother that actually was being told to get out. He was walking out. This is a toothpick deal. And
yep. Go ahead.
With the next question?
No, Peaceful Inhabitant. He stopped when I said yep, because he told me this story. He knows the guy. Go ahead. Well, I think he fell off. He's not saying nothing.
Judge the guy that bailiff arrest that man.
Peaceful Inhabitant, you blanked out when you said toothpick man. So everything after that they didn't hear.
Okay. This guy was basically being told to get out. He had not claimed the name. The judge was rather frustrated, but he didn't claim the name. And as he was walking out the door, he was literally a couple of steps from the door. The judge says, oh yeah, by the way, take that toothpick out of your mouth. As soon as the toothpick started to left the lips, the judge said, bailiff, arrest that man. The judge threw a term and condition in that was an offer to contract, and that guy, that brother, accepted the offer.
Which gave them jurisdiction.
He gave him jurisdiction right there. Right there. It is really pretty simple, and they will play this game, and they will play hard, because that's the judge's job. It's his job to play you as hard as he can possibly play you. And is he going to act and thump his chest and get all excited and shit? Of course, that's part of the act. They're all actors. Every so-called code, statute, and regulation needs to be enacted. Costume. Judge is in a robe. The cop is in a fucking uniform. Even the car is in a uniform. It's all costume. It's all an act. All an act to get you to believe that you were in a contract originally, but you're not. As soon as you accept their contract at the moment, you are. And it's always contracts in the moment. Always contracts in the moment. And technically speaking, when it comes to, even though like we were talking about earlier, government is supposed to be protection of the rights, but they're not really. Not of you. They're really protection of the rights of the government, the corporation.
Actually, are you sure of that? Because it appears to me people contract out of that.
Well, people
They're
contract
not
all the time.
contracting in, they're not handling the sacred honor part.
Well, what do you mean?
So remember the last line of the declaration. And reliance upon the declaration with a firm reliance upon divine providence, we mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. If people are not going to live up to the honor that the declaration, that societal contract, that trust thing, and they're going to use that property, they're going to honor the agreement, then they're in dishonor automatically.
Right.
And now their rights aren't protected because they're in dishonor.
Well, and that's kind of the whole thing. Once you make a claim, you kind of go into immediate dishonor. That's the whole problem with making claims.
Yeah, but
seriously, as soon as you make a
doing,
claim, you've just gone into dishonor.
Right, and when these people come in and they say there's something they're not, have they just not exhibited double-mindedness?
Oh, absolutely. A double-minded man is unstable.
Have they just trespassed? Have they just trespassed on the state and their Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, why should they get the protections?
Now, I'm gonna read something right quick. This is a prime example of what was said, that these judges will do everything they can to trip you up, okay? And this is U.S. v. Johnson et al. 76 F. Sup. 538 from 1947, okay? And this is dealing with the Fifth Amendment. The privilege against self-incrimination is neither accorded to the passive resistant nor to the person who is ignorant of his rights, nor to one indifferent thereto. It is a fighting clause. Its benefits can be retained only by sustained combat. It cannot be claimed by attorney or solicitor. It is valid only when insisted upon by a belligerent claimant in person. And that it gives the citation. It says, the one who is persuaded by honeyed words or moral suasion to testify or produce documents rather than make a last-ditch stand simply loses the protection. Once he testifies as to part, he has waived his right and must, on cross-examination or otherwise, testifies to the whole transaction. He must refuse to answer or produce and test the matter in contempt proceedings or by habeas corpus. The holdings in the case of this type by the defendant are sound, but they do not apply here because Mamelo did not resist. He acquiesced. Likewise, he did not have himself held in contempt or arrested for refusal. Furthermore, he had the documents in his possession. So you see, when you go up there, using the name as an example, the judge may yell at you, may scream at you. Those are honeyed words or moral suasion. You look back at the judge and say, Your Honor, are you trying to intimidate me? What's he going to say?
And I have a quick story about that one when you're done.
Go ahead.
Okay. One of the first guys I helped this was Beach House Jim. I sat him down, gave him four basic documents that I used to explain this, which are all military manuals. And I sat them all up side by side. And I walked him right through. So he had a court case the next morning. So they go in there and they asked him his name, and he did everything I instructed. I went there for the matter. I'm here for that matter because there's a mistake. And he goes, well, I don't really know what makes you think I have a name. What makes you think I claim one? And he went round and round. The judge says, either answer, I'll hold you in contempt. He goes, how can I give you an answer to a question that I don't have an answer to? And the judge held him in contempt. So he was put in jail. And then he told me that an agent or someone came and spoke to him, and they talked for a little bit. And he goes, what are you going to do about the judge? And he goes, what? He goes, what are you going to do about the judge? And he goes, well, I forgive all trespasses against me as I forgive those, trespasses. That kind of language. And he was released that next morning. All charges gone, everything done. That's the tricks they're gonna do.
When you said that you're gonna do like you registered and stuff and then you put the trust in, now are you free and clear and are you able to pull funding from your account, Boris?
I haven't done the whole process yet. I haven't done my
Okay.
whole thing yet.
Because if you realize, you know, Jesus, he died on the cross, and I was trying to tell you that he was a teacher.
Mhm.
And before Jesus died, did he not acquire 12 disciples?
Sure he did. And he also
Okay.
was on the cross with 2 people.
That's right.
And he
was
said,
there
and
with
those who follow
Justus
him, he
and
gave you
Demas.
forgiveness. The other one was the second thief.
Yeah, but Justus means birth certificate. Jesus was Jesus of Nazareth before he died on the cross. That means he was birthed at a city. And then Demas means remainderman. This is what I was explaining to the pastor the other day. 3 people died on that cross. The birth certificate, the man, Jesus, and the remainderman died.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, if you look at what he's saying is, he said, you pray like this, my Father who is in heaven, right?
Mhm.
Holy is your name. Thy kingdom come. That means your kingdom is supposed to come.
Mhm.
Thy will be done. That's
Mhm.
God's will is to be done
Mhm.
on earth as it is in heaven.
Mhm.
And then you say, give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, right?
Mhm.
Where is your kingdom? Where's your will? This is what I'm trying to explain to people.
And this is what we've already gotten, that we have to express it, and then you give it over to the right people.
When you do all of your,
Then when you do it all, it should work.
well, that's
Now,
why I was
she will-
asking you if you did that already, because
I
that
have, like,
is what,
I have exactly said that I didn't do that part of the
Okay, I'm just-
process. But
I'm
what
just
I also
asking,
said is
Boris.
when I presented it in a matter, the results is what I was showing you. We got results. Everything
but-
I've talked about, everything I have talked about
this is
on my
not an
site and
argument,
everything.
Boris. I'm
No,
just
but
asking
what
if
I'm
you
saying
finished.
is I haven't done the whole thing.
Okay.
Have you?
I'm already there. I don't have to go to court. All I got to do now is give them the birth certificate. My living trust is already registered.
Is it funded? Can you get what you
I
require
can-
from the physical world?
Wait a minute, let me finish. I already have an appointment with the bank. And they will
Okay.
get that birth certificate with a security instrument to hold everybody harmless. I can pull funds as a trustee.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I was talking to the banker the other day. I can pull 2 million down at a time. Now, what you're not understanding this is because you want to talk about all the things with the courthouse. If your kingdom hasn't come and your will won't be done, you can say all these things to the judge and they ignore you, or they go out of the room. They come back in 3 times. They'll come in as an administrator. They'll come in as ministerial.
Never had that happen.
But because if
It's
you
always
leave
settled at the
early,
first, no, always settled at the first
Okay.
instance.
but the people still have to register that name as a trust, and you're being the trustee in order for you to be able to pull
Okay, and
anything
that
from the
happens
account.
when you inform them of your decision and what you have done, and I comprehend that.
Okay, I'm just asking if you did it all.
I
I'm
haven't
already at the
done
banking
all
side.
of all, but I
Okay.
also know that you also don't have to act as trustee, because we have another guy that Lex knows, if Lex wants to talk about him, that went in and did a jurisdictional challenge, and something got flipped, and he has everything taken care of for him. He doesn't act as trustee. They
Well,
just do it.
I'm not saying that there's only one way to do it. I'm just
They
saying
just do
that-
it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but I'm also saying that just because you want to act as trustee because you don't trust the people around you, doesn't mean anything. Because
It's
there's
not
other ways,
because
there's
you
other
don't-
ways, hold on, there's other ways that this also activates that isn't that only way. Because they've also stopped his daughter, and she wasn't registered. He hasn't registered one damn thing. They just did
Okay.
it. And now the police pulled over his daughter one day and asked if he was the biological daughter of this man. And she said, yeah. And she goes, oh, tell him we're sorry we delayed you.
That's exactly what they did to my daughter. When they
All
look
right?
us up, we're not on
the
there.
guy, whoever did it for him, he didn't have to do anything for it. They did it all for him. So what I'm
He
saying is,
had to
I know you're
do-
right, She-Wolf, and I'm not arguing against you. But what I'm saying is, there's more than one ways to express a trust.
I
And there's
agree
more
with
than
you
one way.
100%.
There's more than
I'm
one
just-
way to notice the people of that trust. And the only thing I didn't do was go
Mhm.
through that whole process of notifying them of this, because I know my trust of when I created back in 2011
Right.
was kind of incomplete. I already knew that. So
I mean,
I just
like,
went through, and then I've been helping people through all their other little bullshit and their court cases, and they call me up the day before their court case like I can pull shit out of my ass.
Well,
So this
what
is what I
about the
get. I don't
guy?
get people wanting to discuss this with me. I get people calling me up 2-3 days before their fucking court cases.
I
and going,
agree.
what do I do? And I go, I don't know, put your head between your legs, pray to the Lord, and kiss your ass goodbye.
Listen, I
Because you're
agree
asking
with
me
you
2 or 3 days
100%.
before court, and I'm done with it.
I've
And
had
I'm
people
finally
call me the
and
day
I'm finally
before.
getting people who want to talk to me about something other than court. So I apologize if everything I say is only court and it offends you. But here's the deal. This is all we've had to deal with right now. This is all I've been dealing with right now is people's mistakes and helping them fix it out. I don't really care about any of that stuff. I don't know why people keep coming to me. I don't care about courts. I don't care about any of that shit. But
Right,
people don't want to
so-
listen to the other parts of it. They only care about what can I get out of it? What can I do with it? What's in it for me? So I'm like, all right, fine. If that's all you're going to think of, then this is what we're just going to do it just for you and watch what happens, because I already know the end result.
Well, what I was
Now-
saying is when Jesus died on the cross and he already had his 12 disciples, and then he dies on the cross, and then in 3 days, he rises again, which is you have 3 days to rescind your contract. And then he set up his church, the foundation. Even though you die, he really was just showing
And
you
if you
that.
notice on the cross, he gave the offer to both the thieves. One
Yeah, like-
accepted, one rejected.
Exactly.
And
It's a
that's what we do.
contract.
All I can do is offer people what I give them, and either they accept it or reject it. Do I care what they do? Fuck no, I don't give a shit.
Well, you're only
Why?
supposed to
Why
be
should I care
managing your
about? Why
own
should I care
household.
about anybody who's not going to care about what about themselves or what we're teaching, what we're trying to show them, and they want to go off and, hey, you want to research 15 other people's ways of saying the same thing? Go ahead, because this whole call right here is 1,000 different ways to say the same concept.
All I'm saying is
That's
that you
what
can
I'm
say it
saying
a
about it.
1,000 different ways. I'm just asking you, where are you at right now? This
I
is
already
your
know where
call.
I am. I already know where I am at.
Yeah.
She-Wolf.
Go ahead, sir.
Here's the thing. I mean no offense when I say this, but the bulk when we opened up things for questions, you have taken the bulk of it to go back and forth with Boris. And I've got people waiting for questions. I understand you are saying almost identically the same thing Boris is saying. So guess what?
Okay.
Calm down. Let's go to the other people instead of you jumping on whenever you see fit so people can ask questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, come on, man. That I apologize, She-Wolf, because that's not what I witnessed happen, but go ahead. That was just off. That was out of context.
Yeah. Now,
all right, let's please get to the next question, please. Thank you.
Now,
do I get to ask my second question, or are we moving on?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And I was really just trying to spit these off. I appreciate the dialogue. I was just trying to see if I'm comprehending. So the position that most of us kind of find ourselves in, I guess is one of registered agent, and according to what you're finding, Pastor of the Way, could it be that there's a way that you could operate as registered agent where you're basically doing the proper notice to whoever the trustee is, whether that's the managing trustee of Social Security, or I'm not sure if there's any other trustee in any other position. That seems like the most relevant one to me. But if you're fulfilling those obligations, would you still run into an issue? Or that, I mean, it feels like me that that's not what you want to do, but I'm just kind of exploring the idea of that. Because I've heard you say it a few times that we're the registered agent. And if we fulfill the obligation of registered agent, would we still be, running into issues and problems in your opinion? And anybody can answer that.
In my opinion, is this right here, and it's based on what I know, is to have a valid.
Oh, shoot. I think he dropped.
Yeah, he dropped. I think his phone died.
Here we go. He's back.
Okay.
Pastor, you there?
I got kicked out and don't know why.
Yeah, I saw you leave. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're back.
Now, based on the information I've learned, one of the things over the years, I spent a long time studying what's called the secured party process, which goes similarly in line with what She-Wolf is talking about. It's just a different name, is trust law. And to have a valid trust, you have to have 4 offices filled: the grantor, the creator, the trustees, the beneficiary. But the one that's never talked about is the registered agent. Okay, the registered agent is a default position, and that goes to the trustee, unless the trustee expresses a registered agent. Now, go look at any business filing online. Look up a small business that is an LLC. The owner is the default position of registered agent. Okay. But if you look at all these corporations, what do? They have a registered agent. So McDonald's, for example, you'd have to find out who their registered agent is. So the registered agent, because the entity itself cannot do anything, it has to have agents to do it all, right? Because it's a legal fiction. Whether you call it the birth certificate, an LLC, a S Corp, there has to be agents. So the only logical position for me, because one of the things, this is where I say, wait a minute. Now, this is where right now where I'm at is government created a trust for our benefit. Now, or do we have evidence that we are the beneficiaries? No. He who makes the claim has the burden of proof. I went through the Trading with the Enemy Act, found out the alien property custodian is the grantor. They eventually moved that office over to the Attorney General. So the Attorney General is an officer of the state. And if Vital Records says they own the record, that means what? That means the state is the grantor. That makes the certificate of live birth a trust certificate. Anybody that has a trust set up, when they go to create a bank account for said trust, what does the bank ask for? They ask for the trust certificate, right? So that means the equivalent option of the certificate of live birth is the trust certificate. So now the bank account is the treasury. That's why the first trustee is the secretary of the treasury. So that means.
Did you ever look at it? If you ever take one of your checks and take the signature line where you sign your name on and put a magnifying glass on it, do you ever read what it says in micro printing?
Yeah, authorized representative.
There you go. There you go. Ahead. I'm sorry to bring that up.
Now, not only that, Jim, if you look at your social security card, the signature, I never signed mine.
It's not mine.
I never signed the social security card because the signature line is not a signature line.
Right.
It's micro print.
It's exactly. Yep.
Now,
so they're hiding it.
So that means you can only fill one of 2 other offices. And that is either the registered agent or the beneficiary. And I asked my dad, who gets Social Security benefits, who knows a lot of this stuff. I wish I'd have listened to him years ago, because he studied tax law back in the day. And I asked him one day, I said, Dad, you say you're the beneficiary? He said, yeah. I said, have you ever received a K-1 distribution report? He says, no. I said, then why do you presume you're the beneficiary? Because a K-1 distribution report is a tax document to let the IRS know what the distribution was and whether or not the taxes were paid. So if you are not the beneficiary, then the only office left is a registered agent. So when you go get your driver's license, when they say we need to see the birth certificate, they're asking for the registered organization. Now, if you go look up a video on YouTube by the Federal Judicial Center, it's called Bankruptcy and Revised Article 9, Part 1. Fast forward to the 43-minute mark. These are law professors and judges, bankruptcy judges, and they're discussing Article 9 of the UCC. And what does Ms. LaRouche is talking about? The registered organization. The guy 2 spots to her right pops off and says, yes, and some say the state issues a birth certificate. Wow. So the state only can license registered organizations, and under the law, every registered agent, there has to be an office for that registered agent. So what do? They're asking you for the birth certificate. That's the corporation. And who is the registered agent and the address for service of process? So what do? You go in there and say here, and by default, you are accepting the office of registered agent and giving the address for the office.
May I expand upon that?
Go ahead.
The agent is known as the resident. And under 19 U.S.C. 81O, it says resident. The only persons allowed to reside within the zone, meaning a foreign trade zone, are federal, state, or municipal officials, officers, or agents whose resident presence has been deemed necessary by the board. The board being the Secretary of Commerce as the executive chair, and the Secretary of Treasury. Now, I've never been before either one of them.
Yeah.
But I've been claiming to be a resident by use of an address that is the principal place of residency, the principal place of business for a household goods agent known as a common carrier of an insurance program that is supplying household goods and services to Her Majesty, the Prince, and the Duke under the Royal Warrant Holders Association, known as a contract officer issuing warrants. Everything you use and sign a signature to, you are acting in the capacity of a contracting officer and granting warranted information. I yield.
Now, and this goes into different tax codes and everything else on what an employee is and everything else. You're accepting a certain office because you're using their property. And since you're not using it correctly, that's where you're accepting the liability. Now, the only reason I bring up the registered agent is because the registered agent, when done properly and in good faith, has no liability. Okay. But like Boris said, until you change that and declare you are age of majority is the legal term, that you are a living man or woman, and that is what God gave you, and you are going to give the interest of it back to the government, and you can appoint trustees, you can appoint beneficiaries, stuff like you appoint whoever you want. But you have the right, even the Supreme Court has said that, you have the right at any time you are ready to declare who you are. We're not declaring who we are, so the government doesn't know who we are.
Right. I get that part.
I mean, you don't know me. If I send you a letter, you're going to say, what? Who is this guy? I don't know him until I declare who I am. And then you say, oh, you write back and say, oh, do we have a contract? Then it's up to me to prove we do. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I see why that's problematic. I think between you and the other gentleman, you definitely answered that question. So thank you.
You're welcome. So, well, Goat was next in line. So we will go to Goat.
Hello. Good afternoon. You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Is it Tuesday? No. Okay. So
not yet, because I'd be having to go to work.
So
No
I feel like
cussing
I'm
on
in a
this phone.
calculus class and I have an addition subtraction question. I've spent a bunch of time trying to figure out my vital statistics protocol and all that. So the question is, should I still get an authenticated few authenticated copies of my certificate of live birth through the state and federal?
I absolutely agree with authentication, because if you also continue listening just a few minutes past where she says that, and then he says about the birth certificate, listen to a few minutes later. She makes what appears to be an off the cuff comment. And Brian Parker brought this to my attention because I missed it. She said, the secured party has the authenticated documents. Now, what's the purpose? If it's a registered organization, then the authentication makes it credible evidence in a court of law. One, if you know how to express it, that it is a registered organization. It's no longer hearsay.
Are the other, thank you. Are the other panel members in agreement with that? Floyd, Boris, etc. Get the authentication?
Yeah. Give them a second to unmute.
I can say from my own
Yeah,
standpoint,
go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I was just going to say real fast, just because of my own personal opinion on how the system is set up and how I've played with it on my own. I don't necessarily worry about that, because the way I see it, the system is set up for me, the living man, to be the beneficiary. So I get whatever benefits that I can. I recognize that just because I might receive a benefit, that doesn't necessarily create a contract either, because as a beneficiary, just because I'm receiving the benefits of the trust doesn't create a contract. And so that being said, use whatever benefits you can get it all, get every stitch of it, and enjoy the moment. And until somebody comes and says anything to you, simply ask at that point, is there someone making that claim? Are you assuming liability? If not, when can I meet the real party in interest? And it's just that simple. And one thing, kind of going back to something that was said earlier, and this kind of goes back to really everything across the board. Something I said earlier, anything and everything that goes unquestioned, unrebutted, unobjected to is considered to be consented to under true. This is implied consent. It's an implied contract. If somebody does something, says something, whatever, and you don't say anything, you just stand there and acquiesce to it, you're in the contract.
Now, Floyd, you got something to add?
No, I mean, I'm down with the whole authentication process. As you know, I've authenticated my name change decree. I'm not gonna say I'm very excited, but I'm definitely excited to see what that process will produce. And most everybody knows, I'm sure not a lot of people on this call, but most of my close associates know that I kind of backed off everything in November and December of last year. kind of put everything to come together because I started getting introduced to more people who had more knowledge than I did, who have gone a little bit farther in some of these processes, and filings, instruments, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that I have enough information, and I definitely know I have more information than I could possibly open up and look at from people sending me stuff, that I have enough to get there. I just have to sit down and focus for about a week without interruption and put it all together. And you know, everything's ready to mail and file. I've already put all that together back last year. So I think if everybody just has a little patience, does their own research, read, get on the Telegram and ask questions, somebody will have an answer for you. Just because you were educated one way, it doesn't matter how you were educated, through the institutions or privately, or you actually paid for that education, it doesn't matter. Have an open mind to accept that there is another way in the way you were taught. You have to be open to that there is more than one way. And my own experience is I've run into these instruments that, you know, are part of all these processes. And they'll be titled different, but they have the same purpose. Even though one will use statutes and codes, one will use scripture, one will use vogue, one will use something completely different, just plain verbiage. It's all trying to get you to the same place. But over the years, and even decades, these gurus and patriots, people who stolen instruments and taken instruments from other processes and melded them and tried to create them into a fruitful process, it kind of bastardized everything and, you know, just put it all over the place. So what I'm trying to do is simplify it.
Yeah. Now, what I will add to Floyd, what he's saying is, I'm not going to tell anyone to not follow a certain guru, but the reason why he says that people will use these different processes and they may or may not work, the ones that they use that work is, there's a saying I learned early in this game: principles of law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. We call methods today procedures. Once you learn the principles behind the laws, you can develop your own methods. But do not, no matter what you do, attach yourself to one specific guru, especially if the guru isn't giving you source information.
No, if he's charging you money, he don't got it. It's that
Now,
simple.
I'm kind of mixed on that one, and I'll explain here in a moment. What you should do is find you a few teachers, not many, because the Bible in Proverbs does say to surround yourself with a wise counsel. So Peaceful Inhabitant, Floyd, Boris, Brian Parker, the different people I name in my videos are people I have learned to trust. And I take the ideas that I come up with to these people and say, hey, tell me your thoughts. Is this sound or what? Because I know I'm human. I will miss things. So they will tell me, you might have missed this, or no, that's actually a sound process or a sound thought process. Now we have to test it and see what works. And I am one of those, I do believe in testing things.
And that's the cabinet that I was speaking of earlier. You have to have the cabinet. You have to.
Yeah. But
you know,
once
there
you
is one thing
find,
that I
once
would
you
like to just throw in
go
there
ahead.
real quick. And this is just real fast because it's going to kind of throw a wrench in the works, but it's something that has to be considered when we're talking about all this documentation of one nature or another. And I really don't care what it is, because we go right back to what is considered to be God's gift to documentation, the birth certificate. And we've already discussed ad nauseum how it is nothing more than pure hearsay. It is toilet paper.
Correct.
Well, if God's gift to documentation is nothing more than toilet paper, doesn't it make all other documentation that is less than that even less than that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that the documentation, of course, people that know me know that I will play in that paperwork world, and I have some, and I've been successful at it some. But
Hey.
it's one of those where, you know,
You need
I
it.
look at things from the simplicity standpoint too. If it gets too complex and complicated for what it's worth, as much as I can go down that path, it's not for me.
And I can
And that's just
attest,
simple.
I can attest to the fact that Peaceful Inhabitant does test some things, because I brought to his attention what I was learning about the so-called state citizen passport. So he went and did it, got his passport card, and he went and seen a certain government individual. They got all freaked out, making phone calls, and as soon as it got to a private conversation, they lowered the volume where he couldn't hear it. And then the government official said, "Hey, nice separation from the name."
Yep. That would be a true story.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right,
yeah,
guys.
it is one of those where I absolutely get the whole idea behind doing paperwork, because when it comes down to it, when I was dealing with a legal issue, I wrote an 18-page motion to dismiss. This thing was a fucking motion to dismiss on steroids, because I actually added another 13 pages, points of authority memorandum. And it didn't do shit. But everybody that read it said, "This is great work. You should have done it all." Didn't do shit.
Now, Boris, you got something to add?
They all want to be usufructory. And I did. I had to do the rant about the rights, because that's what the assets of the trust are, because I got sick of hearing about stuff.
Somebody got a hot mic.
Oh God, I went off. I was like,
Boris
"Yeah,
does.
the assets of the trust." I'm like, the birth certificate, bullshit. Birth certificate is the asset of the trust.
Let's respect his privacy. And I do agree with him on what he said. The rights, the property of the trust is the rights, the unalienable rights. You have the ability to waive them. The government can't take them. You have to waive them. And that is the true property that the people need to realize. But let's move to the next person on the list on the questions. Unless you have another one, Goat. I saw you were muted, so I thought you might have been done.
So my question was, should I do the authentication? And my answers are yes, yes, maybe. And Boris is on a different phone call. And I should read, even though there's 40 million pages of documentation, and I should get
ultimately
some gurus, but not too many, but not too few. And I should keep my mind open. And okay,
hey, you can make it confusing like that, yes.
Go to the
But
silver
you've got to go and read the source information for yourself. And ultimately, it's your choice on the path you take.
well, okay.
You said earlier that the holder of the document
I just
is the
have no
authenticator.
interest.
Well, there's an old saying: there is more ways to skin a cat. Or,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know
many
why
ways to skin a
everybody's
cat.
talking about skinning cats. That's such a gruesome analogy. but
That's a
whatever.
figure of speech.
It's a figure of speech.
I think
bro.
you guys should get a
Easy
new
up.
figure of speech on every single one, like skinning cats. I'm like, that's really sick.
Yeah.
But anyway, go on.
I concur.
How about don't nitpick?
He said earlier that the holder of the document is the one that authenticates it. In your hand, that birth certificate has a seal on it. If you look under self-authentication, that qualifies as self-authenticated document because it was issued by the one that gave the seal. It's already authentic. Why would you need to authenticate it?
Because it is not, it's double hearsay. I can prove that.
Flip it over on the back and you put your directive on it.
Now that I've actually recently, that was something KW talked about.
It's a negotiable instrument. A negotiable instrument is either a draft for a promise or a draft of an order to pay, not a pay to the order of, an order to pay. Place your order.
Now if that's it, Goat, I'm going to move to the next person.
I guess.
Okay.
I think I'll just do it. At least I'll have it done. And let me ask it this way. Is there a downside to ordering a certificate of live birth, sending it off to the state and then the federal departments?
I've not seen any downsides.
Okay, so $50, I got some paperwork, and if I like it, great. If I don't, I can.
It's not a magic bullet that's going to fix like some people out there teach. You got
I'm not saying it is, but
that says,
it
"Oh,
does
do
take
this.
a
This will fix all
process.
your problems." You know, no, it won't. It's
In
knowing what
no
that
way am I expecting
entity
that.
is.
In no way am I expecting that. However, so at some point I have to take some action on things, and that requires specific actions based on specific procedures and stuff like that. So that was my question for one specific thing, and there's no consensus on it. So I don't see a downside to this, just like maybe the affidavit to the Secretary of State type thing.
That right there actually is where I disagree with the affidavit community.
Right.
The affidavit has a specific purpose. It is for court. It is
Right.
not for the Social Security Administration or the Secretary of State. So it's a misuse of a procedure.
Well, there's something real quick, and you touched on this earlier, Pastor, and that is, and this is my whole root of the thing, knowing who you are as a player in the game. It doesn't mean that it's going to make things just automatically go away, but it's how you deal with it. And it's really pretty simple. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be easy. And by that, as a contractor, I put it like this. To build a house is very simple in terms of you're just nailing one board to another and another board and then another board. Now, is it all that easy to build a house? Oh, hell no. Hell no. There's a lot more complexity to it when it comes down to that. But is it just that simple? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So understanding who you are as a player in the game is the base root of everything. Because if you don't know that, you're never going to know the game. You're never going to know who the other so-called players are and what their position is supposed to be and how they're supposed to play. But it's got to start with you as the real man, as the real living man, knowing that since it is, again, all contracts, you are the only real party at interest. There is no other real party at interest. Period. End of story. Once you have that concept, and this goes across the board, this isn't just with the legal system. This is with bankers, creditors, whoever. Your dentist. It doesn't matter because even your dentist, they're going to talk to you, but the dentist is going to be incorporated so they have a fucking veil in case that you sue them, they don't get hurt.
Well, don't the fictitious third parties, the silent parties, the secret trust layered parties, they have an interest in it?
He will be deceived. Let him. If you believe that they're there, then yes. But if you question that, it all goes away.
Well, they created it, so they have to be there to use it for something.
But you question it. You question it, and then they're going to make the claims. And I'll tell you, and this is the big thing. If it comes down to it, and I'll give you the way that you actually can get to a judge. This is how you do it. Judges have that veil, they're supposedly completely immune. As a judge, they are. Don't sue the judge. You sue Joe Schmuck the Ragman. Now Joe Schmuck the Ragman is going to have to claim that he was a representative of the state. He just made the claim that the state exists. Now it's his burden to prove that the claim exists. Get the state in here up under the stand. He can't do that.
Hey,
that's the
Mark, my buddy Mark in Minnesota. what he just said about the judge, Mark will he will do the research, go find the judge's name and home address and the DA's home address and name, and he sends them an invoice. Now they become liable, and he says you should see him freak out when he does that. I mean,
especially if you put the right language in that letter. Oh, they're going to piss their pants when they see that thing, because they're going to know that their neck is on the string. Because the reality of it is, because of the fact that no agent can ever exceed the capacity of the principal for which they claim to represent, each and every one of those actors is acting on their own accord. The piece of paper called the state has never once told them, this is how you conduct yourself, this is how you do it.
Yep. Now, I'm going to move to the next person on the list, which is fun again.
Hello again.
Hello.
At the very beginning, there was someone who mentioned looking up the very first part of the codes, that it had to deal with contracts. Does anyone remember what that was? I've been looking for it. I can't find it. That's my first question.
No, because
were
to
you
me,
looking for a code that says it's all contracts?
No. Just to read the first part of the codes. So it had something that was
no,
what I was doing.
It's not a code that says it's all contracts. No,
it was dealing with contracts.
Yeah, everything is a contract. Everything. That's not going to be spelled out in a code. If you understand the principles of contract law, then you'll see everything is a contract. Now, let me give you this example. There's a lot of people out there that talk about the UCC as fraud. No, it's not. The Uniform Commercial Code, it tells you in the code what it is. It says it is the codification of the common law of contracts. Everything in the UCC and the Uniform Commercial Code is contract principles. You don't ever have to express the code, just express the principles.
Well, Pastor, real quick, let me go through something that might help everybody that's listening that doesn't understand how simple contracts are. And
no, I understand the contract. I was just trying to refer to that law. I totally understand contract law. So
and can I show you where we can find the most relative code in regards to that?
Well, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
48 CFR section 52.212-5, and it specifically in plain writing says contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders - commercial products and commercial services.
Now, hold on. Where is that at again? 48 CFR
52.212-5. And that is the title of that code. That's a regulatory code. That's not just a US code. This is the regulation part.
Real quick, and again, just for those that don't understand contracts and how simple they are. And in fact, even in contract law, students that were in law school had no idea what the contract was. They thought it was still all about the piece of paper. The reality is, and it was taught like this in class, the most simple explanation. You walk into your favorite sandwich shop, you see the girl behind the counter, she's on the phone talking to somebody. She sees you, you nod to her as if to say, I want the regular. She nods to you as if to say, okay, as soon as I'm done with the dude on the phone. A couple minutes later, you go over there, you pick up the sandwich, you pay her for it, your contract is complete. This comes under two different headings, just in that one simple little setting. One, it's a completely implied contract because there was never a word said. But two, it's also a unilateral contract. You don't owe her anything until she pays or puts that sandwich together. Now, if you walk into a grocery store, everything on those shelves is an offer to contract. Everything on the shelf is an offer to contract. You put it into the cart. Is that an acceptance? No. If you walk up to the cash register, is that an acceptance? No. Is it an acceptance when you put it on the conveyor belt and you start to pay for it? so-called pay, because we won't get into that conversation right now, we already have. Yes, at that moment, you have accepted the offer to contract. There isn't going to be anything written out that's going to say this is a contract. There's going to be the receipt that you allegedly purchased things.
Dude,
that's as simple as contracts get. It doesn't have to be some half a stack or a half ream of paper and with a bunch of ink on it. It doesn't have to be like that. And that's all. The paper in itself, in real contract terms, is nothing more than the memorialization of the contract, because the contract actually exists at the moment there is a complete meeting of the minds.
And that's,
again, this
that's
is
the
what I was
student-
saying with two. You have to have two people. It has to be an absolute meeting of the minds where you discussed, what do you mean by the word success? What do you mean by the word solar? What do you mean by the word birth certificate? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? That's when you have formation. The formation is the moment that there's an actual contract. The moment that when she nodded back to you as if to say, as soon as I'm done with the guy on the phone, that was when there was the actual agreement that she was going to make a sandwich for you.
It's the acknowledgement as soon as the man opens his mouth of that acknowledgement, that therein lies conduct. It's implied and it can be stated, but it's either or. The conduct is the contract.
Dude,
well, the conduct after the agreement is the performance thereof, and
Sure.
any breach in that performance is where the becomes good contracts go bad.
Dude,
Sure.
the guy that gave me that code, I'm going to thank you personally for that code, because I mean that CFR.
All glory goes to him, brother. You know that.
I actually am looking at it on Westlaw, and I am blown away by the stuff in it.
Yes, it tells you all about your contracting and how it works. And
That's
another thing I
right.
want you to look up, brother, is Incoterms, because the way it works in these contract systems is you're just recontracting what somebody else got out of the contract. And what you're doing is actually just taking on the insurance.
Now you said eco terms, ECO, second word
Incoterms,
terms.
INCO terms, all capital
word or
letters.
two.
Punch that into your search engine.
Now, the reason I'm going to bring this up, thank you for this. I'm just scanning through it, looking at the different things, and I see ban on text messaging while driving. Wait a minute. What is this? And it's part 44, 52.223-18, encouraging contractor policies to ban text messaging while driving.
Yeah, it's
And
not
I'm
enforceable.
like,
It's only an encouragement for other contractors to encourage other contractors not to do this.
and how many times do truck drivers, trucking companies, regular people out there having a driver's license get tickets for driving while text messaging while driving? And it's clearly a contract code that they agree to consent to pay. Oh man, God, this one blew me away today. That's why I tell you, I learn new things every day. This is awesome. Now,
like I said earlier, it goes to the contracting officer and whether the information is warranted. And that goes to the Royal Warrant Holders Association, providing commercial services and goods to their Queen, the Prince, and the Duke.
convict labor, child labor, prohibition of segregation facilities.
What's that logo behind him?
My logo?
Oh, the triangle with the, look like a circle or something behind it.
No, I don't know who you're
It
talking
almost
about.
looked like the anarchist symbol that what was it? Sex Pistols used to put up.
So now, if the guy that was now fun, if that was it, I'm going to move to the next person on questions.
I forget what my other one was, so I'll have to put my hand up again. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Now, I'm gonna lower your hand. You said you got questions.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was listening to something a few nights ago, and they were talking about judges, and they were talking about everything is based on treaty. So if everything is based on treaty, and they have not fulfilled any of the treaties that were drafted up, and most of the treaties were drafted with the consent of the United States on how they were going to perform with the indigenous people, does that mean creating your own treaty and submitting it to them will, with all the knowledge that you know at the time that you're submitting that document, does that mean it may assist in your endeavors in trying or attempting to remove yourself out of their public platform?
I personally believe, what is another word for a treaty? Your declaration of who you are.
Right.
I mean,
gotta remember too, all they're
Treaty
doing
is just a
folks,
contract.
Yeah, it's
right,
just a
and
contract.
all they're doing is adopting the contract preemptively. So if you want to enter into that contract and it's in the public domain, it's a public offering. So adopt it. Okay, I adopt this. If we ever come to terms of controversy, we're both in agreement here. So who's this person bringing controversy between our piece already?
Exactly right. And that was what I was about to say. When it comes down to it, this is part of the reason why I live heaven on earth daily, because I don't worry about whatever the hell their so-called code, statutes, whatever. I don't give a crap until somebody's right up in my face. And then the first question out of my mouth is going to be, is there a claimant? And they're going to say one thing or another. And I'm going to ask, who is the claimant? When can I meet the claimant? And if they start to get belligerent, the first thing out of my mouth is, are you assuming liability? Are you going to put up surety for this? That makes, and I can assure you when it comes to judges and DAs, they run from that question. I can assure you they run from that question.
And the ultimate treaty of peace is our Lord's Prayer. Our Father,
right,
which art in heaven.
Hold on, I got
be
something
thy
about,
name.
Yeah, I got something
In
about
fact,
that
and
too.
real quick, just because you said that, I was just going to say, I know of a brother that not too long ago, it was weird because he's a bit of an atheist, but they convinced him to do the Lord's Prayer. So they postponed things. He went back, and instead of doing the Lord's Prayer again, he refused to do so. And they ended up chucking his ass in jail.
Yeah, I know.
But I can say for a fact that
we...
I read Ephesians 6:11 through 18, putting on the Lord's armor. I read that in the courtroom. The last two times that I was there, and like I said, the third time they dismissed.
Yeah, that guy you were talking about, that's who we instructed. He came to us with seven charges, and we told him we had limited time. So he said, just go in there and do the Lord's Prayer. Do it over and over and over again until they tell you to shut up. All right, and then you even finish. So they dropped 6 of the 7 charges, or was it 7 out of 8? One of them. So then they brought him back another about less than a month later, and he didn't do the prayer, and they smacked all the other charges back on him.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
And then I just got a message today while we're on this call that a woman that I know, Linda, out of Globe, something like that, Globe, Arizona, who I've talked to in the past, she gave a message to another one that she sent in the Lord's Prayer to Walmart and Fry's grocery store, gets the local place over there, and has been walking out without paying for groceries for about 7 months, about 11 times without interaction from loss prevention.
Yes, I'm the one who told her about my little scenario. And
So basically the Lord's Prayer is a contract they know, and they observe, and if you follow it, they'll follow it.
So
and this is what I was trying to get to earlier, that if you make this about faith and your faith alone, they cannot trespass against it.
Exactly.
Right, because that's when you're saying that, beloved, the only reason I agree with you with that, because while I was in the courtroom and they were trying to get me to admit to the name, I told them that is not the name that was given. The Creator gave me the name that I am the only one who have an oath to use. No one else has that authority to. Mm-hmm. They let me go, but they kept me for several days before they released me, but they never said they needed me to sign any documents. which I didn't sign anything, but they were trying to force me to do it. So now I
Yes,
just have to respond. And my spirit told me when responding back to them, use the Bible scriptures because that's what they fear. In everything that they have in their paperwork, they fear their own creator. So that's why we have to make it knowing.
Correct.
It's what their creator is wanting.
Correct. And coming in through the faith, they let you know that where you stand on your law without actually having to say, this is my law.
Well, and plus they already agreed to this, folks. They 97-280 public law, the year of the Bible, their King James version, their state of religion is based on their version of the word. That's why the word is interpretable, because it's unprovable. It means what it means to you, and it means what it means to them.
And then we have another guy out of Australia, did one of those ecclesiastical deed poll things and everything else, and they ended up dropping the case, but he ended up talking to the attorney afterwards. And he asked her a simple question. He goes, why do you do what you do? She goes, because we choose to. They choose to be on that side of the fence. It's not like they go, oh, this is our job. This is what their choice is. Their faith is with Mammon, Satan, whatever you want to call it. And they're actually doing God's will by doing it. So say what you want about these people, how evil and shit they are, but they're here to teach you the world without God, to lead you back to God. Because if Christ is the shepherd, they're the dog.
I actually can agree with that too, because I researched the marriage license. Now, those of us that know, the marriage license is a three-party contract between you, your spouse, and the state, and they hold the superior party of interest. But in certain court cases, they go to further expound the reason they created the marriage license was to protect holy matrimony, which is God's area. In other words, if the heathens per se are not going to respect what is God's, then they are offering you this instead, which they control to protect what is God's.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's what all this stuff is about. And we should be respecting these guys and sending them our love, because without them, we don't get here. Yeah. We don't get to the kingdom without them. Because when did everybody start looking to this? I guarantee you, not many people don't look at it their own free will and volition. They only did it when the shit hit the fan.
Yeah, exactly right.
The greatest come to Jesus moment is an indictment.
I went through
this is the big thing
93
too.
cases in 33 years. And finally, I said, I'm done. I'm not going to do it anymore. I quit signing and I ain't been back. All their documents for the last case, refused to sign, refused to sign, refused to sign. I've spent the last 6 years learning. And now they can't get me back in those courts.
They are managing ordered chaos, because if someone doesn't manage it, it would be fucking chaos. Think about the world today. You think it's chaos? Think about you can't send your daughter down the street to the grocery store if this system wasn't in place. Why? It'd be impossible.
Now, what do they say? They say order out of chaos.
Sure.
I'll tell you one thing when it comes to signing things, something that I decided one day in court when they asked me to sign something, and I asked if I was obligated to, and they said no. But then I thought about how funny it would be if I put the words "not me" on the so-called dotted line. So I started playing out the chess game in that. What if it actually came back to it and they were starting to ask, well, is this your signature? And I'd have to look at it and say, well, it looks like it says "not me." Well, who in this courtroom is not me? Could it be that everybody else in that courtroom is not me? I started putting that on all so-called legal documents from that point on.
That is funny. So, I am. Do you have any more questions?
Well, I'll think about it. I yield. Somebody else can go next. If I need to, I will raise my hand. Thank you.
Okay. C. Cortina.
Hey guys, I just want to thank y'all for, sharing so much awesome knowledge. I just wanted to bring something up. I know we've talked about the placenta, but I have found when I was going through the Texas Estates Code, something you might be interested in, because it's in the part where you have to give notice. And it's actually Title II, 308.002. And then the numbers following actually don't make, they go against their own rules of how to write their legal documents. But it's in there, and it actually says that the representative has given the notice to an ancestor of the person who has a similar interest in the trust. And then number 2, it says no apparent conflict exists between the ancestor and person eligible to receive trust income. So when I first read that, I thought, why in the world would you have to give notice to an ancestor if they're already dead? So I just wanted to point that out. I did put it in the chat because it does go along with what you found on the placenta, because kind of it just confirms it all.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah, weird, but they put things, they put answers all over the place. We just have to be reading and then document where we find what we find. Because yesterday I decided to dig up the Texas DMV manual, and to find that it actually states my old driver's license is a Class C, and that if my vehicle is not over 26,000 pounds, I don't have to have a driver's license. There was more in there too, and I created a post on Facebook on it because it had some other stuff, but they don't give. Matter of fact, the director of the Texas DMV, is true title is Director Colonel, but in this document from the DMV, he has a letter in there and it says to residents. I don't have it pulled up on my screen, but it's to the residents. And when he signs his name, he doesn't say Director Colonel. He just says Director. Then in their definitions, which is at the end of the manual, they leave out like resident, driver, but it does have something in there, about the commercial. I wish I could remember. You'll have to, it's not that big of a document, but it's in there that when it describes a commercial motor vehicle, you're like, well, that's not me, but it's just there. And it's really our out, because the DMV, if you took a photo or made a copy of your application, then you'll see that they modified it, which is against, it's false statements and all that other stuff. So they committed a lot of.
They actually don't even hardly let you get a hold of the contract anymore. I actually called the DMV and had a conversation with them one time about the driver's license, and I said, I need to know who I need to talk to get a copy of the contract that I agreed to.
Right.
We don't have no contract. I said, everything is contract. What do you mean you don't have a contract?
Right. Well, did they ever send it to you?
No.
Well, real quick, Cortina, you're absolutely right in that all the information is out there. It is absolutely all out there. And in fact, kind of going back to what Boris was saying, these people, for the most part, they're in honor. And they have to stay in honor in order for them to continue business of the day. And the biggest thing is this: there is absolutely no obligation on their part as to when, where, how any of the disclosure of any of it is. Right. It's all out there though. And in fact, what is it? Let me see here. Proverbs 25:2 is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. It's your job to figure this shit out. It's nobody else's. And in fact, the courts very much feel this very same way, in that if you don't understand the terms and conditions of a contract, that's completely on you.
What do they tell you? Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
There you go. And one of the things too, real quick, I wanted to touch on earlier, and that is two things. One, that when they say in their so-called codes and such, that they must speak to you in a language that you can understand. This is very different than a language that you do understand. There's a huge difference, because the language that you do understand is typically formal English or street lingo. But it is not beyond your reach to actually go and learn legalese.
Right, right.
So there's a huge difference when they say that they are speaking to you in a language that they can, because it doesn't mean it is one that you do.
And here's another thing is you're only as good as your last contract.
Well, there you go.
Good one.
Are
The other
these
thing
even
is,
contracts though? They seem like applications to me.
Everything is contracts, whether it's on paper or not. I mean, you've heard of a verbal contract. A
Sex
verbal
is a
contract
contract.
falls
But
under.
doesn't a contract need like two parties?
Well, application, you said it, application is the key there. It's the usage. Are you going to legally apply it? Or is
you're
it
the
just
one
between
that's
two men in
contracting with yourself,
private covenant and
basically.
agreement? If it gets legally applied, now you're bringing in third-party fictitious plaintiffs that can use the two men because they don't have whole mind to agree with each other.
Well, what I was going to say is a verbal contract can also be an implied contract based on your actions.
Yes.
Because verbal does not always mean what you say. It's also what you do.
Well, a prime
and
example
action.
of that is a case where this lady sees this line outside of this building going into the door on the side of the building. She gets into the line. She doesn't know what the hell the line is for, but she gets into the line and she stays there and people are filing in behind her and all that, so on. She gets inside the door. She goes up to where the line pretty much is ending and she sees that there's people getting shots in the arm. Does she get out of line? No, she stays there. She goes in, she gets the shots, and then afterwards she decides she doesn't want the shots. The court basically told her to go fuck herself. Number one, she didn't even know what the line was for, but by the time it got down to it, she saw what the line was for, and she stayed there and got the shots anyway.
That was an implied consensual contract. I heard about that case. That was actually a recent case, wasn't it?
I don't remember how far back it was, but it's a case that they really like to use because it exemplifies this whole thing. That you got to know what the hell you're doing. You're responsible for your own actions. In fact, the other one that they like to use so much too is this guy who has this conversation with some people in Italy. They're having this phone conversation back and forth, creating their meeting of the minds. He gets the piece of paper, the memorialization of it. It's all in Italian. He doesn't read Italian. He doesn't get it read by somebody that's a translator. So he signs it. But then he finds out when the good contract goes bad that he didn't understand one of the terms and conditions. And again, the judge, the court basically said, you're screwed. Go fuck yourself. If you didn't understand the language, you could have learned it.
And I heard
a
of people
translator, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you signed a contract, you entered into a contract that you didn't understand. That's your problem.
And 1 USC 1 will tell us that I mentioned earlier. If you go read it, it'll tell us anyone that makes subscriptions on their record. It says subscriptions marked on the record of past, present, and future markings is considered an insane person. It says it right there, clear as anything.
You know, and I'm glad you mentioned that word subscription, because just as a real quick side note, people like to bring in the so-called Constitution and all this shit at times. And quite frankly, I have to say that, you know, I was one of those that was a constitutionalist. I used to believe in all that shit. But the last line, right above the so-called names of all the people that put, you know, ink on paper, the so-called founding fathers, is this line, this sentence. In witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. Number one, in witness, these guys never obligated themselves to this contract known as the Constitution. They were merely in witness of, they were not real parties in interest. And then when they subscribed their names, look up the word subscribed in the legal dictionary.
They were informants. They were informants and not informers.
Yeah, and then they turned around and said, "We're not obligated to it, but you guys are."
Yeah, they skirted the liability. That's exactly what they did.
Well, they actually don't say that, peaceful inhabitant. If you go read Barron versus City of Baltimore, it was a Fifth Amendment case. The court actually come out and said, "Hey, you're not even a party to the contract."
Oh yeah, there's a few. Oh, exactly. And this is the big thing too, because there's many, many court cases that have said you're not a party to the contract known as the Constitution. Nobody is.
Yeah,
Nobody
where's your name
technically
on it?
is a party to that because nobody has ever signed it. And even people that have claimed to an oath to support, they're still not a real party in interest to the contract known as the Constitution. There never has been, there never will be.
And that's the use and animation of a legal accommodating party. If you're going to be a legal accommodating party, you're in that legality, that religious legality, I should say, state of. If you're going to try to be a lawful accommodating party to the Constitution, that's been absorbed by that legal contract administration. It comes down to simple contract administration of check yes or no. Do you love me or not? No. Matter of fact, I love all these. I love you, but I'm not in your church. I'm not in your house.
And I'm glad you just mentioned that, because this is exactly how, and technically speaking, like I said earlier, there cannot be, based on their own words, their own so-called court cases, it is technically impossible for there to be a citizen based on their own description. But when it comes down to it, if you want to agree to being a so-called citizen at the moment, guess what? You can be a citizen at the moment because you are whatever you think you are. But the reality of it is too, whenever there's these boxes on any so-called documents called legal documents from the government, they almost inevitably have this little box somewhere that asks you, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes or no? Well, the reality of this is, and I like to ask this question, I ask it a lot out in public, a lot of times, just random people that I start to spark up conversations. I ask them, would you ever agree to be something that you don't know what the definition of that something is? In fact, I just asked the aunt this the other day. She says, well, of course not. And I said, well, do you think that you're a U.S. citizen? And we were actually talking about so-called voting at the moment. I said, well, did you think you were a U.S. citizen at that moment that you were voting? She said, yeah. But can you give me the actual legal definition of a U.S. citizen? No. But you just said 30 seconds ago that you would not agree to be that definition. You wouldn't agree to be in something you don't know what it is.
Can I expand upon that, brother? And I'm not meaning to pick on you either, because I want to ask you specifically, peaceful inhabitant, are you a man?
Am I a man? Well, according to what I've been told, but what the hell do I know?
Okay, let me remind everybody, in Genesis 2 verse 7, King James Version of the Bible, 1611 print, it says, God formed man of the dust of the ground, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, plain English again, man became a living soul. Peaceful inhabitant, are you a man or a living soul? As I change the question now and give you a second option. I yield.
Well, I would probably believe that I'm more of a living soul.
There you go. Pose the same question they've asked with another option.
And this is, now think
I
about
like that. I would absolutely agree with that. And thank you for bringing that slight perspective change to it, because I never really thought about that.
And
So
that's
thank
the
you.
difference.
And I'm very much one that I do believe in the living soul. I mean, we could go way down that topic of conversation for a while, but no, thank you very much for altering the perspective a bit there. Thank you.
Think about if you're spiritually aware, you know the presence of your creator is with you at all times. So you're not going to do the white lies to yourself and the lies to your brother, because he's there watching you. So that's the difference between manimals, like he's saying, that have a title. They have to be titled. They have to be objectified to be controlled, because they're still man babies. They have not become the age of majority. And that's not a linear thinking. It's a spiritually physical thing that happens. Like I consider myself 500 to 600 days old of the age of majority, fully and completely, to where I can see all forms of law. And when they offer those inducing invitational presentments to me, I can see right through them. I can see the lies with my real life.
Right. Well, that's one of the best parts of all of this, real quick, is that right there. The more you get into it, the deeper you go, the more you do see. Because you become acute to it.
Let's go to the next person. Goat.
All right, I'm here. You hear me?
Did you have another question?
I do, but I don't know if it's going to go over well. but it would be
Well,
interesting.
ask it anyway.
So I have a bad feeling about asking it, but fortunately my feelings are never accurate. So we'll go for it. So I lost my job for the medical stance about like, what, I don't know, 6-7 months ago now. And instead of doing things that I enjoy, I had already been learning a little bit about what I'll call this the freedom arena or something like that. I don't really want to say patriot anymore, or any of that stuff. So, but this type of conversation, study, etc. And so I said, you know, I'm a sharp guy. I'll devote some time to it. And the goal was freedom, so that I could get out of the matrix, so to speak, right? So I learned that this maritime thing or this admiralty or something over here and there. And I said, well, I don't like that. I'm not going to be anybody's slave. I'm going to get out. I'm going to study this. And then, of course, there's somebody over here with their process, somebody over there with the process, blah, blah, blah. So you guys hopefully remember that. My challenge right now, this is just me speaking, and I don't expect you guys to agree, but I would like to get your opinions from your personal viewpoints briefly. My challenge is I don't enjoy this. I have 1,000 things that I used to do. I used to have this thing called a life, and I would do things to enjoy my time. Those were grand days, that life thing. Man, I miss that. And so now when somebody sends me a link and they say, hey, check out this thing from 1874, I think to myself, oh, there's 100 things I'd rather do right now, but I'll read it. And I'll read this and I'll listen to that and I'll study this. And it was always okay because I had the goal of freedom. The goal of freedom, because I'm the type of person that wants to be free, right? And so I have that burning desire or whatever. Now, I have made in my world incredible sacrifice to do this now. I've lost a tremendous amount of money and stuff like that to devote this time to it. And I'm now seeing that I don't think there is that goal anymore. I don't think there's this magic freedom. Everybody, there's no silver bullet, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, what is left then? And let me give a quick analogy in that the Matrix movies, okay, you're in the Matrix and everybody's playing games with you and you're asleep. And then all of a sudden they wake you up and all the characters in the Matrix, meaning Neo and Trinity and Morpheus, all that, they all had to wake up at some point and get out. So then you come out of your pod and then what happens? You're just this person on the ship eating the cold oatmeal gruel every day. And that's why Cypher wanted to go back into the Matrix, right? He sold out. He says, I know the steak isn't real, but it tastes so good. Put me back in the Matrix, make me somebody important and all that stuff. So I'm not saying I'm Cypher and I want to go back in. I know that's not possible. However, it feels like the cold oatmeal constantly. And I have to, I don't want to, but I will admit this publicly, as public as this is, it is really wearing me down. Like I can't go through another one of, another 6 months of this type of stuff. So my question to each of you is, A, do you actually enjoy this stuff versus do you have to push through it like I do? And by this stuff, I just mean the research, right? The study and stuff. And then the second part of that is for some, hold on, I'm almost done, 10 seconds, is that the second part of that is whether you enjoy it or not, what would you suggest to somebody who does not enjoy it? And knowing that they have to do their study, but don't want to. I mean, it's not a lazy thing. I'm an accomplished professional with multiple degrees and other things I've done. It's more that there's other things I would rather do. And I can't do this for years of my life. So I'm at this crossroads now where I'm out of money and I have to figure out what I want to do. And this is just no longer enjoyable at all. So that's my challenge right now. If
I can touch on that from a personal. I personally, my little story, a quick background is I was arrested for doing something that was supposed to be legal for me to do here in California, which is to grow cannabis for my back for pain. I ended up spending 13 days in jail, the first little stint from the night that I was arrested and all. And I made a personal vow that night that I was released that I was going to go to law school to figure out how to beat these bitches at their own game. I spent the next 8 years chasing that so-called thing, but somewhere in the midst of it, I actually figured it out. And it came along with a lot of research done on the outside of school, getting confirmed inside school in a very odd and subtle fashion along the way. I got to that point where I was completely burnt on running down rabbit holes. And it really came when I came across the Clearfield Doctrine and Judge Dale and all of his information. I read those cases on Westlaw, so I knew that for a fact that they were legit as far as their writings were concerned. It wasn't some altered thing on just the internet. And once I realized, because I knew that it was about contracts, but the Clearfield Doctrine specifically says that if they don't, they've got squat. And that's all I needed. It was the moment that it solidified the whole thing for me. And then from that point on, I've literally, like I said earlier, I do live heaven on earth at this point, because I don't worry about anybody coming to the door, even because I know that the agent at the door is wanting to contract, and he cannot, because he cannot exceed the capacity of the piece of paper he represents.
Mm-hmm. Now, for me, I'm going to read something here and then give you my opinion, and then I'll ask Floyd and Boris to do the same. Joshua 1:8.
Before you start, though, I just want to comment that when people ask me what I'm doing, like some of my past coworkers and stuff, they say, "Well, what are you doing now? Did you get another job?" I said, "Nah, I'm studying law. I'm kind of like working on a law degree," and that usually just puts them pushes them off.
Yeah.
Little, so.
Well, real quick, before you get started, Pastor, let me touch on something real quick. And this is one of those things that I'm gonna kind of contradict what I was just saying just a bit, because I did a lot of study, a lot of research. So I'm not going to completely contradict and say nobody should do anything like that. No, quite the contrary, actually. You need to find your own point of where you realize, if I continue on, now I'm at the point of diminished returns. I'm really spending time for nothing. And that's what I was with the Clearfield Doctrine. But what it kind of comes down to in a general sense too, is that once you are at that point of where you know, again, who you are as a player in the game, this basically changes everything at that point. There is nothing really to go back on other than that right there. So.
Peace won't happen. And what's the winning move of any game?
Well, if you go by what was that movie, War Games, the best move is to never play the game.
Exactly. So why would you
go? There you go. Like I said earlier, I quit signing 6 years ago. And go to answer you real quick, in my perspective, I've done 6 years here now continuously. Ask most of these guys, they've seen me around. I've got my own site. I've got over 500 videos on YouTube, all kinds of stuff. And 6 years ago, I quit signing shit for a reason, because I'm done. I'm done playing the games. And what I found in not having to go back to a job, I quit the job, I quit the banks, all of it. I don't have a bank account, none of it.
I remember where I was going. I kind of lost my train of thought. This is one of the things, the big things, asking questions, and pastors talked about this too. It's all about questions. You got to stay in question. If you're questioning them, they're going to make the claims. The whole thing is keeping the burden on them. Let them make the claims. You question them. Now, this is the big thing in the questioning. The more information you have in the head, good, better, best, on your questions, you have to do some study. You absolutely got to know some things, because once you have, again, once you know who you are as a player in the game, and you have to study to figure this out. You have to study to figure out who it is that you're talking to, what these other players are.
Yeah. And
you
to
have to
end
know
my
these
point,
things, but that creates their better questions. Go ahead.
And to end my point, what I found out is that all this time that I've spent doing this and not having the job and all those other responsibilities, is I found my talent. And my talent, guys, is doing my thing.
Well, Pastor knows that I'm in a very blessed position. Pastor knows that I'm in a blessed position. I don't consider what I do work. I'm very blessed. I counsel brothers on their health, and they send me something called money. So not to get into that conversation, but yeah, I consider myself to be very blessed. I don't work.
I'm gonna read this because I am a Christian for the common nomenclature, but studying law brought me closer to the Bible. Now I'm going to read this one verse, and a lot of people only apply this to the Bible, but I actually grew differently on this verse. It says, "This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success." See, that's what, when you asked your question, that's what came to my mind. Because like Agent said, I found my passion. The Bible and the law is my passion. I can go all day on this stuff. Drives my wife absolutely insane.
And to help you out real quick, brother, and to help you out real quick, the correlating verse in the Bible, guys, Matthew 5, verse 18. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law until all be fulfilled. I yield. It's in the chat comments.
Now, it also says that it says, "Wherefore the law is our schoolmaster to bring us unto Christ, that we might be justified by faith." And studying the man's law should never contradict the Bible. So guess what? It's also a schoolmaster to teach us what we have or have not done. And honestly, yeah, I do enjoy it. My first passion is driving. Been doing this 19 years. But when I started learning what my rights were, how to defend them, and how this system works, I have a love for it. Floyd, do you want to tell us what your thoughts on your experience, and then let Boris tell his on that question?
No, let Boris go ahead. You do it right in the middle of something.
Okay. Boris?
All right, well, I start off a lot different than most. I was never a God guy. I was never a Bible guy. I was more like what you call lukewarm fence sitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I started, and then I found that Usufruct word, and I remembered a prophecy from a movie, The Dark Crystal. When shingle shines the triple sun, what was sundered and undone shall behold the two made one by Gelfling hand or else by none. And it's the same thing here, because your inner crystal, your inner being, has been shattered at some point in your life. And all of us are on the quest to restore that, so you can put your heart back together, so you can receive the message and be a transmitter, because we're all crystal transmitters. Once you transmit into the frequency, you transmit to others, and they transmit to others, and then it goes on through force. Like in the end of the first Matrix, when Agent Smith got, he put his hand in him and he turned the light, and all of a sudden the light went everywhere. That's what we are. We're crystals. So as soon as the light hits you and you start emanating it, you frequency out, so you help other people fix their crystal. And it also goes down to the Matrix. What was the first thing that happened when he took the pill?
Go ahead.
What's the first thing? The mirror effect. The mirror fixed up. The image, the reflection, the way he saw himself. And that's what this is all about, to me at least, because this is what brought me back to him, to his way. I was never, like I said, never that way. I had what I call the black hole in your heart. And it's no matter what you throw into it, women, drugs, wine, no matter what you throw into it, nothing ever satisfied it. It destroys friendships, it destroys families, it destroys everything. And then as we're on this path, I ran into our buddy up there in Oregon, and he had a couple, psychic seers, and we went to the kingdom of heaven, and we're having our little meeting there. And as soon as I closed my eyes and had my talk with God, and I said all I want to do is go home, and I had a tear come out. As soon as I did that, the clouds opened up, the sun came out, shined right on me, and that hole's gone. And now I'm kind of lost because, I still don't know how to connect with people because, never did, and it never had that connection. But to me, it's all about, if you don't have all these trials and tribulations that you go through, you never find your way back. You never do. And all of us are like the laws, the taskmaster, and everything else. Yeah, it's the dog. It's the sheepdog that's making the herd move, because the shepherd just walks with the sheep, leading them to the pastures. But sheep don't move unless acted on by an outside force. And if they don't want to move, you ain't moving them. So that's what all this is. It's all a dog, they say dog and pony show. And I was like, no, it's a dog and shepherd show. The shepherd is the one showing you the green fields. The dog is the one that moves you. And the dog is all these legal people and the Satanists and all these other people running around, doing whatever they're doing, because their duty under Deuteronomy was what? To show his people a world without God in it. That's what their duty is. They're probably the most ardent believers in the Bible, God and Jesus, are those people who are you quote your adversary. They're probably the most ardent believers in all that, because everything they do, every essence of their being is to get you to turn away from it. Therefore, they know the power of it. They live it, they know it. They don't think so. They know God is real. They know Jesus was real when he was really here. They know the power of this. That's why they work so hard to get you to deny it. They waste so much energy in putting up all their fronts that there's no other way that can be except for their own faith in that, but they're against it because somebody had to be. They had a choice. And if anybody's going to sit here and honestly tell me that an omnipotent, all-knowing being did not know Satan was going to raise a rebellion before even Satan had the thought, they're deluding themselves. He already had this all planned out.
I agree. Can I add to that, Boris, about the light? He was talking about the light. Think about this for a second. People want to talk about this in camera. Well, that's a literal sense, because if you have full, complete control of your divine senses, your heart, your hearth, that's light within you coming out of your eyes, your fingertips, everything. So you have to focus out through your eyes with your light and not be captured by a shiny light,
shiny spoons,
light shining on something else. It's your focus.
And this is where I had a problem with Colin Beck, because one day I was on his show and we were in the green room during one of his breaks, and somebody brought up the triangle, the pyramid, and the eye. And I went, all you have to do is look at one scripture, which is what? Matthew 6:22-24. You are measured by the light in your eye or the darkness. So what that is you're if you keep the mind, body, spirit all in equity, all in equalness, the whole of God's law will protect you, because the eye shines through.
Absolutely.
And either you're of light or you're of dark. And if you're of dark, your wholeness will be dark. If you're of light, then the light will shine through your eye. And that's what it's about. But people look at, and that's what he got pissed off at me and quit his show that day. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was sad. Didn't mean to piss in his Wheaties or nothing, piss in his Cheerios, but that's what we brought up, and that's why I took it. And I made that, and I just made it up on the spot. And I'm like, that's what it is. That's what that symbol means.
We can't be afraid. We can't be afraid. We can't be afraid to be childlike minds, to be afraid of the dark. We're never alone in the dark. Right?
Correct, because no decision should be born of fear.
Yes.
Any decision born of fear is a decision towards the dark side. The whole thing with Darth Vader, they used to say, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate leads to vengeance, vengeance leads to suffering. That's the path of the dark side. Now they put it all in the movies, they put it in everywhere. And this is how I figured out. I didn't figure out by reading the laws. I figured out by watching the movies and deciphering what they were telling us in the movies and everywhere around me. And then we started talking about it, and everybody else brought me the law. Everybody else brought me everything. It was hilarious. I'm just like, wow, I didn't have to learn all this stuff. Everybody brought it to me, because everybody has a piece. Everybody has something to add to it. And I've been adding and looking at things a little differently. And I've got I've got concepts that people brought in as evil and this and that. And I was like, okay, what about if you just adjust it a little bit this way? Now it's no longer quote evil. It's just the way people are interpreting it because they're looking at it and they're almost looking at it through judgmental vision over a lot of stuff, judgmental. And we're not supposed to judge or you'll be judged. So any information you get is just information. All the symbols out there are just symbols. There's nothing evil nor good about it because the universal construct that is God does not see good and evil. It sees love. And wherever you're focusing your energy must be what you love because that's where you're focusing your energy. So the universe will keep giving it to you.
Yep.
And that's how I see it work. And that's my biggest learning through all this is where are you focusing your energy towards? What are you focusing it to? Because that's what God's going to give you. That's why I don't fight over the vaccine mandates. I don't get into the whole deciphering Illuminati codes and all that other shit, because the more energy you give to that shit is the less energy you give to finding your way home. And all I want to do is go home. I do not care about anything else. That's it. That's
100% agree.
Go. And everything else,
Now,
all this negative shit that people give their energy to makes me laugh. I can't talk about it. I'm like, yeah, I see it, I recognize it, and I acknowledge it, and then I move on. But I'm not going to sit there and spend years of my life in depth trying to figure out all their little symbols and their codes and everything else, because none of that matters, because I know that's how they're keeping the knowledge secret. And as long as I know that's how they're keeping it secret, God will show me what it is. Because everything will be exposed to light and everything will be revealed. Isn't that basically what it is? Anything that's hidden will be revealed and shine and brought into light.
Exactly.
So
now,
that's all I do is I walk that because my only goal is to go home. I don't care about nothing else on this world. I haven't cared about
questions,
this world since
and
I was
then
like 5 or 8.
We got 3 more people that have questions. And then I think we probably should call it a day because we've been at this 6 hours.
Yeah.
Did Floyd have any comments?
So there you go. That's my take on
it. Floyd, if you got anything you want to add to that, or are you still working on your writing?
No, I'm good. I believe Boris covered it well, and we walk a similar path in that, and I'll still say this and still stick to it. The Bible is the biggest fraud perpetrated on mankind, and not so much as a way of life, but how it's taught and how people receive it and act upon it, because they're reading it the wrong way.
I agree. I think the church purposely, being it's not a church, that they are 501c3s primarily, they do teach it wrong.
And what do we come back to? Usage and animation of the book. It comes back to usage and animation of the thing, the objectified thing, always.
And in this process, and this is why I pontificate this religiously, don't pay for anything, don't buy anything from these gurus, patriots. Everything is free. I promise you it's free. And that's why I give everything away for free, because I get it back more than tenfold. And I promise you guys, I've got one gentleman named Clarence Rankins, bless his heart. I love him. This guy sends me stuff every day, all day. I don't have time to open it all up. I can skim through it, but I don't. And that's just one gentleman. I have other people who send me stuff constantly. And, Pastor the Way will tell you this. Hey, Floyd, I sent you this. I'm like, yeah, you probably did. I don't know where it's at. I'd have to go look for it because I get so much information. So if you pursue this path with an open heart, humbly, and question, okay? Because there is, like I said earlier, there's no stupid questions. Okay? Just because you don't know doesn't mean that the question that you believe you're going to ask is stupid, because they're not.
No, they're not.
Because in this process, you know, one tiny thing you could do wrong will get your ass put behind bars or get you a confrontation with, you know, a law enforcement agency that you don't know how to handle. So there is no question it's, you know, it's stupid or ridiculous or anything like that. So if you just accept that and try to realize that all we are is a spiritual being having a human experience in this place called hell on earth. We're trying to get out of it. And as Boris elucidated, we're trying to go home because we don't want to come back reincarnated and live this life again in hell on earth. So
Now,
yeah, Go ahead.
I'm of a slightly different mindset than Floyd. I do, to a degree, agree on not paying these astronomical prices these gurus are paying. I don't really ask for that, but I do say if you support your gurus, your teachers, the people that you do support, donate some to them. Make them feel appreciated, because ultimately a workman is worthy of his hire, is how I look at it. A lot of us have put a lot of time into this. Boris has. He would probably appreciate, hey, Boris, here's a couple dollars, go buy yourself a coffee. You know what I'm saying? So I do see that that is something people should be willing to do, but but you're right, everything technically is free online.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate the feedback and not not considering it too dumb of a question to consider. So thank you. And I have some introspection to do on that. I think some of the other things that I initially heard were a bit misleading though, on like, black cards and white cards, and you can get out of your mortgage, and anybody who charges hasn't found the holy grail yet of there is no money and all that type of stuff is what I originally heard.
I will say, I don't think some of that stuff is actually misleading. They put everything in the movies. For example, go look at the movie, what is it? Denzel Washington played in it recent. It's a part 2. Begins with an E.
Exterminator.
Exterminator.
No,
Equalizer. Oh yeah, Equalizer.
Equalizer. Yeah, there you go.
And go watch the hospital scene. The guy, he comes back in to the hotel after he took the woman to the hospital to have her stomach pumped because they drugged her and did bad things to her. And he said, your credit card failed. And what did the guy threw him a card and said, leave yourself a good tip. And the camera pans down and he says, well, I didn't think these existed. He said, and the guy come back and said, well, now you know they do. And what was it? They show you on camera, the black card.
Silence.
I know,
the first time
right?
today, silence. Okay, I appreciate that, and it's hard to balance the daily needs, let's just say, when the bills stack up versus all the the gurus or classmates or something on a lot of the ones. If you just bring up the fact that anything with money or bills, then they're like, you're being greedy, that's greed, you want a free ride and stuff like that. Like, well, somewhere's in the middle, how's that sound? But anyway, obviously at the end of the day, it's the wisdom and the heart condition and stuff like that that really matter, because
that's correct.
The pauper and the billionaire are both dead, the same amount of dead at the end of the game in the high score.
We have to answer for the same sins before the same God.
There you go. Thank you, everybody. And other questions should be answered. Thanks.
Well, now, Fun, you got your hand back up.
Yep. I feel for GOAT too. I'm in the same position, but I got 5 warrants for my arrest. So So just speaking about knowing who you are, and which I do know who I am, and I have been to several court cases trying to get me to admit to the name, and I don't, or sheriffs come barging through the door, ask me because I didn't admit to the name. So now they hang up on you, then they call you back, and so you submit documents to the court, then the situation where I can't even file anything in the court. So
You file it into the post.
no,
Once or for
so documents able to file that in his there's different routes, and I have, identity 99C, and they still ignore that. And I don't know, I guess I'm not getting steered in the right direction to do this foreclosure on July 13th. They're not foreclosing on it yet. They're just putting it up for sale, and the realtor hadn't been able me to show the home Fridays, blah, 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 just to get an order in. So again, another offer.
There's a link in the chat section. All dockets are regulated by the Postal Regulatory Commission. Congress itself, in fact, is regulated by the post office, which is the postal union and its Congress. The Constitution of the United States is subject to the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union.
Yeah, so is Canada, and I've used the stamps and put my thumbprint on it, and
Yet you're into the proper. I
know the Postal Service is a bank. First time you haven't done it.
comments. It's full of your transfer for this and address. Like
No, it was brought to my attention. It was actually owned by the what
look up the street. Oh, that street has a name, and that name and number identify the record on the easement.
And yeah, it's a lot of research, so I'm doing the best I can. But Angel, yeah, I'll research into that as well. Would you mind if I contacted you personally if I needed some help?
All I can do is offer my
Secret Angel.
research. I can't tell you how to use it. I don't
Yeah,
know your
understood.
particulars
We have
enough
to do it. We have to
And
submit our own stuff.
And again, remember, folks, I can't help you sue anybody in court, so don't ever ask me to come with that question. The resolution grants the forgiveness. I repent. I've done accidents. Please, I forgive you for any of those mistakes. Please forgive me in return. That's equal consideration. Okay, you wouldn't want to hurt me, would you? Required through your own paperwork or I could write on Dr. Seuss